our great honor to participate in this RCMRD International Conference 2024. And first of all, we'd like to give our great appreciation for all the support you've given to us from the RCMRD team. Thank you very much. And in this keynote session with the theme of our home policy function and science policy linkage, we would like to present about ALOS 2-star satellite and its Earth observation data, and share how it contributes to the global social benefits, so that it will be a clue for your discussion for today. Would my presentation be on the screen? Sorry, a little bit of a technical issue.
While we're waiting for the presentation to come on, I have another pressing question. I understand we have an audience in the room from many different countries around the world and around continents. Is there anybody here from Cameroon? No. Botswana? Welcome. Rwanda. Welcome. Tanzania. Welcome. Sudan. No. Liberia. Malawi. Welcome, Malawi. Zimbabwe. Welcome. South Africa. Welcome. Lesotho. Ah, great. Welcome. Somalia. No. Burundi. Nigeria. Ethiopia. Welcome. Uganda. Welcome. So some of you have traveled quite a long distance. Who has traveled for more than 3 hours to get here? How about more than 5 hours? Oof. More than 7? More than 8? Please stand up for the more than 8. So these people have traveled a long way. Can you please let them have tea and coffee first? Good. Thank you. I'm hoping the presentation will come on shortly. Meanwhile, I can entertain you with some really bad jokes if you want to, but I'm not sure I should repeat the same thing from last year. Yeah. I know one joke, actually. My colleague told this joke last night. It's her daughter's favorite. I think she's 8, right? Yeah. So, you know the Disney movies, right? You know Elsa, the character? Why should you never give Elsa a balloon? She'll let it go. Right. So, while we're waiting, so let's find out more about the audience here this morning. Who in this audience would categorize themselves as an Earth observation specialist? Maybe specialist is too big a word. Is the industry you work in related to Earth observation? Yeah? How about
GIS, Geographic Information Systems. I mean, they're related and, okay. Are there any specific people in the audience that are mainly focusing on data, the data itself? Like data management, data, yeah, we have some too. Okay, great. Do we have policymakers in the room? No? Ah, we have one. Lady from Lesotho in the blue. Yeah, okay, good, good. Okay, now let's look at the demographics here. I think we have maybe a slightly underrepresented female population. Slightly underrepresented, not too bad. Do we now we can go to the generations. Shall we not go there? Okay, we'll give that one a miss. Good. I think people in the back are working hard to keep us going. So there's a lot of talk these days about ChatGPT. And I'm just curious, who in the audience has used or is using ChatGPT to do part of your job or to help support your job? Can you please raise hands? Okay. Now I'm really curious to see if I ask the same question next year, what the answer is going to be. So at the moment, I see around 10 hands, maybe. Let's say that's about, I don't know, 10% of the number of people here in this room. I believe that next year, if I ask this question, it will be at least 50%, if not more. Because this technology is changing rapidly, and it's changing how we're going to be doing business. It's also changing our own organization here in Esri on how we do things, because we recognize this as a technology that needs to be, that can leverage how we do things. It can spearhead things forward in science, as well as in processes and helping to do business. So we've started integrating ChatGPT in some of the tools that we provide, so people can ask questions, and based on those questions, maps can be generated and provided. Obviously, you're still in control of all of that because you're the one that interprets the map and decides if the data that is in that map is, of good origin. But I think it's a technology that we all should really look at hard because it will facilitate our jobs in the long run. How's it going with the presentation? A little bit more? Okay. Yeah.
The second keynote ladies.
Sorry?
The second keynote ladies.
Fantastic.
You can have a minute with them?
Yeah, sure. Can we have another warm welcome, please?
I'm so sorry about this. We had a technical issue about it, but now, where were I? Yes, so we are from POSCO Corporation, and today we want to give you some clues about, for today's discussion, policy formulation and science policy linkages through what the Japanese satellite does. Yeah, I'll try to keep it on time as much as I can. So next slide, please. Maybe another one? Yes, so first of all, briefly about POSCO. POSCO Corporation is constantly in pursuit of most advanced technologies in the areas of acquisition and processing of geospatial informations. Based on the results obtained through the advanced utilization of these technologies, POSCO Group provides products and services that underpins secure and comfortable lives for the people around the world. Next slide, please. Yes, and today we would like to focus on Earth observation. So as POSCO Corporation, we have been distributing satellite data for it's almost around 17 years already. So, and today we would like to focus on a Japanese satellite called ALOS, which stands for Advanced Land Observation Observing Satellite. So, up to current, we have ALOS 1. Actually, we don't call it 1. We just simply call it ALOS. ALOS 2, ALOS 3, and ALOS 4. So, unfortunately, ALOS 3 could not reach the sky due to the failure of the launch vehicle. But ALOS 1, which was launched in 2006, have supported and gave a very huge effect for the East Japan's earthquake in 2011. And the successive satellite ALOS 2 was launched in 2000, that was in 14, and it had just celebrated its 10th birthday, but it is still working in duty. And also another thing is that we have a new satellite called ALOS 4, which was launched just a month ago. And currently it is under calibration, but it should start distributing data to the world very shortly. Next slide, please. Yes, and today the main focus will be about this ALOS 2 SAR satellite. So these are some very basic about this ALOS 2. So it is an L-band SAR. So it gives radars to the ground, and it can penetrate the clouds. So, and also it can observe it in the night times as well. So the resolution starts from 1 meter, followed by 3 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters, and also a wide swath mode of a resolution of 100 meters and 60 meters. And next slide, please. Yes, and sorry. So ALOS 2 has many missions. So first area is in disaster monitoring, such as to understand land deformations caused by earthquakes, or the international cooperations in disaster damage monitoring. And also, other than earthquakes, weather disasters and landslides, or monitoring sea ice, are the main areas in this field. And also to track global scale environment problems and economic food contribution are the primary missions given to ALOS 2. Next slide, please. Yes, and before we move on to the next slide, I would like to briefly share about what we PASCO do. So we are the distributor of this ALOS-2 satellite. So we have our own platform, GUI-based platform to order the huge archive data. And also we also provide tasking services for the future dates. So if you are interested in purchasing or having some tasking for this ALOS-2, kindly visit our booth. It's just at the next tent. And next slide, please. Yes, so from here on, I would like to take a few steps away from our commercial activity, but we would like to share how ALOS and ALOS-2's Earth observation data are used for global social benefits. Next slide, please. So first case is about ALOS-2 and ALOS-1's open free data distribution. So nowadays, satellite data is becoming more common in many cases and areas, but still, the price elements are sometimes does not match for the use case. And also from the social responsibility that all kinds of organizations and companies have, JAXA is also distributing free data of ALOS and ALOS-2 SAR data. So currently there are available data for SAR data of ALOS-1 and also the SAR data of ALOS-2 except the wide swath, and the wide swath mode of ALOS-2. Next slide, please. And the data are available to be downloaded from JAXA's website, and also they publish the observation schedule. So if anyone is interested about when your country or your AOI is going to be tasked, you can check it online in each 6 months period. Next slide, please. Yes, and the next case is about disaster data. So in case of a massive disaster occur, either if it is in Japan or in other countries, ALOS-2 does an emergency observation based on government or organizations' requests. With such, JAXA shares the result of the observation analysis to the public. For the latest disasters, JAXA have published for the earthquake in Taiwan, Japan, and Turkey. The images shown on the screen are the cases of Turkey, and starting from the observed area and the analysis results, such as crustal deformation map and building change estimations, which will be used to grasp the damage condition of the earthquake areas. Next slide, please. And this next case is about the 25-meter resolution mosaic and forest, non-forest map made from ALOS-2 data. So to improve understandings of and responses to the impact of global environmental changes, timely and consistent monitoring of the global land cover is essential. Global monitoring with satellite remote sensing is one of the most effective approaches to detect land surface changes, such as deformation and forest degradation, as satellites can provide wall-to-wall observation covering wide areas periodically. The global 25 resolution SAR mosaic and forest non-forest maps are free and open annual datasets generated by JAXA using the L-band SAR sensor. And next slide, please. Sorry, this is the right one, yes. Next is about the forest early warning system in the tropics. So this system was created and is run with the Forest Governance Initiative, which includes JICA and JAXA and partner organizations. JICA and JAXA launched the Forest Governance Initiative at COP21 in Paris in 2015. JICA and JAXA have committed to the Forest Governance Initiative through developing this JJ Fast. promoting capacity development and spreading good part is the same resolution. Currently, the first image of the satellite have been published, so anyone, if you are interested in how it looks like, kindly visit JAXA's website and download the data. And currently the data distribution is under discussion, but we believe that it will come out soon. And as a conclusion, I would like to point out three things. I believe we all agree and understand the benefit about the SAR satellite observation and the contribution of ALOS-2. Also the contribution to the world by distributing open and free data and analysis results by many platforms. And I believe in today's discussion at RIC would give you many ideas and suggestions. And in such discussion, we believe that social benefits, not for a limited nation, but for the entire world, would be an important factor, and believe that the case of ALOS-2 would be a great sample. Sorry for the technical issues, and thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asuma-san. For the sake of time, I will ask the audience if there's any questions, then please, if they can be answered directly to the speaker after this session during the coffee break. Yeah. So with that, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, our next keynote speaker. I'd like to introduce Dr. Thandikili Mfumdala, apologies for the hiccup there, head of the Malawi Space Agency Task Force and Vice President of the African Space Council. Dr. Thandi, I hope you don't mind me saying Thandi, is a seasoned advisor and ICT 4D expert with over 40 years, she must have started when she was 1, of experience in broad corporate, national and regional ICT regulatory strategy and policy development across different organizations, sectors, countries, emerging economies and regional economic communities. A very warm welcome to our second keynote speaker.
Morning all. Honorable delegates, distinguished scientists, policymakers, and esteemed guests, I'd like to welcome you this morning. It's a great honor to address this distinguished gathering on a topic that is not only crucial to our continent's development, but also to our collective future. As a scientist, the interjection between science, technology, and policy is a journey that I've been involved in for many, many years from a very practical perspective. While advocating for policy change, particularly in the ICT sector, I recognize that some of the real challenges that we have in getting across the right champions for meaningful policy change to take in the sciences and space sector. So as we delve into this, we must acknowledge that there are inherent challenges in the policymaking process with highly technical fields, such as space science and technology. The Africa Space Policy and Strategy, as endorsed by the African Union, aims to develop a coordinated and integrated African space program that is responsive to the continent's social, economic, political, and environmental needs. This policy provides a framework for Africa to become a significant player in the global space arena, while ensuring that space-derived products and services are utilized for decision-making across various sectors. The African space policy is built on several strategic thematic areas: Earth observation, satellite communication, navigation and positioning, space science, and astronomy. These areas are not just technical fields. They're essential tools for achieving the broader goal of Agenda 2063. And just in my life experience, when people talk about things being tools for development, it tends to be a phrase that you put into concept notes, into reports, but the practical implementation of that is not often addressed. And you go from conference to conference to conference, and people are constantly using the same phrases as to how we can leapfrog technology, leapfrog development, but they very rarely sit down and say, how are we practically going to do that? And that is one of the big challenges that I've found over the years. So policy formulation in the realm of science and technology, especially in specialist fields in specialist fields such as the space science, as we said, is paramount for Africa's socio-economic development. And the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, our continent's strategic framework, envisions an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. This vision underscores the need for well-structured policies that not only foster innovation, but also ensure that technological advancements contribute to the betterment of all African citizens. Science, technology, and innovation are recognized as key drivers of socio-economic development. It's highlighted in the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, STISA 2024. However, the success of these all hinge on the right policy framework, the right enabling environment for this to happen. So without sound policies, without the clear guidelines, without the enabling environment, the potential for science, technology, and innovation to drive economic growth, improve healthcare, enhance education, agriculture, mining, and manage our natural resources cannot be fully recognized. So when we look at the challenges in policy making, one of the most significant challenges I've come across is the gap between the scientific knowledge and the understanding of that knowledge by the policymakers and the people that develop the policies we need, and the appreciation of the practical benefits of that science and technology, of how science and technology contribute to national development. The intricacies of space science, while many of us in this room may appreciate them, and we understand it's our space, you know. In ICT, we were all techies and we use all techie, acronyms and so on, and it sounds cool. But when you try to get across to policymakers, that just does not help. It doesn't get you anywhere. And I think I also recognize that the fact that you have to have a level of patience to appreciate that when you're trying to convince a policymaker that this is necessary, you have to take off your tech hat, adjust yourself down to reality, and look at it from what would be beneficial from his or her perspective. We need to understand it from their perspective. And it's like, just take yourself down and understand it because you're coming to them with something that's totally alien. ICT, email, internet, I was involved in the early years. I'm one of the continent's internet pioneers. I started up an internet service in a country where we had one radio station, one newspaper, one national telco, no national television. I don't know what I was thinking at the time, but that's what I did. But that being the environment, how do you get across to people? I know it's very difficult for many people to envision a situation where people don't know what an email address is, but that was the environment I was working in. So if they don't know what an email address is, how are you going to convince them that it's important to have email addresses? Okay. So when we look at the challenges, we need to work towards demystifying our science, take it down so that it makes sense from a practical layman's perspective. That's when they will be able to come on board and join us in the journey and support and advocate and support the policies that we need to get in place. And we understand the long-term view. We understand where we need to go. We understand the impact it's going to have. They don't. And we need to get that message across to them. And if we don't, then we will be failing in getting that policy development, supporting the policy development. In Africa, the challenge is further compounded by the competing national priorities and limited resources. We're constantly being asked, why do we need a space agency? You know, we're a poor country. We're constantly being, I mean, in the early years when I was working in ITC, why do we need that? We need to look at getting fundamental things, basics, food, water, and so on to people. But you don't realize that they couldn't see where I could see. For us scientists, we can see what it can do, what the potential is. Now we need to get that message across to the policymakers because they need to create that environment where we are going to be able to grow tomorrow. Okay. So one example, as I'm constantly being asked, why do we need a space agency? I was appointed as a chair to set up the Malawi Space Agency just about a year and a half ago. And people are like, but why? And the approach that we're taking in Malawi is a little bit different. I think a lot of countries see how we're going to get our first satellite up. We're looking at it and saying, I want to set up the environment for us to be able to utilize space data across the different sectors. So I'm looking at building a robust base for that before we go on to the satellites. But one example that I'm using to communicate to people why it's important, and just to demonstrate why it's important to establish a space agency or space agencies in Africa, is the fact that on the 5th of February, 2024, this year, Jeff Bezos of Amazon, I think you're all well aware of who he is, and Bill Gates of Microsoft, also well aware of who they are, both multi-billionaires, through a California-based company that they invested in, they used space data and AI to identify a major copper deposit in Zambia. Okay? This mine is expected to be established by 2027. Okay? So apparently, the site that they have identified, and they've already started working on it right now. So they're sitting in California and they're identifying sites for minerals in Africa that can be exploited. We're sitting here, we don't know what's next to us. But somebody in California using space data and AI is able to identify which mineral deposits are in Africa. So as I said, apparently the site will be one of the world's biggest high-grade copper mines in the world. So if you need to talk to your Minister of Mines as to why space data is important, that's a very practical example. So in getting the message across, advocacy clearly is critical. And it plays a crucial role in bridging the gap between science and policy. As I mentioned, I actually established the first commercial email and internet service in Malawi in 1994-95. And as I said, one radio station, one newspaper, no television. And for people to know what email was, people were, in our central bank were getting business cards from people from the World Bank who would come and say that, oh, instead of faxing me, email me. And they would nod and say yes. And then they'd go back and fax because they didn't know what an email was. They didn't know what this squiggle was. So there was a whole process. And I mean, when I started, I realized that there was a whole process that I had to go through in terms of sensitizing people as to what this email animal was and how you used it. And why should I use that rather than use the post? So there was it was years of sensitizing. And I did what one of my clients called, they called me an email evangelist, because I actually went across the country, literally giving presentations, demonstrations for free to teach people what this was and how powerful a tool it was. The tourism sector in the region actually started getting email connectivity from a site in Malawi. So, and it spread. The journalists in Malawi, at the annual Journalists Association, I went and did a presentation, a demonstration, showed them what it was, and for them to watch these email messages coming from all over the world. And we were coming at the time politically from the one-party dictatorship. So information was controlled, security was very tight. First question they asked was, who controls it? How are you getting messages from just everywhere in the world and nobody's getting access to it? So it was a process. And for a number of the journalists, it was important because they found that they were being recruited by the BBCs, the Radio Deutsche Welles, and they had to send their copy. And faxing was expensive. It was $3 a page. Whereas for $3, you could send 6 emails. Okay. So gradually, they started getting their email addresses, and it was able to move them forward. So when I look at colleagues, specialists, experts in the room, I see a sea of advocates that can go out and help get the policy, because we keep talking about the policy, but to actually get it changed, we are the ones that understand what the impact is. And we need to take a little bit of time to unbundle it, demystify it, and engage with the key stakeholders for them to understand, better appreciate how this is going to move us forward. So, from my perspective, it's in Africa, we can't afford to sit on the sidelines and sit in our little scientific isolated cubicles. We need to be able to appreciate how it impacts beyond our spaces and be ready to engage beyond our spaces, because until we do, there's nobody better to get that message across than we are. We understand it. And when we talk about advocacy, the cost of importing computers in Malawi was, they had a tariff of 65% duty on computers. So if you bought a computer for $1,000, you would be charged $650 duty, okay, importation tax on top of it. And at the time, they believed computers were a luxury, and they were. But it took me 4 years to convince them that it was no longer a luxury, and it was a necessity for development. And over 4 years of lobbying the government, I managed to convince them to take the duty from 65% to 0. And in taking that to 0, I was basing it on what Mauritius was doing and Ghana. They were the only 2 countries at the time that had 0 duty on computers. And I used that and I lobbied. I said, we need these things for development. We can't make them unaffordable anymore. And having done that, the interesting thing was, years later, I found out from my counterparts in Tanzania, they said, oh yeah, we lobbied our government because you had done 0, so we said Malawi has done it. And more recently, I found out that Kenya did the same because Tanzania had done it. So the ripple-on effect went way beyond what I ever expected. But it was based on the fact that we needed to make them affordable and accessible. So advocacy efforts should focus on illustrating how space technologies can directly contribute to addressing the pressing challenges faced by African countries, demonstrating how satellite imagery, we've all been discussing it and we continue to discuss it over the next few days, can improve agricultural yields, early warning systems. We're putting this into all of our presentations. We're talking about it all the time. But we need to get the message across to the policymakers so that they put policies that will enable us to do this on a bigger scale. And we need to be using this to make a compelling case for why investment in space technology is not just desirable, but actually critical and necessary. So, going forward, I think it's very clear that, and it's not disputable, that we need to have the right enabling environment, There needs to be investment in the sector. There needs to be policies that will allow people to bring technology. And it was mentioned, somebody mentioned yesterday about the fourth industrial revolution. While we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, we must realize that in many African countries, we actually missed the third and the second. And there's some elements of the third and the second that need to be in place to help facilitate the fourth industrial revolution. And we need to look at that and understand how we move forward with that. And work together with governments who must take a lead in this effort by providing clear policy guidance, securing adequate funding, and fostering a culture of innovation. However, as I said, the scientific community and the private sector have got a very critical role to play. And investing in education, particularly in STEM, to build the next generation of scientists and engineers who drive Africa's space agenda forward. And it also means creating incentives for private sector involvement and facilitating partnership between scientific community, academia, industry, and government. And within that space, I was, when I came on board for the Malawi Space Agency, I was very pleased to find that we have our own space entrepreneur, and I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised. A young man, very young man. He actually worked with the team that sent the satellite to the moon from India. So that's where he did his postgrad. And so he's developing his own components, which we're working towards making sure we have an environment that will protect his intellectual property. Because already the UK and the US are both asking him to move. And that's the other challenge we're going to have. As we push Africans to develop, we need to protect their spaces. We need to ensure that they're going to be able to benefit. Both the individuals, the entrepreneurs, the innovators will benefit from the work that they do. And the policies need to be put in place to ensure that that happens. So once again, I said that for the African space policy to be successful, the role of governments and other stakeholders cannot be overstated. But governments must provide the necessary regulatory framework. Now, when I talk about regulatory frameworks, when I started my email internet service, I actually went to the national operator to say, can I license this? And they said, we don't know what it is. So they said, go away. When we figure it out, you can come license it. So they created what I call a regulatory sandbox for me. I was able to explore, because at the time I wouldn't have made any money from it because nobody knew what it was. But I had a regulatory sandbox and I had the freedom to explore and innovate in that space while I was not making money from it. And I think we need to make sure that as we set up the policy and regulation, we need to create those safe spaces where our entrepreneurs, our innovators are able to innovate safely without getting heavy taxes coming onto them and heavy tax burdens being imposed on them before they've actually created anything. Okay, so that's another key element for me, that creating regulatory, what I call regulatory sandboxes where people can innovate is also critical. So in conclusion, linkages between policy formulation and science, particularly in the space sector, are fundamental to achieving the aspirations of the African Union's Agenda 2063. And the African space policy provides a strategic roadmap for leveraging space technologies to meet our continent's development challenges. However, the success of this depends, or how fast we get there, depends on our collective commitment to investing in science, fostering innovation, and ensuring that the benefits of space technologies reach all Africans. So let's consider this a call to action. I really would like this conference to be considered a call to action, to, rather than say that, yes, I attended the conference, it was rather nice, okay, I got some nice input from different people. Internalize it. Take this and think of how you can play that role as a change agent, as a facilitator that can contribute to creating that right policy environment in your respective countries to be able to move the continent's agendas forward. And I would like a situation where, as we move forward, the organizations, RCMRD and AfriGeo, these global or continental and global organizations that we're establishing, also work towards sharing experiences so people learn how to be efficient and effective in maneuvering the policy space. And for advocacy to be successful, we have to continue to work together across sectors, across borders, to build a future where Africa is not just a participant, but an active leader in the global space arena. So through the sustained advocacy and creation of an enabling environment, we can ensure that science, technology, innovation, and engineering become the cornerstones for Africa's development, the real cornerstones for Africa's development. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tandy, for your call to action to all of us and for your wise words there. Before we head into the panel session, I just had a couple of observations in relation to our keynote speakers. The great work that we saw that PASCO is doing. I'm excited about the valuable open data that they are providing, that they make available to us, and how this can be used at regional as well as local level to help your development, but also for you to add your own value to that data. So excited to see what we can do. And what really resonated with me when in Dr. Tandy's speech was her comments about the practical implementation of policies and practical implementation of space data specifically, but also to help people understand the practical impact of what that data actually could mean to them and how it could benefit them. So I'm very grateful that we have such a pioneer expert and strength and force in the form of Dr. Tandy as the VP of the African Space Council. So thank you very much to our keynote speakers. Thank you, Azumi-san, and thank you, Dr. Tandy. Big applause, please. We'll now move on to our panel discussion. We have a selection of 6 panelists coming from very diverse backgrounds and areas of expertise. They will provide their view, and please, if you could make your way over to the stage while I introduce the topic, please have a seat. They will provide their view on science and policy linkages and process, describe policies in place in relation to transboundary resources, and provide their thoughts on the theme of this conference. Now, we are running behind schedule a little bit, so we're trying to keep this session short and to the point, but we do want to hear from these experts in their fields. So we have 4 questions that we'll go through in this session. We'll look at the different organizations and institutes that they work for, their understanding of policy linkages and process, and how these policies can support the understanding of transboundary resources. And of course, final thoughts on the theme of this conference. So first of all, I'd like to give the floor to Luciano Lupidia, who is head of the, and I'm just going to, oh, you have a microphone, head of the Space Application Development Department of the Angola National Space Program. So please, Luciana, could you introduce yourself, your organization, and tell us a little bit about the your understanding of the science policy linkages, please. Please give the floor to Luciano.
Good morning, everyone. Introduce myself. I am Luciano Lupedia. I'm a head of the Space Application Development Department of GGPN. I'm part of the Angolan team in charge of development of space application, Earth observation, downstream application using satellite imagery and AI for different sectors of Angola economy. We have developed until now several applications like Tecnologia, that is an application for OSP monitoring, TechMinas for mining activity monitoring, TechAgro for crop monitoring and yield estimation, or TechGest, that is our solution for asset monitoring and infrastructure monitoring. I will just start with one comment on representativity. I think I'm the only Portuguese speaker in the room. So due to that, my Portuguese English accent. So GGPN is the Angolan office in charge of, responsible for oversight implementation of Angolan space program. Our mandate is the development, coordination, and execute space-related activities that drive countries' socio-economic growth, technological advancement, and scientific research. GGPN primary objective include leverage space technology for national sustainable development, enhancing Angolan capabilities in satellite communication, Earth observation, and promote the use of satellite data across sectors such as agriculture, environment monitoring, urban planning, and disaster management. Our activities are guided by the Angolan space strategy, which is based in 5 fundamental pillars that are the development of space infrastructure, capacity building and promotion of space sector, industrial growth and space technology, international affirmation in space domain, and organizational structure and strategic implementation. Relating to my thoughts about science and policy linkage, I will profit of some words of our keynote speaker, Dr. Tandy, about the gap that exists between the scientific knowledge and the policymaker understanding of it. I will just give the case, use the case of Angola and what we are doing in our Earth observation program. In our Earth observation program, different for our satellite communication program, where we went directly to buy a satellite communication. In Earth observation program, we start first to see what was the policy programs in the country, what are the policy objectives for the country, and we identify all the sectors of the main interests of the policy makers, and we sit with the stakeholders to understand their needs. And with that, we start developing and use cases, solutions, and applications to show them how space data, space service and product can help in different sectors of our economy. And we started that 5 years ago, and now we have with us the main stakeholders on the country, the oil and gas agencies, the biggest mine companies that are supporting this initiative. And together now we go to the government and policymakers and say, okay, if you use satellite data and applications, we can improve the country economic growth in the main sectors, and we can improve the life of people providing results. And we are using now satellite communication, Earth observation data and applications for example, to help the government to report regarding the achievements or the advancement on SDG targets and indicators, for example. That is one way where when we link the science and the policy, we can assure, for example, political support, financial support, and help the country to drive better policies and drive better decisions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The key thing there for me is what you mentioned about solutions, providing solutions, and having buy-in all sectors, including the commercial sector, to help drive this forward. Thank you for that initial introduction. I'd like to also introduce our next panel speaker, Fortunate Muyambi, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary at East Africa Science and Technology Commission. Fortunate is a geoinformation, remote sensing, and environment and natural resources management professional with international experience in 10 African countries and many international institutions such as the European Union Commission, World Bank, USAID. He's also a lecturer and trainer in GIS and remote sensing at Makerere University in Uganda. Please let me hand over to you to, no, I'm introducing the wrong speaker. Apologies, we are missing one on stage this morning. Okay, moving on. Our next speaker would be Mustafa. Mustafa is the Senior Chief Analyst at Space in Africa, based in Nigeria. He has been working as a business analyst in the space industry for 3 years and is passionate about transforming complex data and market research into actionable insights. His experience lies in distilling industry trends and opportunities from diverse data sources and presenting them dynamically to various audiences. He was instrumental in implementing the African Union Commission's baseline studies for establishing and operationalizing the African Space Agency. Mustafa, please welcome.
Thank you very much. So first off, I would like to introduce my company. Like she mentioned, my name is Mustafa Iderawumi. I'm a senior analyst at Space in Africa. And Space in Africa is a consulting, analytics, business intelligence, media, and PR firm. We are headquartered in Nigeria. And what we do basically is to provide consultancy and advocacy for space actors, including government agencies, intergovernmental agencies, and also commercial companies. We try to help them to understand the market better in Africa, whether it's regarding their product or their services or their solutions. We try to help them understand what the market is in Africa, where the business opportunities lies, and how to make better sales with their products. And so let me just go into the question very quickly. There are a couple of things to take away from the keynote speech from Dr. Tandy. And while I would not like to delve on what she has mentioned already, I would also like to, emphasize some of the bits that she mentioned and also provide my own input on that. So first off, we need to understand that the policymakers, the ones that are actually going to drive the implementation of whatever solution or whatever products or whatever services we are offering, they generally are not science people. So what that means is you have to come down to the level where they would understand what it is that you're doing. Because there's one thing to have a very good product, there's one thing to have a very good service, but if you cannot communicate effectively to the people that are going to make the policies that you need to get the changes that you need, then you would realize that you are going to keep moving in circle. What am I saying? So take a look at this. Each country have their priorities. So you have to understand that if you are making a product or you are doing a service and you need a particular policy to help you implement that, you need to be able to key into the national priorities of that country. So when they're able to key into the priorities of the government, that would facilitate and help them understand what the solution actually is. So that's one part. Another part is that you also have to be able to move your scientific research and the policy aspect. They have to be symbiotic. So you have to, once you are moving with the scientific research, you also have to be working towards getting the right policies, getting the right enabling environment to ensure that whatever products and whatever services you are providing get to the implementation stage and also get to the adoption stage. Thank you very much.
For me, what you mentioned about communication, right? The technology is there. We have the satellite data, but then the communication and dealing and the people to actually then understanding what we can do with that data is key here. Thank you very much for those for that introduction. Our third speaker is Andrew Murdoch from the Geo Secretariat. Andrew is an international geospatial and Earth observation specialist with over 20 years of experience, providing consultancy and capacity building projects to a wide range of companies and public sector clients, including UN agencies and World Bank. He is also a chartered geographer and holds several chair positions in his field. And he recently joined the Group on Earth Observations Secretariat to coordinate the creation of an implementation plan for the GEO post-2025. So please, Andrew, can you introduce
Thanks very much, Lauren. Yes, so I recently joined GEO, the Group on Earth Observations. It's an intergovernmental organisation of 115 different member countries, which really has this mandate to promote the use of Earth observation and to ensure that we maximise the impact that can be derived and to address some of these biggest challenges that we face in our world today. So we talk about the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution and biodiversity loss. Now we all know that geospatial and Earth observation can be applied to those problems and really meet those challenges. So there's also 150 partner organisations within the community, and that ranges from non-governmental organisations, private sector, academia, and so on. And as Tandy was saying, and Dr. Tandy was saying earlier, you know, one of the key aspects is to raise awareness of the power of Earth observation to tackle some of these problems, but also to you know, to really try and encourage it into the policy framework. So, you know, obviously we'll be covering some of that more today. In terms of how it's organised, obviously there's a range of member countries who provide their support financially, but also in kind, and those financial contributions are voluntary. And then we also have the work programme which delivers activities on the ground, essentially. So it's trying to promote those activities and to develop a series of Earth observation projects that will have impact globally. And one of the key things is tying them to the policy drivers, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Accord and the Sendai Framework, things like that, where there's a generic requirement to use Earth observation to deliver data and evidence that support that. And so my job is to help the GEO community create the implementation plan for the post-2025 strategy, Earth Intelligence for All. And so that's really about getting beyond just the imagery, and as we heard from some of the examples earlier, you know, trying to turn that into actionable insights and so on. So we're trying to do that in an inclusive way as well, so working with young people and also drawing in indigenous and local knowledge. That's key to the inclusive nature, so that's why it's Earth Intelligence for All. So, as I say, my work is to implement or to help write the implementation plan. And in terms of the link between science and policy, obviously I've covered it in some detail there, but particularly also we have, if you go on our website and look at the work programme, one of the key drivers for the various flagships and initiatives and pilot projects that we have is that tie-in with the policies. So you should be able to see those drivers very clearly. So for example, the GeoGlam project is really trying to address the needs of food security and providing forecasting and data and tools that will help deliver that. And then I think the other aspect is making sure that these generic types of data, like the essential agricultural variables, are generated as well. So I think that broadly covers our remit. As I say, it's a very broad remit. We're trying to promote the use of Earth observation and tie specifically to the policy objectives, and also to increase awareness so that people are aware of what Earth observation can do, and also make sure that it's accessible not just to the experts but also to the layman in terms of you know, easily accessible outputs and statistics and so on. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for the guidance and for, you know, moving us forward after 2025. Our next speaker is Dr. Peter Minang, Principal Scientist and Director for Africa for C4 ICRAF, and I'm not gonna go into the acronym. I'll leave that to you. Peter holds a PhD in environmental policy and has a focus on ecosystem-based adaptation, climate-smart landscapes, landscape governance, payment for ecosystem services, community forestry, agroforestry, conservation, and environmental education. He sits on various boards and committees where he delivers strategic insights and guides members to research programs, and has drafted an enormous amount of publications, over 150, I believe. So very welcome, Dr. Peter, please take the floor.
Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to be able to participate. We're privileged to partner with RCMRD for quite a number of years now. Glad to be here. C4ICRAF is one of the largest science-based institutions across the humid tropics that tries to integrate trees and tree-based systems and enable those to contribute to sustainable. So basically, we try and bring trees to improve people's livelihoods, landscapes, and the environment. And I think that a lot of our work has, thanks. A lot of our work has been based over the 4 decades that we've been working, grounded on science data, but particularly spatial data. Just for your reference, in East Africa, we have an application that is geoscience-based, that you can check what is the right place for the right, the right tree for the right place across all of East Africa. Where can you plant what tree, in what place, up to, really fine georeferencing. And that is really based on a huge database around soil quality, soil data, hydrology, climate. It's really very, very good, and it's free. All of our work is free. If you check our landscapes portal, you would find a lot of landscape assessment information, a lot of landscape monitoring information, all of which is geo-based, that is available. So we have a very strong commitment to spatial data and providing that information. We have quite some experience with building, spatial databases for policy around agroforestry policy in different countries, developing, irrigation master plans and things like that. A lot of our work with RCMRD has been biodiversity, and that's a real commitment that we have in terms of working on this. In Kenya, we've been working with the government of Kenya to develop, as part of the committee, to develop the monitoring strategy for restoration, which is part of the 15 billion tree program of the government. And that's really important in terms of how we apply and use geographic information and spatial data. But I wanted to really, because I think my colleagues have all spoken about quite a number of things, and in my 30 years working in this space, I think our #1 priority in terms of enhancing use of spatial data and use of science to link with policy is to try as much as possible to use our abilities in spatial data analysis and mapping to connect environment and economic development in a sustainable way. I think if we can't convince finance ministers that forests are valuable, this is what we do on a daily basis at C4ICRAF, that trees on farms are valuable for economic development, can fight poverty, then they won't invest in it. And we will continue to have quite data scarcity because there are no investments in it, no investments in better analytics around spatial data from governments for policy purposes. I think that conversation, that dialogue between spatial analysis, spatial data, and prospective green development pathways, sustainable development pathways that are based on natural resources, if we can't demonstrate that and we don't have the investment in that space, we will continue to fight and fight and fight, and that discussion between policy and science will not really get very far. And I can speak to that in my next few points. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Peter. And I think we all agree that trees are vital for our existence, right? I mean, thank you for the great work that you do and the opening remarks. So lastly, I'd like to introduce Dr. Kenneth Mubea, Capacity Development Lead at Digital Earth Africa. Kenneth is an EO Earth observation professional with a passion to address sustainable development goals and a focus on protection of the environment as the foundation and the pillars of development. In his role, Kenneth is involved in outreach around Earth observation, SDGs, climate change, resilience, open data, as well as involved in many partnerships. Kenneth, please.
Thank you so much, Lorraine. The best part, when you speak last, you already observed the key points, and mine is just to summarize. So I'm Kenneth Mubea with Digital Africa, and this program was set up 5 years ago. And the message is we borrowed from what was being done in Australia, where we have Digital Australia, which was set up in 2016, 2017, based on open data cube technology. So what we borrow from that technology is that most of our work has been, when we start programs, we focus on hardware and data, which take like 90% of every budget. So with big data now in the fourth industrial revolution, and borrowing from the keynote speaker, where we've moved from the different Internet of Things, we've moved from now emails, now the days we have WhatsApp, now we have Telegram. So it means we have to look at the value chain, how it's really evolving. So our program has been trying to evolve with those, those changes, and we piloted in 5 countries in Africa first before we roll up to all the continents. So what we realized was the learning that we are powered by Amazon Web Services, so it's Internet of Things, you can access from anywhere. But the key organizations, as I answered the second question, was understanding what they actually do. So we started in Sierra Leone, Senegal, Ghana, Kenya, and Tanzania, and the key message from these 5 countries was that they had key champions in those ministries, in the statistics office, for example. And then when you work with the statistics offices to give them real good impact stories, make their work easier. For example, in Tanzania, we're able to participate in their Tanzania National Environmental Statistics Report, which they present in a high-level political forum. So it means you already have the buy-in of the president, the finance minister, and the statistics office, and then the statistics office is very working with also other partners, is working with other ministries. So the key message from the science and policy is the other question of, do you guys believe in climate change? Maybe as a question mark. Then I remember a phone conversation I had with someone in the village. They were telling me the recent rains we had, like in April, May, they saw this in the 1961. So it was like a phenomenon which has come back after 60 years, which some of us, of course, were not there, so we wouldn't know. Then I called the same person in the village. I asked them, how is the weather last week? They're telling me the weather has really changed. They only saw this weather in the 1960s when we were getting independence in Kenya. So it means as much as we are working on the science, we are creating very nice products, amazing technologies, very nice programs, but we have to listen to that citizen-generated data, or actually that historical information. So in the case of Tanzania, what we realized, like certain use case we had was to actually talk to the community and actually know what's happening. So this is the part which has been missing in most of the science policy, because we are designing programs, we are designing the policies, but we are not listening to the citizens. So to remain relevant is the learning we have, like in our country here. The generation of the young people is actually now grown. They are more exposed, they have internet, they have more platforms. Even if you block their platforms, they have VPN. So it means we have to evolve with the technologies, and even most of them are the participants here. They're really keen to know how they can use the programs for their work, for their research, or even for their businesses. So as our program has evolved as well, we've really focused now the young people in terms of diversity and inclusion, looking at the opportunities for innovation. So we are also partnering with a program like Africa Innovation Challenge, which has been there since since 2015, based in South Africa, but now open for the whole continent. And in those programs, what I've seen every year, we've seen that we are coming up with innovations. For example, we had an innovation from Egypt. We had innovation from Niger. So looking at how these young innovators, they're actually solving the problems in the community. So they're actually the ones who are supposed to be advising the governments. Another question mark. Who will be the senior advisor to the government? Is it the young people or us guys who are almost retiring? So we have to look at being relevant at the moment and evolving with the challenges and the technologies. So most of the services like the commercial programs like ESRI, we are a partner with them because there's a big ecosystem of persons who need to be introduced to other programs, which will help their decision making quite easy. So in our program in Digital Africa, for example, you can connect, see like over 35 years of data, what has happened in certain lakes. Do we have drying lakes? Are we having rising lakes? What is the situation? Moving from that, like in Southern Africa, we've been having drought over many years, and especially in Cape Town. So what you could do, what we saw in some of the engagements with the Department of Water is that we're actually unlocking the potential of what happened in the past to actually be more relevant in terms of updating the policies. And then also the critical mass of training capacity, because you're not able to do face-to-face, we can go do online, creating sessions also for short videos for key people to be engaged. And like in this workshop, which is now 3 or 4 days, is to make sure we are really engaged, learn something new that next year when you come, you'll actually be the one actually showcasing the success. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Yeah, I think what you're saying about localization, right? It impacts people locally, so we need to have that local knowledge, together with the historic knowledge, together with the young people, together with the technology advancements to move forward. Thank you. And actually, you and I both speak about these data sets tomorrow, I believe, as well. Yeah. So please, dear panelists, could you individually describe how in your organizations policies are put in place to support the understanding of transboundary resources? And I'd like to hear from Luciano first in relation to that. And please, for the sake of time, could you see if you can be short, because I know we're already cutting into the break.
Thank you. In GGPN, we are supporting mostly the initiative and the policies of Angolan government related to transborder water resources. We are supporting some initiatives regarding the monitoring of Okavango River Basin, that is which is vital for local livelihoods in Angola, Namibia, and Botswana. We are providing access to data and also help on some inventories of livelihood of biodiversity on the region.
Yeah. So. Thank you. Yeah, because the natural resources don't adhere to our boundaries, unfortunately. So thank you for that remark. Mustafa, can we hear from Space in Africa?
Thank you very much. So in Space in Africa, there are different initiatives, such as the GMS in Africa. I'm pretty sure most people are familiar with that initiative. And before that, there was PUMA. And before that, we also have the MESD, the African Monitoring for Environment for Sustainable Development. So what we're doing basically is, within the GMS and Africa initiative, there are different consortia that are, in charge of monitoring transboundary resources, such as, the river basins and other resources like that. So what we do is we provide visibility for many of these projects within our organization, so that people are aware of these policies and many of the takeaways, and also like the implementation plan for some of these projects.
Andrew, I know all the work you do is global, so you do not adhere to boundaries anyway, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on the policies in place.
Yeah, so we as GEO have obviously the various initiatives and flagships that are addressing these policies directly. I think one thing to note, which will come out later in the presentation on the SIP, is how we specifically ensure that when we're designing new programs, that they are closely tied to the relevant policy. So as as projects are being evaluated, we're going to make sure that they have specific ties to the relevant policies, and that also that clear need is demonstrated at the outset. So we want to make sure that there's that targeted requirement. And yeah, so I think that's it. I'm still learning the ropes in terms of the bigger picture here, Geo. But I think you know, the implementation plan is very much tied to making this happen globally.
No, thank you. Dr. Peter, of course your work is also across borders, but how does your organization work with the transboundary potential conflicts and issues?
Yeah, so I've got 3 examples in mind. One is we do a lot of work in the conservation areas between Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. In that area, a lot of work around biodiversity there, and the policies there creating some conservation areas. The second part where I think it's very important in the way we apply geoinformation is looking at trade between, especially wood flows between the Congo Basin and Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, mostly illegal, I must say, and that's an important dimension to the work that we do. But one of the most recent ones that I really like is the kind of analysis that we're doing now and discussing with the government of Kenya, where we're asking the question, in Kenya, so I don't know if many people here know gum arabica, which is a very high value, you know, tree commodity, where, you know, almost 65% of the total area in Kenya is very suitable for gum arabica. And it's almost the same area, size-wise, that is suitable in Sudan. But Sudan makes $110 million from gum arabica. And can you guess how much Kenya makes? $280,000 US. But there is probably $1 million from Kenya flowing illegally into Sudan because the market is much better. But we want to answer critical questions like this. Why that difference in the management of natural resources and the benefits from natural resources across borders like this with similar conditions, yet the benefits are from one country is almost, I don't know how many times bigger, $100 million to 280,000. That's a huge gap. And those are the sorts of questions that I think we should be trying to link our spatial data to economics and benefits, and that then gets policymakers thinking and wired towards that. Thank you.
That's really fascinating, and I'm glad we're here at this week, because those are the kind of questions that we can help answer utilizing spatial tools, GIS, looking at multivariable analysis, modeling, and looking at the data, and also then starting to forecast into the future based on climate change. Thank you. Kenneth, what is your view on this?
My view is always diplomatic, because when you talk about resources, we get into issues. I can see the peers from Zambia is here. Maybe we have a representative from Zimbabwe where we have shared resources. So, for example, you could ask, how is the Victoria Falls? Which side is the best view, or which is this view? So on our platform, it's very open to everyone, empowering the governments, empowering the citizens, especially even the academia. So you can actually look at some of the basins have changed over time. So recent engagements with the International Management Water Institute, we are looking at how we can support the Limpopo Basin, which is covered by like 3 countries. We're also looking at Awash Basin in Ethiopia. We're also looking at other resources, and also working with all the other champions. For example, our partner in Niger. We are looking at how we can look at Lake Chad, which really has suffered a lot over the years. But what we discovered from our platform, we unlock over 35 years of data, which is from free data, from the water observation from space. We've actually seen the situation is that drought has been there in Lake Chad, but over time there's been some restoration. So there's some benefits, as much as we can always see all things are not working. Then also empowering different countries to work together. As we see sustainable development goals, it's about all these goals, but the best goal is goal number 17, partnership, collaboration, and also looking at learning from other African Union programs like GMS in Africa. We are trying to see those synergies where we can support their programs, because they really structured over 20 years of experience. They have had a program in different phases, and as we are coming in to support them, they are master's students, PhD students, and different partners. For example, we had recent engagements in Congo, supporting them in their basin, just some engagements. And the opportunity here is to be more diverse, because in the continent we have the language challenge, English, French, Portuguese, my colleague Angola and Mozambique, and also other languages like in North Africa. We have to be very diverse in terms of Arabic. So we are seeing more opportunities of translating our work into things countries can actually take up in their local language, with also the examples, because these are the champions. And as I asked in the other question, climate change is real with us. It's just opportunities of unlocking it and helping our governments to become more prepared, so that we can save lives, and together we can move faster. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. Collaboration, right? Key word. Yeah. So we're just going to round up this session. I just wanted to hear some final thoughts from each of our panelists. And I'd like to start with Mustafa. Thoughts around the conference or the theme of this conference, Our Home Earth.
All right. So there are some key takeaways that I like everyone to take note of. One of it is like there are illimitable opportunities that are present, for entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs. If you know your audience, there are always markets for you to push your products and services to the right stakeholders that would adopt them. And one other thing that I'd like you to also understand is, I don't want to sound biased, but we have Estri here and a couple of other guys that are making access to data more what's the word now? They're making the access to data, a thing of joy for entrepreneurs. So you can get access to data more rapidly to do whatever kind of solution or product that you're trying to work on. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel. The data is there already. All you need to do is get in touch with these partners, partner with them, get in touch with the data, and provide the services and solutions that are needed for your immediate environment. And one other thing is there are also opportunities within the local environment. We have a host of companies now that are keen into the rapid mobile penetration in Africa, where they are getting their services now they are getting their services directly to the smallholder farmers. What do I mean? So they have their services, and these farmers can get access to this data directly from their mobile phones. And this is also something that we've seen that is moving rapidly in different African countries. This is also something that would improve, the way you communicate your services and your solutions to the people that actually need them. So communication is key. Whatever it is that you're trying to achieve, whatever solution you're trying to create, you have to move a step back and find the best way to communicate that to the people that actually need them, and to the policymakers that would actually adopt whatever services you're trying to make. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mustafa. Luciano, what are your final thoughts?
My final thoughts about the theme of the conference on the panel is Earth is not merely a physical space, but a complex interconnected system where actions in one region can significantly impact elsewhere. We listened in the keynote speaker about the experience of how one action, one program implemented in Malawi is affecting Tanzania and other countries on the progress. I think in Africa countries and otherwhere we have similar problems, or we had some countries already surpassed or resolved this problem, and they develop solutions, they have access to knowledge and to data that can be used and shared by others to help them to achieve and improve the management of Earth. So I think my final thoughts is the need to forest international collaboration and integrate space data in our decision-making process so we can better manage our home and secure a prosperous future for all habitants in Earth.
Thank you, Luciano. Andrew.
Yes, thanks very much. I'd just like to echo what the other speakers said, really. You know, this is our planet. You know, we have these issues that are global. We need to work together to resolve those. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic really proved that and just showed how unprepared we were in terms of our data and coordination. You know, we were relying initially on a university in America to give us the data and to update the picture, and while we tried to get that global perspective. I think I'd also echo Dr. Tandy's call to action, and you know, I'm going to be presenting later on the implementation plan for the post-2025 strategy, and you know, we need to work together to understand how we can make these changes happen, and you know, there'll be a real opportunity for you to contribute and to get involved in the future direction of what we do. And so yeah, I'd encourage you all to participate in that session, and also the questionnaire that will come out of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Peter.
Thanks. I think, just to follow up, I think it would be important to get those conversations going on between spatial data policies and ministries of finance to get the money in, and private sector to get the money in, because I think if we are not investing in data in the places, in our countries, on the continent, we wouldn't be able to do the analysis that are required. We might get data from the outside many times, as you mentioned, but I think we still need resolutions in data, economic and social, to integrate to the environmental issues that are largely locally grounded. And I think that investment can only come with significant investments and finance and capacity building for us to move forward. So I think we need those conversations with government, with private sector, in country, with all the partners to generate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The investment, right, and the data, but also the data infrastructure, right, the data exchange, because we often see those budgets for, you know, transportation networks, transportation infrastructure, but equally important in our eyes is the data infrastructure, and that's something that really needs addressing. Yes, thank you. Ken.
Just borrowing from the other speakers, it's more of enabling the ecosystem, making sure that we are working close together. Us, we are like an NGO, so we are working closely with the private sector like Esri, AWS, to be more empowered, to reach more people. Then also reaching out to the academia to work with them to empower the young people, looking at internship opportunities, because then we have amazing technologies, but we need people to take them up. And if I was a politician, I would say, if you vote for me, I'll have more people in my young government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This completes our morning session and our panel discussion. Can I have a very warm applause for our 6 experts? 5. Thank you. So I wonder if there is time for a couple of questions from the audience. Is there? Are we okay with that? I'm just looking at our RCMRD organizing committee. Yes? Okay. So can we have, just in the sake of time, because we're all due a coffee break, but also to keep the program reasonably on track, can we have, I'd like to have one question for each panelist. Can we start with a question for Ken? First come, first serve. We all know Ken, right? We speak with Ken daily. So Ken is so well popular that everybody has already asked him all the questions. So let's move on to Peter. Is there a question in the audience for Peter? First come, first serve. We're all due tea break, right? I think that's the main here. Question for Andrew in relation to GEO, program, strategy and next plan after 2025. Luciano? Any questions for Luciano from the audience? And lastly, Mustafa. No, I think we're all due a coffee break. So this is the opportunity to actually go and personally meet with our panelists and ask your questions. So thank you very much for joining us this morning. And we'll see you after the break, which is at what shall we say? Is it at 11 o'clock or is it 11:45? We have our host here who is going to take us through the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorraine, our panelist. I think one of the take-homes I have as an individual is looking at, as scientists, we are looking at, taking time, having evidence. The policymakers are looking at the impact on what is to happen within the communities, but bridging the gap and looking at the knowledge products we generate, we can get it there. Such an informative session. So our tea will be served to the left of the exhibition booth. We are looking at 10:45. Let's keep time. Our guest of honor is here. The rest of the dignitaries, enjoy your coffee. Thank you.
Jina langu ni Samson Mbaka, na mimi ni mkulima wa baharini. Mara mingi hapa kwetu sisi kama tuko na shida ya ukulima, shauri unaweza kuwa na shida nyingine, inakuwa ni shida ile huwezi weza peke yako. Inabidi niite agriculture officer, mwingine ananielezea kama ni dawa, huwa ananitumia, ananiambia nunua hii dawa, nunua hii dawa. Ndio dawa najaribu kuweka. Kuna zingine, hata kuna wakati mwingine nimemuita mhandisi yangu ikiwa na shida. Akaja akaniambia nitaenda kuangalia dawa ili atakuja kufanya hii ili zikuwe sawa. Kwa hivyo hiyo tatizo tunapata kwa watu wa kikaja hapa kwetu.
Kazi yangu hasa kama ward agricultural officer ninajukumika na upanzi na ustawi wa mimea na wakulima, najukumika pia na kuwasaidia kuzuia magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu. Kulingana na training ambayo tunakuwa nayo Matunda, jinsi ya kutumia application, the digital application ya kuchukua data, ninaona inafaa zaidi, kwa sababu mara nyingi unakuta wakulima wametatizika sana kwa kutambua magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu ambao wanaingilia mimea yao, na sisi inachukua muda mrefu kuwafikia pia na kujua. Hii application ambayo inatambua na inapata wale wadudu na kutambua magonjwa itafaa sana. Itakuwa ni rahisi kujua kuna hatari ya wadudu, kuna hatari ya mashambulizi ya mimea, na itatuwezesha kufanya maamuzi ya haraka kuhusu kuzuia na kusaidia wakulima kuendelea kukaa na mimea yao kwa kuwapatia interventions ambazo watatumia kuzuia hawa wadudu na magonjwa. Nimetembea pia na kijana ambaye ako on attachment. Ninamfunza pia kutumia hii application. Ninaamini itaweza kumsaidia kwa kufanya surveillance ya diseases and pest infestations.
You click just this thing here to join the two lines.
Nice. Yeah.
This is very much in line with our agenda. But for the last 5 years or so, we have tried to be as digital as we can. Going digital is going to make our work much deliver to Kenya and for the other 19 countries.
Monitored surveillance data is a very useful activity that we are now focused on detecting and identifying pests early so that we can take control measures in advance. But since we are now required to keep on checking, keep on taking data on pests and diseases, we will now be able to complement the farmers and detect any occurrence or any outbreak of the diseases or even weeds which are invasive. And by doing this, they will be able to give correct information about the type of pests, their names, the type of symptoms that we observe to determine the type of pest and damage. And this will enable us to give the right recommendations so that as crops officers, because from time to time we are required to advise the county government.
In this new system, our staff are able to, using a mobile app, to collect data on plant pests and diseases and weeds, and then transmit the data in real time to the server in Nairobi. Our staff have been able to get mobile phones. We also received computers, and we've received a TV screen and a monitor for this purpose. This is the first project that is digitizing the way we collect data. This project has been able to work in 52 out of the 60 wards within the county, and it has enabled our staff to reach a total of 15,860 farmers within a period of 1 month. And we believe that this project has enabled our staff to reach out to more farmers and be able, other than collecting data and information on crop pests and diseases, they're also able to do other extension work. So we're very grateful for this project is assisting us to do.
Jina langu ni Samson Mbaka, na mimi ni mkulima hapa baharini. Mara mingi hapa kwetu sisi kama tuko na shida ya ukulima, shauri unaweza kuwa na shida nyingine, inakuwa ni shida ile huwezi weza peke yako, inapiti niite agriculture officer Madam ananielezea kama ni dawa, huwa ananitumia, ananiambia nunua hii dawa, nunua hii dawa, anajaribu kuweka. Kuna zingine hata kuna wakati mwingine nimemuita mhandisi wangu ikiwa na shida, akaja akaniambia nitaenda kuangalia dawa ile itakuja kufanya hii ili zikuwe sawa. Kwa hivyo hizo services zinapata kwa watu wa kikaja hapa kwetu.
Kazi yangu hasa kama ward agricultural officer, ninajukumika na upanzi na ustawi wa mimea na kilimo, najukumika pia na kuwasaidia kuzuia magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu. Kulingana na training ambayo tunakuwa nayo Matunda, jinsi ya kutumia application, the digital application ya kuchukua data, ninaona inafaa zaidi, kwa sababu mara nyingi unakuta wakulima wametatizika sana kwa kutambua magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu ambao wanaingilia mimea yao, na sisi inachukua muda mrefu kuwafikia pia na kujua. Hii application ambayo inatambua na inapata wale wadudu na kutambua magonjwa itafaa sana. Itakuwa ni rahisi kujua kuna hatari ya wadudu, kuna hatari ya mashambulizi ya mimea, na itatuwezesha kufanya maamuzi haraka kuhusu kuzuia na kusaidia wakulima kuendelea kukaa na mimea yao kwa kuwapatia interventions ambazo watatumia kuzuia hawa wadudu na magonjwa. Nimetembea pia na kijana ambaye ako on attachment. Ninamfunza pia kutumia hii application. Ninaamini itaweza kumsaidia kwa kufanya surveillance ya diseases and pest infestations.
You click just this thing here to join the two lines.
Nice. Yeah. This is very much in line with our agenda. But for the last 5 years or so, we have tried to be as digital as we can. Going digital is going to make our work much deliver for Kenya and for the other 19 countries.
Monitored surveillance data is a very useful activity that we are now focused on detecting and identifying pests early so that we can take control measures in advance. But since we are now required to keep on checking, keep on taking data on pests and diseases, we will now be able to complement the farmers and detect any occurrence or any outbreak of the diseases or even weeds which are invasive. And by doing this, they will be able to give correct information about the type of pests, their names, the type of symptoms that we observe to determine the type of pest and damage. And this will enable us to give the right recommendations so that as crops officers, because from time to time we are required to advise the county government.
In this new system, our staff are able to, using a mobile app, to collect data on plant pests and diseases and weeds, and then transmit the data in real time to the server in Nairobi. Our staff have been able to get mobile phones. We also received computers, and we've received a TV screen and a monitor for this purpose. This is the first project that is digitizing the way we collect data. This project has been able to work in 52 out of the 60 wards within the county, and it has enabled our staff to reach a total of 15,860 farmers within a period of 1 month. And we believe that this project has enabled our staff to reach out to more farmers and be able, other than collecting data and information on crop pests and diseases, they're also able to do other extension work. So we're very grateful for what this project is assisting us to do.
Jina langu ni Samson Mbaka, na mimi ni mkulima hapa baharini. Mara mingi hapa kwetu sisi kama tuko na shida ya ukulima, shauri unaweza kuwa na shida nyingine, inakuwa ni shida ile huwezi weza peke yako. Sisi kama tuko na shida ya ukulima, shauri unaweza kuwa na shida nyingine, inakuwa ni shida ile huwezi weza peke yako. Inabidi niite agriculture officer, hata mwingine ananielezea kama ni dawa, huwa ananitumia, ananiambia nunua hii dawa, huwa hii dawa anajaribu kuweka. Kuna zingine, hata kuna wakati mwingine nimemuita mhandisi wangu ikiwa na shida, akaja akaniambia naenda kuangalia dawa ili atakuja kufanya hii ili zikuwe sawa. Kwa hivyo hizo tatizo zinapata kwa watu wa agriculture hapa kwetu.
Kazi yangu hasa kama ward agricultural officer, ninajukumika na upanzi na ustawi wa mimea na najukumika pia na kuwasaidia kuzuia magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu. Kulingana na training ambayo tunakuwa nayo Matunda, jinsi ya kutumia application, the digital application ya kuchukua data, ninaona inafaa zaidi, kwa sababu mara nyingi unakuta wakulima wametatizika sana kwa kutambua magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu ambao wanaingilia mimea yao, na sisi inachukua muda mrefu kuwafikia pia na kujua. Hii application ambayo inatambua na inapata wale wadudu na kutambua magonjwa itafaa sana. Itakuwa ni rahisi kujua kuna hatari ya wadudu, kuna hatari ya mashambulizi ya mimea, na itatuwezesha kufanya maamuzi ya haraka kuhusu kuzuia na kusaidia wakulima kuendelea kukaa na mimea yao kwa kuwapatia interventions ambazo watatumia kuzuia hawa wadudu na magonjwa. Nimetembea pia na kijana ambaye ako on attachment. Ninamfunza pia kutumia hii application. Ninaamini itaweza kumsaidia kwa kufanya surveillance ya diseases and pest infestations.
You click just this thing here to join the two nini
Nice.
lines.
Yeah. This is very much in line with our agenda. But for the last 5 years or so, we have tried to be as digital as we can. Going digital is going to make our work much deliver to Kenya and for the other 19 countries.
Monitored surveillance data is a very useful activity that we are now focused on detecting and identifying pests early so that we can take control measures in advance. But since we are now required to keep on checking, keep on taking data on pests and diseases, we will now be able to complement the farmers and detect any occurrence or any outbreak of the diseases or even weeds which are invasive. And by doing this, they will be able to give correct information about the type of pests, their names, the type of symptoms that we observe to determine the type of pest and damage. And this will enable us to give the right recommendations so that as crops officers, because from time to time we are required to advise the county government.
In this new system, our staff are able to, using a mobile app, to collect data on plant pests and diseases and weeds, and then transmit the data in real time to the server in Nairobi. Our staff have been able to get mobile phones. They've also received, we also received computers, and we've received a TV screen and a monitor for this purpose. This is the first project that is digitizing the way we collect data. This project has been able to work in 52 out of the 60 wards within the county, and it has enabled our staff to reach a total of 15,860 farmers within a period of 1 month. And we believe that this project has enabled our staff to reach out to more farmers and be able, other than collecting data and information on crop pests and diseases, they're also able to do other extension work. So we're very grateful for this project is assisting us to do.
Jina langu ni Samson Mbaka, mimi ni mkulima wa baharini. Mara mingi hapa kwetu sisi kama tuko na shida ya ukulima, shauri unaweza kuwa na shida nyingine, inakuwa ni shida ile huwezi weza peke yako, inapiti niite agriculture officer Madam ananielezea kama ni dawa, huwa ananitumia, ananiambia nunua dawa, nunua dawa, anajaribu kuweka. Kuna zingine hata kuna wakati mwingine nimemuita mhandisi wangu ikiwa na shida, akaja akaniambia nitaenda kuangalia dawa ili atakuja kufanya hii ili zikuwe sawa. Kwa hivyo hiyo tatizo tunapata kwa watu wa kikaja hapa kwetu.
Kazi yangu hasa kama ward agricultural officer, ninajukumika na upanzi na ustawi wa mimea na kilimo, najukumika pia kuwasaidia kuzuia magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu. Kulingana na training ambayo tumekuwa nayo Matunda, jinsi ya kutumia application, the digital application ya kuchukua data, ninaona inafaa zaidi, kwa sababu mara nyingi unakuta wakulima wametatikika sana kwa kutambua magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu ambao wanaingilia mimea yao, na sisi inachukua muda mrefu kuwafikia pia na kujua. Hii application ambayo inatambua na inapata wale wadudu na kutambua magonjwa itafaa sana. Itakuwa ni rahisi kujua kuna hatari ya wadudu, kuna hatari ya mashambulizi ya mimea, na itatuwezesha kufanya maamuzi ya haraka kuhusu kuzuia na kusaidia wakulima kuendelea kukaa na mimea yao kwa kuwapatia interventions ambazo watatumia kuzuia hawa wadudu na magonjwa. Nimetembea pia na kijana ambaye ako on attachment, ninamfunza pia kutumia hii application. Ninaamini itaweza kumsaidia kwa kufanya surveillance ya diseases and pest infestations.
You click just this thing here to join the tool in
Nice.
This is very much in line with our agenda. But for the last 5 years or so, we have tried to be as digital as we can. Going digital is going to make our work much easier. Deliver to Kenya and the other 19 countries.
Monitored surveillance data is a very useful activity that we are now focused on detecting and identifying pests early so that we can take control measures in advance. But since we are now required to keep on checking, keep on taking data on pests and diseases, we will now be able to complement the farmers and detect any occurrence or any outbreak of the diseases or even weeds which are invasive. And by doing this, they will be able to give correct information about the type of pests, their names, the type of symptoms that we observe to determine the type of pest and damage. And this will enable us to give the right recommendations so that as crops officers, because from time to time we are required to advise the county government.
In this new system, our staff are able to, using a mobile app, to collect data on plant pests and diseases and weeds, and then transmit the data in real time to the server in Nairobi. Our staff have been able to get mobile phones. We also received computers, and we've received a TV screen and a monitor for this purpose. This is the first project that is digitizing the way we collect data. This project has been able to work in 52 out of the 60 wards within the county, and it has enabled our staff to reach a total of 15,860 farmers within a period of 1 month. And we believe that this project has enabled our staff to reach out to more farmers and be able, other than collecting data and information on crop pests and diseases, they're also able to do other extension work. So we're very grateful for this project is assisting us to do.
Jina langu ni Samson Mbaka, na mimi ni mkulima hapa baharini. Mara mingi hapa kwetu sisi kama tuko na shida ya ukulima, shauri unaweza kuwa na shida nyingine, inakuwa ni shida ile huwezi weza peke yako, inabidi niite agriculture officer Madam Binet ananielezea kama ni dawa huwa ananitumia, ananiambia nunua hii tawa, nunua hii tawa. Ndio akawa anajaribu kuweka. Kuna zingine, hata kuna wakati mwingine nimemuita mhandisi yangu ikiwa na shida. Akaja akaniambia nitaenda kuangalia tawa ili atakuja kufanya hii ili zikuwe sawa. Kwa hivyo hizo tatizo zinapata kwa watu wa Kikaja hapa kwetu.
Kazi yangu hasa kama Ward Agricultural Officer ninajukumika na upanzi na ustawi wa mimea na kilimo, najukumika pia na kuwasaidia kuzuia magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu. Kulingana na training ambayo tumekuwa nayo Matunda, jinsi ya kutumia application, the digital application ya kuchukua data, ninaona inafaa zaidi, kwa sababu mara nyingi unakuta wakulima wametatizika sana kwa kutambua magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu ambao wanaingilia mimea yao, na sisi inachukua muda mrefu kuwafikia pia na kujua. Hii application ambayo inatambua na inapata wale wadudu na kutambua magonjwa itafaa sana. Itakuwa ni rahisi kujua kuna hatari ya wadudu, kuna hatari ya mashambulizi ya mimea, na itatuwezesha kufanya maamuzi ya haraka kuhusu kuzuia na kusaidia wakulima kuendelea kukaa na mimea yao kwa kuwapatia interventions ambazo watatumia kuzuia hawa wadudu na magonjwa. Nimetembea pia na kijana ambaye ako on attachment, ninamfunza pia kutumia hii application. Ninaamini itaweza kumsaidia kwa kufanya surveillance ya diseases and pest infestations.
You click just this thing here to join the two lines.
This is very much in line with our agenda. But for the last 5 years or so, we have tried to be as digital as we can. Going digital is going to make our work much easier. Deliver for Kenya and for the other 19 countries.
Monitored surveillance data is a very useful activity that we are now focused on detecting and identifying pests early so that we can take control measures in advance. But since we are now required to keep on checking, keep on taking data on pests and diseases, we will now be able to complement the farmers and detect any occurrence or any outbreak of the diseases or even weeds which are invasive. And by doing this, they will be able to give correct information about the type of pests, their names, the type of symptoms that we observe to determine the type of pest and damage. And this will enable us to give the right recommendations, so that as crops officers, because from time to time we are required to advise the county government.
In this new system, our staff are able to, using a mobile app, to collect data on plant pests and diseases and weeds, and then transmit the data in real time to the server in Nairobi. Our staff have been able to get mobile phones. They've also received, we also received computers, and we've received a TV screen and a monitor for this purpose. This is the first project that is digitizing the way we collect data. This project has been able to work in 52 out of the 60 wards within the county, and it has enabled our staff to reach a total of 15,860 farmers within a period of 1 month. And we believe that this project has enabled our staff to reach out to more farmers and be able, other than collecting data and information on crop pests and diseases, they're also able to do other extension work. So we're very grateful for this project is assisting us to do.
Jina langu ni Samson Mbaka, mimi ni mkulima wa baharini. Mara mingi hapa kwetu sisi kama tuko na shida ya ukulima, shauri unaweza kuwa na shida nyingine, inakuwa ni shida ile huwezi weza peke yako, inapiti niite agriculture officer ananielezea kama ni dawa, huwa ananitumia, ananiambia nunua dawa, nunua dawa, anajaribu kuweka. Kuna zingine hata kuna wakati mwingine nimemuita mhandisi wangu ikiwa na shida akaja akaniambia nitaenda kuangalia dawa ili atakuja kufanya hii ili zikuwe sawa. Kwa hivyo hizo services zinapata kwa watu wa kikaja hapa kwetu.
Kazi yangu hasa kama ward agricultural officer ninajukumika na upanzi na ustawi wa mimea na wakulima, najukumika pia na kuwasaidia kuzuia magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu. Kulingana na training ambayo tumekuwa nayo Matunda, jinsi ya kutumia application, the digital application ya kuchukua data, ninaona inafaa zaidi, kwa sababu mara nyingi unakuta wakulima wametatizika sana kwa kutambua magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu ambao wanaingilia mimea yao, na sisi inachukua muda mrefu kuwafikia pia na kujua. Hii application ambayo inatambua na inapata wale wadudu na kutambua magonjwa itafaa sana. Itakuwa ni rahisi kujua kuna hatari ya wadudu, kuna hatari ya mashambulizi ya mimea, na itatuwezesha kufanya maamuzi ya haraka kuhusu kuzuia na kusaidia wakulima kuendelea kukaa na mimea yao kwa kuwapatia interventions ambazo watatumia kuzuia hawa wadudu na magonjwa. Nimetembea pia na kijana ambaye ako on attachment, ninamfunza pia kutumia hii application. Ninaamini itaweza kumsaidia kwa kufanya surveillance ya diseases and pest infestations.
You click just this thing here to join the two lines.
This is very much in line with our agenda. But for the last 5 years or so, we have tried to be as digital as we can. Going digital is going to make our work much deliver Kenya and the other 19 countries.
Monitored surveillance data is a very useful activity that we are now focused on detecting and identifying pests early so that we can take control measures in advance. But since we are now required to keep on checking, keep on taking data on pests and diseases, we will now be able to complement the farmers and detect any occurrence or any outbreak of the diseases or even weeds which are invasive. And by doing this, they will be able to give correct information about the type of pests, their names, the type of symptoms that we observe to determine the type of pest and damage. And this will enable us to give the right recommendations so that as crops officers, because from time to time we are required to advise the county government.
In this new system, our staff are able to, using a mobile app, to collect data on plant pests and diseases and weeds, and then transmit the data in real time to the server in Nairobi. Our staff have been able to get mobile phones. They've also received, we also received computers, and we've received a TV screen and a monitor for this purpose. This is the first project that is digitizing the way we collect data. This project has been able to work in 52 out of the 60 wards within the county, and it has enabled our staff to reach a total of 15,860 farmers within a period of 1 month. And we believe that this project has enabled our staff to reach out to more farmers and be able, other than collecting data and information on crop pests and diseases, they're also able to do other extension work. So we're very grateful what this project is assisting us to do.
Jina langu ni Samson Mbaka, na mimi ni mkulima wa baharini. Mara mingi hapa kwetu sisi kama tuko na shida ya ukulima, shauri unaweza kuwa na shida nyingine, inakuwa ni shida ile huwezi weza peke yako, inabidi niite agriculture officer hata mwingine ananielezea kama ni dawa, huwa ananitumia, ananiambia nunua hii dawa, nunua hii dawa, anajaribu kuweka. Kuna zingine hata kuna wakati mwingine nimemuita mhandisi yangu ikiwa na shida, akaja akaniambia nitaenda kuangalia dawa ile itakuja kufanya hii ili sikuwe sawa. Kwa hivyo hizo tatizo zinapata kwa watu wa kikaja hapa kwetu.
Kazi yangu hasa kama ward agricultural officer, ninajukumika na kuanza na ustawi wa mimea na watu, najukumika pia na kuwasaidia
Hello, kama unasikia sauti, kindly let's get into the tent. If you're done with your tea, we are asking us to get into the tent.
Tili Paulendo, so you should make it special. Chalo chilina meno, ifeti kanzelu, pene meso. Your faith will be essential, so you better prepare to be a millionaire. De ikalila pelo, peso shusha vaposheko.
Fiompo Monkoli, how I succeed. Nalimondili show mo fiori, how I touch.
Make it better. Make it better. Silenzo tipenda, now we are leaders. Now we are leaders. Make it better.
Colleagues who are still outside, kindly we are requested to be seated. Those of us who are still at the booths, kindly let's be seated. Hello, if you can hear me, please find your way into the tent. You can still see some of us at the booth area.
Hello. Hello. Kindly, those who are outside, you are requested to get in. We're about to begin. Kindly, those who are outside, you are requested to get in. We're about to begin. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Distinguished speakers of the 8th RCMRD International Conference 2024, opening ceremony, guests and colleagues, all protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing today? How are we doing? My name is Kenneth Kasera. I serve as the Youth Engagement Manager and also the point of contact for the AFRIGIO Secretariat here at the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. It is my great honor to serve you as the Master of Ceremony today for the opening ceremony of the 8th RCMRD International Conference. It's been a year, 4 days since RIC 2023, and therefore we gather here today at the RCMRD premises in Nairobi, Kenya, to once again ignite the quest to bridge the gap between science and policy, under the theme Earth, our only home. The theme speaks to the need for a better understanding of our home, our planet Earth, and our interactions with our home at various levels, and will be unpacked in the various sessions that we'll be having throughout the week. And to start us up, we'll invite the CTI team to lead us through the national anthem and also the East African Community Anthem. Kindly. So we'll be requested to be on our feet. We'll ask us all to rise as we sing the two amazing songs that reminds us of who we are, not only as Africans, but at that global level. Thank you. And we do remember in high school, we were taught how to react when these songs are being played, right? Yeah, so know that we all be at attention to be part and parcel of those two amazing songs. Thank you. You may be seated. We'll start with having entertainment, so we request our students from the Regional Center Training Institute to please take the stage as well. So the team that will be presenting before us will be presenting 2 items, Burana dance and also Isikuti dance. So just a brief about the 2 dances. The Burana dance is from the Burana community in the lower part of the northern eastern Kenya. We are told that young men perform it during courtship and marriages. So it's a vigorous dance which symbolizes the masculinity of young men, the agility and the beauty of young women as well. It is an aesthetic dance. The Isikuti dance that we'll be performing as well is a dance from the western part of Kenya, from the Luya community, which is performed among the Isuka and Adaka sublines in Kakamega County. Isikuti means papa, Isikuti mama, and Isikuti mwana. Those are the items that we will present today. So allow me to welcome the Regional Center Training Institute, the drama club, to kindly take the stage. So the first dance will be the Burana dance, followed by the Isikuti dance. We are told that the dances are vigorous, so we believe the young people presenting the dances today are exactly that, and they're ready to take that task. Thank you.
Kumba.
mzima. Kana wengi wanasimama sisi.
Hey!
It's not easy to dance and sing at the same time. So thank you for that. So, to officially welcome us to the 8th RCMRD International Conference, it is my great honor to welcome the General, the Regional Secretary of Development, and the Executive Host of the RCMRD International Conference.
Thank you, Kasera. Another round of applause for our students. Those are not drama students. They are surveying, photogrammetry, GIS, and remote sensing students. So our guest of honor, Honorable Rachel Amai, our Chair of the Conference of Ministers, Honorable Judith Nabakova, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Republic of Uganda, our Chair of the Governing Council and PS, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Republic of Uganda, our Member of Governing Council and PS, Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Republic of Zambia, ambassadors from our member states, starting with Sudan, Malawi, Zambia, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you here today. Mine with my bosses here will be short. May I to welcome you to this campus, our Geo campus. Our guest of honor, this week is a Geo Bonanza, in the sense that there are very many activities in our field that are happening here today. Yesterday, we launched or opened the AfriGeo Symposium. So AfriGeo is the fraternity for all geo actors, civil society, government, academia across the entire African continent. Our guest of honor, RCMRD is privileged to be the secretariat of that important platform that covers the whole continent of Africa. So yesterday we were holding their 8th symposium, and they will be also continuing throughout this week. Besides that, we have our AFREF training. For the surveyors, you know something about the Africa reference geodetic frame. So we have our training for all our member states. So the technical people are here from Monday, being trained on how we can set up a common reference frame for Africa. This is an ambition of our continent, because all of you as mapping people, you know you need the best. We are trying to determine position on the earth. But you need the same reference, the same starting point, the same parameters, or at least comparable parameters. So the continent has an ambitious program of having a common reference frame to guide our mapping. And the center has taken this initiative to build the capacity of our member states in this endeavor. And we are now partnering with another sister organization, SATNAV, who I represent before I conclude my remarks. So besides the two I've just mentioned, on Monday we also had training. We are training our different people from our member states on integrating machine learning, deep learning, AI with GIS. That will also continue throughout the week. We also had a pre-RIC training. So when I say this is the GeoBonanza week, I mean it literally. So today we commence the main event, which is the 8th RCMRD International Conference. Many of you remember the birth of this conference, which we began in 2017, our maiden conference, and has grown over the years to really represent a go-to event for our geo people across the continent and partners across the world. So you realize, as I will introduce our partners, the partnership has grown. And as we were discussing yesterday in the AfriGeo Symposium, really to put it simply, the task we have in these events here this week is to see how we bring to bear the tools, the technologies, the know-how, and the capabilities we have in our field that have grown leaps and bounds over the past few years to address the challenges we have in the different sectors. So we have challenges of disasters, food shortages, environmental degradation, and yet we also have tools that can help address those. So it is the purpose of this meeting for us to bring those together. How do we apply effectively those tools and make sure the benefits reach our people? So RCMRD, by its nature, at its formation 50 years ago, was mainly meant to address that. But there is also an important philosophy change that happened in the mandate of the institution. 20 years ago, the name of this institution changed. Those of you who know it, in 1975, it was called the Regional Center for Services in Surveying, Mapping, and Remote Sensing. It changed around 2000 to the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. So in the name lies a very important shift. And the shift was not focusing necessarily on technology, but more on what the technology can do. So we are not about how well you can measure a distance or an angle, but it's more what comes from there and how we apply it in the different sectors. So it's the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. And that's why when we meet here, if you see the themes that we have agriculture and food security, we don't have engineering surveying, geodetic surveying, and other things. We have biodiversity, we have agriculture, we have land management, because we are looking at application. We are not in offices to be pleased with what we measure, but rather the impact this has on the common people. So that is really very important. And I guess of honor, maybe as I conclude, I wish also to mention, because of that change in orientation, the center has successfully brought on board many partners who are almost permanent with us. Earlier this year, some of you were here when we were launching the Regional Center of Excellence for Biodiversity, Forestry, and Seascape, which we are implementing together with our partners from C4. So this is going to cover 24 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa, together with the European Union. So we are looking at those important ecosystems and making sure our technology and know-how addresses them. And maybe a few months ago, a couple months ago, RCMRD was also identified or selected as a technical center for the Convention on Biological Diversity. So we'll be supporting, it is a technical and scientific center for the CBD. So through UN, they were able to identify centers across the world. So our center was selected to be the technical and scientific center for a number of countries in Eastern and Southern Africa. So for those reporting on that convention, we will be assisting in that regard. So there are many things. Of course, I mentioned us being the Secretariat of AfriGeo, which supports the entire continent. So we intend to bring many things, and this is a real geo campus, the home of everybody acting in this area, and we're also getting closer connection with the different space agencies that are coming up in our member states. So as I conclude, a guest of honor, you'll allow me to just mention some of the partners we have here for recognition. First of all, I think for the people on the high table, I will just, even though they'll have their slot for making the address, I'll request the recognition of our Chair of Conference of Ministers, the Honorable Judith Nabakova. So she's representing the other 19 ministers that sit on our highest organ as RCMRD. Next is our Chair of the Governing Council, who represents the other principal secretaries or permanent secretaries who form our Governing Council. Obviously, we have our PS member of Governing Council, Daphne Chabu, PS Zambia. So we have the representative from the Sudan Embassy, Brigadier Mahdi, a good friend of the center. Please stand up for recognition. Then we have the representative of the Malawi High Commission. Please stand up for recognition. Then I will also request, we will also recognize some of the other officials we have here today. We have Dr. Tandikire Vundura, who gave us a very good keynote address this morning. She heads the Malawi Space Agency Task Force, but she's also the Vice President of the Africa Space Council. We have Dr. General Watch, who is the Executive Director of the Southern Africa Science Service Center for Climate Change and Adaptive Land Management, SASCAL. We have Dr. Matthew Adepoju, Director General, National Space Research and Government Agency, Geo Principal of Nigeria. We have Dr. Moneni Mofe, Africa Caucus Chair and Geo Co-Chair, South Africa. We have Dr. Abaka Nambimba, General Manager, Agios. I don't know whether he's around. Yes. We have Dr. Florence Farah, the Central African Forest Commission, COMIFAC. We have Dr. Landine Mane, Observatoire Satellite du Forêt, OSFAC. What's here? We have Dr. Doreen Agawa, Science and Technology and Innovation, Uganda. We have Ms. Salome Owanda, Africa Center for Sustainable and Inclusive Development. We have Dr. Semu Diouf, Director General SATNAV. We are implementing the AFREF program together. We appreciate your presence, Dr. Semu. Then we have other partners on board. We have Dr. Peter Minang from C4ECRAF. Then we have our friends from PASCO, who are one of the sponsors of this conference. PASCO, Standard Recognition. Then we have Esri, Gatsen, Lorien. We have our members of the Technical Committee of the Governing Council. I'll start with Botswana, Mr. Focus Molana. So these are the people who head the mapping, satellite mapping agencies in our member states. We have Mr. Lucio from Mauritius, Albert Mlanga from the Kingdom of Eswatini, Engineer Pole from Zambia, Dr. Kari from Kenya, Mr. Siabonga from South Africa, Mr. Masida from Malawi. So the other partners for recognition are representatives of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Rose, you can stand up on their behalf. The World Resource Institute representative. Can just give them a clap. They are part of the team that are sponsoring this function. Digital Earth Africa came there. Ken, you want Afrigio? Fahara Aviation and Kenya Airways, friend there. Ngugi for the Regional Center of Excellence for Biodiversity, Forests and Seascape Ecosystems. We have Optron, Trimbo, and Leica Geosystems. We have Sansa from South Africa. We have ICN. We even have some banks, NCBA Bank. So I hope I have not really forgotten anybody, but everybody here has contributed in a very special way. We appreciate all of you. This is your function. This is your campus. This is your field. It's up to you to make sure it benefits our people who we serve. So with those remarks, Master of Ceremonies, I close there. Thank you very much, and feel most welcome when you are at RCMRD.
Thank you, DG, for welcome to RCMRD and the 8th RCMRD conference.
Hello, everyone.
Next,
welcome to the Tech Eddie Show. I'm your host, Eddie Ray, where we do tips, tricks, and tutorial video.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much. They called you the Master of Ceremonies. Me, I'll call you the Director of Ceremonies. You are gender sensitive. The representative of the Speaker of the National Assembly of Kenya, Honorable Rachel Nyamai, a name very, very close to me. I think we are the same tribe. MP. The Cabinet Secretary is present. The Chair of RCMRD Conference of Ministers, my own Honorable Judith Nabakova, Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, the Republic of Uganda, distinguished guests, fellow GC members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dorcas Wagima Okalany, the PS Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Uganda, and the chairperson of the GC of RCMRD. I think my term of office is coming to the end in November. Let me begin by introducing my colleague, Mrs. Daphne Chapu, the PS Minister of Lands in Zambia. She's a member of the RCMRD Governing Council and will be the chairperson, to whom I'll hand over in November, I think 18th. I'll hand over the chair to you, and she will take over for the next 2 years. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you to this 8th RCMRD International Conference, the 8th AfriGeo Symposium, and the AfREF Workshop. As chair of the Governing Council of Regional Center for Mapping, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us in Nairobi, Kenya, for this significant gathering. This conference represents a unique opportunity for experts, policymakers, researchers, industry leaders from across the globe to come together and share insights, innovations, and experiences. It is a testament to our collective commitment to advancing Earth observation technologies and fostering sustainable development. The mission of RCMRD is to sustain development through utilization of geoinformation technologies, capacity building, and technical services. Our vision is to be a center of excellence in the provision of geo services in Africa and beyond. As a governing council, we are entrusted to guide the strategic direction of RCMRD, ensuring collective governance, fostering partnerships that drive innovation and progress. We are proud to support initiatives and empower member states and stakeholders, enabling them to leverage the power of the Earth observation for its socio-economic development and environmental sustainability, which we all need for the future generations. The theme of this year's conference is Earth, Our Home. And this serves as a powerful reminder of our shared responsibility to steward the planet's resources wisely. Earth and its diverse ecosystems and abundant natural resources is the foundation of all life. And when we talk of all life, it's not only human beings, it is plants, animals, and ourselves. It is our collective home, and we must cherish and protect it for present and the future generations. As the global population continues to grow, so that they learn on the resources and the strain on our environment. The role of the Earth observation is in the societal benefits that cannot be overstated. Accurate and timely data is crucial for predicting natural disasters, assessing their impact, and coordinating response efforts. RCMRD has been at the forefront of providing this critical data, insights, and analysis to help member states put in place in decisions which support tools and systems. Dear delegates, our work is to align with the global frameworks such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which provide a blueprint for achieving a better and more sustainable future. Earth observation technologies are essential tools in monitoring the progress towards these goals, and particularly in the areas of climate action, life on land, and sustainable cities and communities. Effective resource management is the core of sustainable development. By harnessing the power of Earth observation, we can understand better the distribution and status of natural resources. This knowledge allows us to be more informed in decision-making, ensuring that resources are utilized efficiently and sustainably. The identification and monitoring of natural resources such as water, minerals, forests are critical for sustainable management. Earth observation provides a comprehensive view of these resources, enabling us to detect changes over time and assess the impact of human activities. RCMRD's initiatives, including provision of geospatial data and training, empower member states to provide measures in resource management. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid advancement in the Earth observation technologies have opened up new frontiers in space economy. These technologies have become indispensable tools for the various sectors, driving the economic growth and innovation. From agriculture to urban planning, Earth observation provides critical data that optimizes and uses this decision-making used for the resources. The space economy is not just about exploration. It is also to harness space-based assets for the benefit of humanity. The data and insights derived from the satellites enable us to address complex challenges, food security, climate change, and sustainable development. As chair of the Governing Council, I'm proud to be part of RCMRD in this role of the ecosystems innovation. Maybe I'm proud to tell you that I joined the Governing Council in 2017. And I'm going to still be on the Governing Council, but not as chair. I went through 3 chairs, we always hand over. So my friend, you are coming in, you have to sustain us. Our efforts to build capacity to provide technical services has empowered member states to leverage from this socio-economic development. We must continue and utilize Earth observation technologies. We must do so with commitment to sustainable practices. This means not using tools to manage resources responsibly, but ensuring that our activities on the Earth do not harm the environment. We have to make sure we promote sustainable land use, water management, and environmental conservation across the region. Esteemed delegates, collaboration is the key to achieving our goals. The challenges we face, such as climate change, natural disasters, resource scarcity, are global in nature and will require a coordinated response. At RCMRD, we believe in the power of partnership. By working together with member states, international organizations, private sector, academia, we can pool our expertise and resources to create innovative solutions. Successful collaborations such as Afrigeo initiatives, AFRE, demonstrate the impact we can achieve. As we gather here together, I urge all of you to be decisive and meaningful in action. The knowledge and technologies we possess are powerful tools for change. Whether you are a policymaker, researcher, industry expert, community leader, your role is very vital in shaping the future of our planet. What do I mean? We have to leave our planet for generations to come for 1,000 years or more. Let's commit to leveraging the Earth observation technologies. This is the time to act now. We must continue innovation and collaboration. Let's see this conference as a platform to forge this partnership. Share best practices, set ambitious goals for the future. Together, we can achieve the significant impact for our planet's resources. Mind you, our populations are growing, and growing very fast. Where I come from, I think we are the fastest growing young nation. Our census showed us in Uganda that 65% of our people are below the age of 35, and that is a growing population. And we will not stop them, but we have to innovate. In conclusion, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the organizers of this conference, our partners and all participants for the dedication, the commitment in advancing the field of Earth observation. I've realized that my crocodile is not here, but he will be joining us. You know, we call the technical eighth, and also the AfroRef workshop. My name is Judith Navakova, as they have told you. Housing and urban developments. I bring you greetings from our President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, but also our government, Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Greetings from Uganda to all of you. I address you in my capacity as the chairperson of the Center for the Conference of Ministers, which is the apex body of the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources governing structure. As you may have been informed, we took over office in November 2022, and we are soon handing over the office. Guest of honor today, we gather again to deliberate under the theme, Earth, Our Home. I'm particularly pleased with the progress and commitment of member states to this cause. During last year's conference, members shared and demonstrated the immense potential of Earth observation technologies in addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our time. This year we continue that journey, building on the foundation laid in the previous gathering and pushing boundaries of our understanding and capabilities. Delegates, our planet, with its diverse ecosystems and abundant resources, it is not only our home, but also our shared responsibility. As the global population continues to grow, so does the demand for these resources. This reality makes our work even more crucial. Earth observation technologies provide us with the tools to observe, analyze, and manage the Earth's resources effectively. They offer us a comprehensive view of our planet, enabling us to make informed decisions that balance economic development with environmental sustainability. Guest of honor, reflecting on their achievements since last year's conference, it is evident that the role of Earth observation has become even more integral to global frameworks for resource management, but also disaster reduction. The ability to monitor environmental changes in real time, identify potential risks, and respond swiftly has never been more vital. These technologies empower us to mitigate the impacts of natural disasters, protect vulnerable populations, and also enhance the resilience of our communities. One of the key highlights of our discussions last year was put on collaboration. This conference brings together a diverse group of experts
and expertise is invaluable. It fosters innovation, encourages the sharing of best practices, and strengthens partnerships that transcend in tackling the complex challenges we face, from climate change to resource scarcity. Delegates moving forward, it is imperative that we continue to prioritize sustainability in all aspects of our work. We must ensure that the technologies and policies we involve serve not only the present, but also the future. The data we gather from the Earth observation must be used responsibly, guiding us towards sustainable practices that protect our planet's ecosystem and resources. In conclusion, I'm inspired by the dedication and passion of everyone here today. Your commitment to advancing Earth observation technologies and promoting sustainable development is commendable. As we embark on discussions and activities of this conference, I encourage you to continue the dialogue. Share your insights boldly and collaborate on solutions that will show the future of our planet Earth, but also that will guide us as decision makers to make informed decisions based on science and technology for our respective countries. Let us embrace that our actions today will determine the legacy we leave behind. Together we can ensure that Earth remains a vibrant and hospitable home for all. Thank you for your attention and participation, and I want to thank the organizers once again of this conference and our sponsors and partners. Thank you for always supporting us, because without you, they wouldn't be as you are. Thank you so much for your participation, and we are looking forward to more and more, good conferences ahead of us. For God and my country, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan and everyone has been for guidance and sharing that technologies are so developed, not only the present but also future generation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to, it's my great pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Rachel Nyamai, CBS, to deliver our official opening remarks and officially open the 8th Assembly International Conference. Let's rise as we welcome the chief guest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm trying to fit in the shoes of my boss, the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, the Speaker of the National Assembly. My name is Rachel Nyamai. I'm a Member of Parliament for Kitui South. I'm serving for the 3rd term in the National Assembly, and I am in the Speaker's panel. That is a small team that when the Speaker is busy, like this morning, he would have wanted to be here, but it was impossible. So I am here to represent him, and I came with some members of staff from the National Assembly. I'll go ahead and read the speech of my boss. The Honorable Judith Nabakoba, Minister of Lands, Housing, Urban Development, Uganda, and the two friends I met this morning, the PS, Ministry of Lands, Uganda, and Ministry of Lands, Zambia, chairpersons and permanent secretaries from member states, heads of various missions, present, surveyor generals, what were they called the other name? The crocodiles, the Director General for the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. I'm very pleased to be here this morning. In fact, I'm glad that the Speaker sent me. This morning, I had a very interesting meeting with the Director General and the colleagues seated on both sides. And I realized that we are dealing with a very, very important institution belonging to 20 countries and having been allocated this land by our first president, Jomo Kenyatta. So I'll be taking greetings to my boss and also taking to him very important information from the Director General, so most appreciated. It is with tremendous pleasure and honor to be here to formally launch the 8th Agri-Geo Symposium and Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development International Conference. I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of the hosts and organizers, and also on behalf of my boss. It is with great delight that we witness such a varied and distinguished assembly of many delegates, including member states, scientists, development partners, researchers, universities, and media organizers. Your attendance at this symposium today emphasizes its importance and the vital part that every one of us plays in tackling the urgent issues facing our world. This year's conference theme, Earth, Our Only Home, is significant and topical at the same time. It serves as a reminder that the natural resources found on our globe are the foundation of our economy, societies, and the very life. But we convene here, we are acutely aware of the increasing demands placed on these resources and the pressing need to manage them sustainably. Ladies and gentlemen, our surroundings have been extraordinarily modifications within the last several decades. Our challenges are vast and varied, ranging from deforestation, desertification, to the tackling loss of biodiversity and the far-reaching effects of climate change, which we can feel today. For those of us who live in Nairobi, this is supposed to be the hottest month. But today, yesterday, and the day before, it's cold. So we are facing changes that we have not faced before. These issues are worldwide in scope and necessitate a well-thought, coordinated solution. They are not limited to any particular nation or any particular country, but to all of us. I note that the RCMRD is essential in tackling these issues because of its mandate to supply geo-information and related technological support for sustainable development. In RCMRD, it aids our understanding of our environment and the creation of plans for its sustainable usage by utilizing cutting-edge technology and promoting regional and global cooperation. Mapping and monitoring natural resources is a major area in the RCMRD and can be sustainable, it is providing substantial contribution. Informed decision-making requires current and accurate data, and the MCRD's work in this area has been critical. I would also like to appreciate the fact that you are not only focusing on your key areas, but we have seen young people here who have done a wonderful dance. I guess during preparations they knew that where my speaker comes from, and they did a wonderful Isuputi dance. And from my language, I believe what they were saying is that I would also like to appreciate those young people who did a wonderful dance for us. The surveyors doing a dance. Thank you. Notably, it has continued, this institution has continued to contribute vital information to assist in disaster management, agricultural planning, and environmental protection through programs like the Savia program, which combines satellite observations with ground-based data. For example, in the recent years, real-time data for managing and forecasting natural disasters like droughts and floods has been made possible thanks to the Severe program. The initiative has made it possible to prompt interventions to save lives and safeguard livelihoods by utilizing satellite imagery and sophisticated modeling approaches. This is but one illustration of how geoinformation may be used to solve practical issues and strengthening community resilience. And also like to link this to the speech of the PS and the speech of the minister that has also been very well articulated. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of RCMRD cannot be emphasized. In particular, noting in the recent times, the country experienced floods in various areas of the country. The effects of the climate change are here with us, as you can see. And this conference could not come at a better time than now. Moving on, capacity building is another area in which RCMRD can be helpful in assisting the country to tackle the problems of sustainable development by enhancing the technical know-how of member states and providing professional training. This would empower local communities and encourage ownership of development programs. This morning, the Director General also informed me that they have many students, almost 1,000, that are being trained here. This is a generation that can change the future. For instance, many professionals around Africa have been able to advance their knowledge of remote sensing, geographical information systems, GIS, and other related technologies thanks to RCMRD's training programs. These experts are now in charge of organizing plans for urban growth, managing natural resources, and addressing environmental issues in their respective nations. It is impossible to overestimate how much this capacity building has strengthened our region's ability to accomplish sustainable development in general. Looking ahead, it is evident that sustained innovation and cooperation will be necessary for the sustainable management of our planet's resources. We need to use technology to its full potential in order to create workable solutions that can be put into practice, as the DG said, as well as to comprehend the changes that are taking place around us. Governments, businesses, academia, the civil society will need to form solid alliances in order to achieve this. For instance, the AfriGeo project is a brilliant illustration of what cooperation can do. AfriGeo facilitates the exchange of information, expertise, and optional methodologies by uniting players from throughout the African continent. Some of the key AfriGeo initiatives have included the promotion of Earth observation data utilization for sustainable development, bridging the data gap, and supporting evidence-based decision-making, and providing access to high-quality data. Undoubtedly, the implementation of the comprehensive and integrated measures is crucial in tackling challenges such as disasters and reducing risks in the country. Also in the area of food security and climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, as Parliament, we are keen on creating and enhancing collaborative efforts towards RCMRD and Parliament. The National Assembly Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, which is led by my colleague, the Honorable RIC Mbiuki, which is a committee mandated to consider matters related to climate change, environment, management and conservation, mining and natural resources, among others, may be one of the institutions that RCMRD may consider working with to execute its mandate. There is need for collaboration between the two committees of the National Assembly, that is the Committee on Environment, and we also have the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources that you need to collaborate with. The Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly has also been instrumental in allocating resources to the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change, and Ministry of Mining and Natural Resources to enable the ministry to execute its mandate. So you are welcome for this collaboration. There is need for collaboration also between this institution, the National Assembly committees, the ministry, as I'm aware that the center works directly with the ministry. I think this is something that can be worked out. Ladies and gentlemen, to this end, I implore each and every one of you to participate actively in the conversations and to contribute your knowledge and experiences as we begin this conference and symposium. Let us take advantage of this chance to collaborate, build new alliances, create new solutions that will enable us to accomplish our common objective of sustainable development. During this symposium, one of the main topics we'll be delving into is the significance of geoinformation, the role that it plays in accomplishing sustainable development goals, the SDGs. Geoinformation is a potent instrument for tracking development and directing interventions because of its capacity to deliver precise and timely data. Geoinformation can help us make informed decisions and ensure that no one is left behind. Whether it is tracking rates of deforestation, keeping an eye on quality of water, or mapping communities that are at risk. And this morning, the DG was just sharing with me mapping of facilities within the country and the distances that people have to walk to reach our health facilities, and also impacts of mining that is happening within our country, within our continents, to the people that live within those communities. I believe these are areas that you may need to focus on. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to emphasize on the value of open data sharing in this setting. We can enable a diverse variety of stakeholders to contribute to sustainable development by facilitating the accessibility and usability of data. This covers local communities, scholars, and businesses, in addition to governments and international organizations. Sustainable development requires innovation, accountability, transparency, all of which are bolstered by open data. Furthermore, integrating indigenous knowledge with contemporary technologies must be our top priority as we advance. Indigenous groups have been passing down important knowledge over the decades and have a profound grasp of their surroundings. We may create more comprehensive and effective methods to resource management by fusing this knowledge with geoinformation technologies. Furthermore, as we move forward, it is imperative that we prioritize the integration of indigenous knowledge with modern technologies. Indigenous communities have this deep understanding of the environments and possess valuable knowledge that has been passed down generations. By combining this knowledge together with the contemporary approaches, then we'll be getting somewhere. I'm approaching the end, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to conclude in the words of Margaret Mead, who once said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." I have no doubt that this conference can change the earth to be a better place to live in. As I conclude, I would like to thank Afrigeo and the RCMRD for hosting this significant occasion. We have indeed felt the impact of your work, and is certainly significant. I am sure that these symposiums, conversations, and conclusions will further make a big difference in our attempts to safeguard and manage our resources of this world in a sustainable manner. Remember that the earth is, after all, our only home. It is our shared duty to protect it for future generations. we can create a sustainable future for everybody if we work together with creativity, dedication, and teamwork. With gratitude, I hope this conference will be both fruitful and an inspiration for all of you. I wish you fruitful generations. These are the words of my boss, very sharp, highly experienced, the Honorable, Right Honorable Dr. F.M. Wetangula, EGH, Speaker of the National Assembly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, not Master of Ceremonies. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Chief Guest. Before you leave, allow me to request our Chair, Council of Ministers, to present this token of position on our behalf. Chair. That is our chair. Okay, so thank you once again, Chief Guest, for those amazing remarks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our opening ceremony, now that it's officially open. So allow me to direct us to the event app that has the agenda for AFREF, agenda for AFRIGIO, and agenda for the RCMRD International Conference. I know that you'll need the password, the Wi-Fi password for that. If you'll check on your phones, you will be able to see RCMRD 2024, the Wi-Fi. It's open. And I'll guide us to where the agenda is so that we're able to have it with us, so that you can be able to tell where you're supposed to be at a particular time throughout the week. So I know that we have phones. We have those with Play Store and those with App Store. So to your Play Store, to your App Store, search for and download WebEx event. Search for RCMRD International Conference, then follow the prompts. Then you'll be able to find the agenda. So in the agenda, you'll find AFRIGIO. There's color codes in there. You'll get AFRIGIO, you'll get RCMRD International Conference, and you'll be able to have AFRIF as well. So it has the 3 events with the agenda and the rooms that the discussions will be taking place. So allow us to, our colleagues who are in charge of the booths, I'll allow you to go to the booths, because our guests and our ministers are coming over to you. So our colleagues in charge of the booth, you are allowed to leave, and thereafter we'll be able to listen to a video from Think Ross will give an explanation to that for 5 minutes. After that, we'll be able to redo the Luya dance, and then lunch will be served at 1. Thank you, and have a blessed day ahead. Thank you. So our colleagues at the booth, kindly let's be at the booth so that we are able to tell our chief guest what we do and how we serve humanity. I know we serve 1.4 billion people globally, and it will be interesting to check and see how we impact their lives. Thank you. Welcome, Rose.
Jina langu ni Samson Mbaka, na mimi ni mkulima wa baharini. Mara mingi hapa kwetu sisi kama tuko na shida ya ukulima, shauri unaweza kuwa na shida nyingine.
Pilot counties in Kenya on pest and disease and invasive weeds, according to the contributing to the migratory pest and invasive weeds strategy by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Thank you very much.
Sisi kama tuko na shida ya ukulima, shauri unaweza kuwa na shida ingine, inakuwa ni shida ile huwezi weza peke yako, inabidi niite agriculture officer Binet ananielezea kama ni dawa, huwa ananitumia, ananiambia nunua hii dawa, nunua hii dawa. Ile dawa anajaribu kuweka. Kuna zingine, hata kuna wakati mwingine nimemuita mhandisi yangu ikiwa na shida. Akaja akaniambia nitaenda kuangalia dawa, ile itakuja kufanya hii ili zikuwe sawa. Kwa hivyo hizo tatizo zinapata kwa watu wa agriculture hapa kwetu.
Kazi yangu hasa kama ward agricultural officer ninajukumika na upanzi na ustawi wa mimea na wakulima, najukumika pia na kuwasaidia kuzuia magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu. Kulingana na training ambayo tunakuwa nayo Matunda, jinsi ya kutumia application, the digital application ya kuchukua data, ninaona inafaa zaidi, kwa sababu mara nyingi unakuta wakulima wametatizika sana kwa kutambua magonjwa na wadudu waharibifu ambao wanaingilia mimea yao, na sisi inachukua muda mrefu kuwafikia pia na kujua. Hii application ambayo inatambua na inapata wale wadudu na kutambua magonjwa itafaa sana. Itakuwa ni rahisi kujua kuna hatari ya wadudu, kuna hatari ya mashambulizi ya mimea, na itatuwezesha kufanya maamuzi ya haraka kuhusu kuzuia na kusaidia wakulima kuendelea kukaa na mimea yao kwa kuwapatia interventions ambazo watatumia kuzuia hawa wadudu na magonjwa. Nimetembea pia na kijana ambaye ako on attachment, ninamfunza pia kutumia hii application. Ninaamini itaweza kumsaidia kwa kufanya surveillance ya diseases and pest infestations.
You click just this thing here to join the two lines.
This is very much in line with our agenda. But for the last 5 years or so, we have tried to be as digital as we can. Going digital is going to make our work much deliver to Kenya and the other 19 countries.
Monitored surveillance data is a very useful activity that we are now focused on detecting and identifying pests early so that we can take control measures in advance. But since we are now required to keep on checking, keep on taking data on pests and diseases, we will now be able to complement the farmers and detect any occurrence or any outbreak of the diseases or even weeds which are invasive. And by doing this, they will be able to give correct information about the type of pests, their names, the type of symptoms that we observe to determine the type of pest and damage. And this will enable us to give the right recommendations, so that as crops officers, because from time to time we are required to advise the county government.
In this new system, our staff are able to, using a mobile app, to collect data on plant pests and diseases and weeds, and then transmit the data in real time to the server in Nairobi. Our staff have been able to get mobile phones. They've also received, we also received computers, and we've received a TV screen and a monitor for this purpose. This is the first project that is digitizing the way we collect data. This project has been able to work in 52 out of the 60 wards within the county, and it has enabled our staff to reach a total of 15,860 farmers within a period of 1 month. And we believe that this project has enabled our staff to reach out to more farmers and be able, other than collecting data and information on crop pests and diseases, they're also able to do other extension work. So we're very grateful for this project is assisting us to do.
Ilangeta
dining tents. It is on your far right, if I'm pointing to the right direction. But we're requested to pass by the booths so that you can be able to see what is going on, what our partners and sponsors have, before you can be able to proceed to lunch. You're requested to be seated after lunch at 2 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
That's why I'm not sure they will be, that I can just say hi and
have one of my colleagues is going to make a presentation of the progress of the implementation plan development, and he is going to take us through the overview of the key components, in particular the pillars of the implementation plan. And part of the process is to solicit for contributions from the various regions and our members who are part of GEO. And the whole process is about inclusion, it is about the participation, and it's also about the views of our members from the different regions. And so allow me to share with us quickly the outline of the session. So Andy Murdoch will make a presentation on the strategic implementation plan process, and then we will have a panel discussion. The panel discussion will feature experts and members of the GEO community who have had experience over the years working within the community and in the field of Earth observations to share with us their views, to guide us, especially in how things should be within the African perspective. Again, when time permits us, we are going to have some time for our audience to also contribute to the development of the GeoPost 2025 strategy implementation plan. So on that note, let me call my colleague Andy Murdoch, who is leading the process of developing the implementation plan, to give us a short presentation. Andy, the floor is yours.
Asante sana. Hello everyone, I'm Andy Murdoch. It's great to be here back in RCMRD. I was here about 12 years ago looking at the training facilities, and was pretty impressed then, and I think it's clear that you've moved on a hell of a lot since then. Concept, and also then take you through, sorry, I've lost my slides. to address the big challenges. And then it also means the for all part also for Earth intelligence, and really we're focusing on user needs at all scales and all sectors. Community, the GeoGlows project, which is creating real-time models and visualizations. Information that's inaccurate and so on. So that's going to be really important. And then we also, as we heard this morning, want to focus on the impact. So I think the DG of RCMRD said that he would change the focus to be on the needs part, and that's really important to make sure that we focus on needs and generate impact. And yeah, so other aspects related to, I've already mentioned about the range of users, to make EO more accessible and derive products much easier to use, automation of workflows, and then also integrating new technologies and approaches. And then finally, because we want this to be benefiting all, you know, if we're going to deliver Earth intelligence, we have to take everyone with us. Okay, so we've got a few success measures within the strategy as well, looking at how we know we're succeeding. So The first is an operating model that's effective, that supports the needs of the GEO community, a transformed and well-resourced work programme so we can undertake the activities that we want to do, and then also strengthening our partnerships and the incorporation of Indigenous and local knowledge. We heard the power of and the value of those insights from Indigenous communities, and we want to harness that. We also want to increase engagement, and so we'll be talking about that shortly as well, in how we engage both governments in the GEO process and members, but also with businesses and with other participating organisations and associates. And then finally, we want to increase the recognition of GEO and the work that we do and the impact. So there's a big piece on communications. So sorry, I'm struggling with this remote. Could you advance the slide, please? So yeah, why are we here? Well, really it's to set out what we're doing and to really try to get your input and your insights so that we can shape the strategy. We're working on, we've got a good idea of what we need to change, but we're really not sure about the how. So that's what we're going to come on to, hopefully. So next slide, please. So in order to do this, we've got 4 pillars that we're building the activities around. And so the 4 pillars are the work programme, the GEO work programme, communication and resource mobilisation, community and governance, and administration and operations. And do we have, sorry, can you keep going? Next one. We want to identify dependencies and integrate those plans. Want to consult with you and beyond to work out how we're going to make this possible, and then also to set out who's going to be doing what within the process. So defining actions that are targeted to different users. So I don't know if Amos is back yet, so I'll probably continue with his slides. And so essentially, one of the key new areas that we want to focus on, and one of the new developments within the activities so far has been the creation of a new work programme. And so the current activities are set out. You'll broadly recognise a lot of these subsets, but what we want to do is try to go beyond those and to start to introduce this concept of the research to operations pipeline. And this is where we were talking about this morning, about trying to make sure that when we go from an idea, there's a clear pathway and resources to support that to implementation and impact. And so that's what we're focused on. Next slide, please. And in order to do that, we have an Earth Intelligence Readiness Matrix, which has been designed, which will really help us understand where a particular project within the work programme is going to be, and how we'll be able to assess what type of project it is, but also where in the sort of level of maturity it is. So we'll continue to have projects within the work programme, but they'll be evaluated using this methodology. Next slide, please. And so within that, you can see some of the parameters. I'll just briefly go over them. So the nature of the product or service, whether there's open data and knowledge aspects, user engagement, how much has been done on that, the team and partnership, sustainability and impact. And then, next slide, please. There's also some additional parameters which are relating to the activities where we want to particularly focus on Indigenous knowledge, business, applicability across different domains and the youth. Next slide, please. So obviously you can see some great examples of the work. How can you contribute? Well, really what we'd like you to do is provide input and feedback. We want to know how your regional priorities can best be reflected within the work programme, so we can set the focus, and also how we bridge the gap between users and projects and services. And I've already been speaking to a gentleman today from an SME who was wanting to try and make connections and to get involved with GEO. So that's the sort of thing we want to try and focus on. The second major area relates to communications, and this is to do with advocacy, communication advocacy and resource mobilisation. So informing people about what we do and the impact that GEO has. And to do that, work so far has revolved around the current developing a roadmap to implement a communication and resource mobilisation plan, an advocacy plan, and then also to develop terms of reference for a communications task group. And yeah, so could we go back, please? Sorry. And so those task group members have been identified through a mapping exercise, so individuals who have experience with communications will be engaged within that process to work out how best to generate these messages. And yeah, so the aim is that within that communications support task group, we'll receive guidance and feedback in designing the approach. Okay, next slide please. And that's 3 stages. So it's the what, the why, and the who. So what we're going to do and why, and what are we trying to change, and who's going to be available to make that change. The how is really focusing on a plan for how we're going to deliver the activities that we want to do, and also putting in place the human and financial resources to deliver those activities. And then finally we'll be looking at the capabilities of the communications and sub-task group to help us implement those. And then finally we'll establish a monitoring and evaluation framework. Next slide please. So the next key pillar is to do with communication and governments, and the post-2025 strategy seeks to engage members further in the GEO governance process. So we have a team that looks after the governance and the needs of members and all the GEO community. And that's the member services team largely. And so what we're trying to do is look at participation in GEO governance, look at the activities and international advocacy, and also seek to strengthen capacity. And also recognising that it's not just the members, we also have participation in organisations, people who like, my brain's gone blank. Sorry, could you go back please? So NGOs essentially, and intergovernmental organisations, associates, businesses and so on. And we want to also look at key stakeholders like the youth and indigenous groups. Next slide please. So in terms of the activity, one of the key areas is capacity development, and we want to ensure that we continue to develop capacity. We've heard a lot about the importance of that, how we're going to do it, and this concept of a national coordination mechanism is central to that. It's putting in place the mechanism and the framework for us to provide that capacity building structure. And also to develop on the Earth observation maturity indicator that we talked about yesterday in the AfriGeo. So the member services team are really looking forward to working with you on developing the input to the plan. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So again, the way to get involved is to respond to the consultations that we're going to be starting and give feedback. And we've got some requirements for concrete engagement of improving GEO's representation, to look at outreach and looking at things like the caucus structure, and also engaging POs and associates more directly. And then in addition to capacity building. So next slide, please. So the other way that you can help is obviously allocate the resources to help implement that. So that's both human and other financial. And then finally, looking at the operations of the Secretariat itself, that obviously relies on understanding what the needs are from those other pillars within the strategy, and then trying to move forward to ensure that we so that we have the ability to deliver the activities that we want. So in terms of current activities within the Secretariat Operations and Administration pillar, we want to explore non-governmental funding mechanisms to support these initiatives. We want to support the post-2025 engagement and development process, and also, and what we need from you there, again, is your input. So, looking at the other pillars, trying to make sure that if they're well defined, we know how we can support them with this final pillar. And then finally, in terms of your insights, are there operating models from other organisations that can help us develop and move forward? So that's the main thrust of the Secretariat's Operations pillar. If we could have the next slide, please. So the idea now is to coordinate all of those activities across the pillars to try to look at the plans that are going on in the national and regional geos, but also be mindful of other developments in the Earth observation and geospatial sector, and try to ensure that we are working collaboratively. And so the Geo-Secretariat is going to be coordinating these activities and trying to make sure that we are aligned with the overall strategy. Next slide, please. Okay, here's a quick timeline. The idea is to, we're in the consultation phase now, but we're hoping to develop a draft plan by March and then, by November, and then a final plan by March 2025. Next slide, please. And so one of the key things that we're hoping to get your involvement in is the survey. So we're launching this survey today. You'll see it landing on the website in the next few days, the GEO website. Please have your say and tell us what you think we need to do in response to the strategy and how we can implement it. So thank you very much. I think that's the last slide, isn't it? So we need your input. We'd like you to get involved. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andy. I think this is a very important work that the community is doing, and we are all soliciting for your input and contribution. The Secretariat, the GEO website is earthobservations.org. So if you have time and some data, please make your way to the website of GEO, where you can find a lot of interesting things, as well as the survey that Andy just spoke about. So on that note, let me make a brief introduction and call to the stage our distinguished panelists, who will help us dissect some of the key issues within the implementation plan, as well as the whole process and contribution from this region. So allow me to call Dr. Mboneni Mofe, who is the Africa Caucus Chair and the GEO Co-Chair from South Africa. Please come on stage. Dr. Amadou Sall, are you here from Senegal? Okay. And then we have Mr. Charles Mwangi, who is the Acting Director of Space Sector and Technology Development from the Kenya Space Agency. And then we have Ms. Tumisang Mudiole, Director, Earth Observations, Department of Science and Innovation, South Africa. And then we have Dr. Matthew Adipoju, Director General, Chief Executive, National Space Research and Development Agency, Nigeria. And he's also the GEO Principal. So I think, gentlemen and lady, you're welcome. I think I'll let Andy take it from here.
Thank you. Can we have the slides back up again for the questions? So towards the end of the presentation, please. Right to the end, please. Okay, can you go one more? And then one more? One more? Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for that. So, yeah, my first question goes to Dr. Saul, and which is really, what does Earth Intelligence for All mean to you? Oh, it's not here. Would you like to take it, please?
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, and I want to appreciate all the participants and the sponsors of this program. Well, Earth Intelligence simply means how do we do things with understanding and capacity from every locations. The concept itself, I was probing through it, and I wish we can complete it as a statement, because it says Earth Intelligence for All. I would have probably had another part of it with artificial intelligence and blockchain technology. You cannot achieve Earth Intelligence until you bring some dimension into it. So to achieve that, we need to introduce artificial intelligence as well as blockchain technology. One of the flagship projects or program I'm introducing in Nigeria to achieve Earth Intelligence for Nigeria is geospatial technology with blockchain technology. Most of our farm products from Nigeria in particular does not enter American market. Neither do we have the capacity to break down entering the European market. Why? The major problem is there is no information about the soil type, the weather condition, the fertilizer, and then all the other things that makes those markets, which are very attractive. So for us to achieve the Earth Intelligence, it simply means that we are looking at pixel level of what is at every location. So if we have information at pixel level, probably at submeter level, then we will know the kind of resources that is available there, either water resources, the soil type, and so on and so forth. This is the point at which we can say we've achieved Earth Intelligence either in Africa, in Europe, or all over the world. Because with that, we will be equipped with proper mechanism and strategy to maximize the potentials that is there, as well as the challenges that is in every location. And the essence of this is to prepare ourselves, because I was having discussion with one of our colleagues yesterday about disaster, most especially flooding that usually ravage us in Africa here. Most of these events are not accidental, because there are chains of activities that leads to disaster. But without Earth Intelligence for us to prepare for what is coming, then attainment of the much desired sustainable development goal will be a mirage for all of us. I probably don't want to take all the time, but when we come around again. Thank you.
So I'm conscious we're short of time because we have to move in an additional session. So I'll move straight on to the next question, but thank you for those insights. So what are the biggest opportunities for Earth Intelligence in Africa? Who's going to take that one? What are the biggest opportunities for Earth Intelligence in Africa? I think you were going to take that, Charles, weren't you?
So, thank you, Andy. As has been indicated, the value of the intelligence to help countries make decisions is critical. And the question that we keep on asking ourselves, especially from the developing countries, is how do we make that a reality? Because again, when you look at even the pathway of GEO, from 2005 to 2015, they were looking at making data accessible, and then making services accessible for the next 10 years. And now as we move towards Earth Intelligence, then the question that we need to ask ourselves, especially from this region, is how prepared are we as countries to make that happen? Now, I want to talk to three elements: the people, the data, the infrastructure. Do we have the requisite skill sets that we need to be able to develop this intelligence? Because our understanding also from government institutions is that that intelligence needs to come from our community. And then it means that we have to put in effort to build the capacity to be able to address that. Do we have the requisite data? And it's usually very easy to say that you have the data. There is open data that is available, there are open tools. But again, we miss out on the system bit and the process bit. Do we have processes that have been validated, that have been tested to be able to process that data so that you're able to get insights? And then also in terms of the infrastructure, and which is the major missing piece, is do we have the requisite infrastructure? Dr. Dopojo mentioned about being able to get insights. Are we able to develop those insights within our communities so that now again, if you develop systems or you develop processes and you process the data to get insight within your country, then you have confidence in them and you can potentially be able to stand by the insights that you have gained. And one of the things that we have not been able to address comprehensively is the issue about co-design and co-development. And that is an important piece that we need to get going, because anytime that we make decisions that have not been developed within our ecosystem, it becomes very difficult for us to onboard that. And of course, as we look at the infrastructure bit.
That's great, thank you. Yeah, the co-design bit.
They provide some of the fundamental data sets that are important for the private sector even to build upon. And if you are able to maybe entice or engage the public sector to increase their appetite for consumption for these products, then it opens up a huge opportunity. And again, we're talking about how do we engage the youth in terms of the processes. Then it creates more opportunities for innovation. And then we start looking at the technology, the interface between the technology and how that technology is used for decision support. And if you're able to address that gap in terms of again, not being able to work in silos, because sometimes the private sector, the public sector, and the academia works in silos. If you're able to address those elements, then those gaps will become much less pronounced.
Excellent, thank you. And obviously we'll be incorporating those sorts of issues into the implementation plan. I'm really struggling with this today. So, what are the continuing barriers to providing full and open access to data and services? I don't know if anyone was down to take that one, but does anybody want to answer that question?
What's the question? Open data. Question again.
So, what are the continuing barriers to providing full and open access to data and services? I'm thinking, you know, from my perspective, obviously, you know, there's a variety of issues to do with supply of data and ownership and so on. So I don't know if anyone wanted to comment on that. I think that was for the speaker who wasn't here. So does anyone have any thoughts in terms of the implementation plan? Because obviously what we're trying to do is promote free and open access to data.
Yeah, I'll probably speak to just one of the issues. And I'm going to build to a point that has been made around the whole concept of co-creation and data ownership. And one of the things that we need to really look at is beyond just being consumers of data and information and the intelligence that come out of the data that we haven't generated. How do we also become generators and as a result also owners of data? Because that also contributes to how freely and openly you can share that. So what I think will need to really happen is we need to strengthen our own data generation and collection mechanisms, and that really hinges on a number of issues. One, we need to have the capacity, the skills to do that, and two, we need to have the infrastructure, because data needs to be generated, but it also needs to be stored. And now we've got a whole range of new technologies that we can use in terms of data storage, whether you're talking about cloud and so on and so forth. But most critically, to say, as and when that data is required to inform decision, how quickly does it flow to where it's supposed to be? Because again, there's no use to sit with data but we cannot actually dispatch it in time to inform decision making. And one of the critical issues is the need to break down the barriers and the silos. And that really is the whole concept of Earth intelligence, is being able to, at 360 degrees, get data from all sort of sources, which will then help you to make decisions. And that data, the more you have of it, of course, the issues of quality and otherwise, we take them as a given. The more your decisions are going to be more in terms of the quality and the precision where you're doing modeling and so on and so forth. So I just really think that those, for me, are quite crucial in terms of enhancing the sharing of data openly and otherwise.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, please, come in.
Thank you very much for... I just want to add a little bit of voice into it as a platform that generates Earth observation products. Recently, we removed costs from most of our satellite imageries, but we have not seen any tremendous improvement in accessibility to it, because in Africa here, we have challenges with infrastructure. Even from our own end, to keep our data center running is quite a lot of challenges with plenty power supply, which we have to do power backup, generator and everything like that. And from the students or the youth or the users end, you are downloading satellite image that is taking you 1 hour, 2 hours, and then you're at 98% or 75%, and then your system shut down due to power failure or due to any or internet blip. Then you go back to zero. So these are some of the challenges that we have to look into critically, both from the producer's end and then from the user's end. Because if you don't have robust infrastructure to be able to do this, then we will not be able to serve the community the way we're supposed to. And Africa have the best intelligent youth, and they are very, 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 very smart in doing things. Then how do we catch on the youth and then bring the technology very close to them? And they are very smart in catching up and in running with it. So we have to make sure that for Africa to achieve Earth intelligence high level of success, youth must be the main pillar of our strategies. Thank you.
That leads me beautifully on to my next question, which I think Mbanene was going to answer, which is how do we increase engagement of the youth within the geo world and in the geo community?
Thanks so much. I think we always say in South Africa when we talk about soccer that in Europe an 18-year-old is a fully fledged soccer player. And in South Africa, a 24-year-old is a youthful player. And that's really what we need to fix when we talk about how do we bring the youth into this space. We need to target them before they are at universities and technicons and whatever there is. And I think what we need to do, one aspect of raising awareness of Earth observation is starting at schools level. And there are a whole range of projects that can excite that level of youth, and they can actually participate, and that builds the hunger of research in them. They feel they are doing something useful, contributing to the environment, and most importantly, you then begin to build that whole issue of citizen science at that age. And because Earth observation, we're sitting here, there's people who are in areas that are so far-flung that we can't even reach. But there are people who are staying there. So why can't we plug into those people? And most of them are young people to then say, you know, as young people, we're gonna give you the software and everything and the necessary gadgets, and you can go and you can map all areas of interest in your village or in your area. And that really for me is where we start. By the time they become the kind of youthful people we see at universities, we have already built a community of practice, which even though they may not necessarily be following Earth observation carriers, they actually know how it is to contribute to the environment and to be responsible citizens. So I think this really, for me, that's what we do. Because sustainability, in most cases when we talk about sustainability, we talk about things, we talk about machines, we talk about money, but we don't talk about the role of people and young people in sustainability. And if we don't have them, then we don't have Earth observation scientists in the future. So we therefore need to take this very seriously. And last year, in preparation for the ministerial summit in South Africa, we actually had what we call the Youth Summit, where the young people came together. We behaved ourselves and we allowed them to engage by themselves. And they came up with their own summit resolutions. And those were the resolutions that were then presented to be part of the main summit resolution. And that way, you begin to say, you actually are not outsiders. So as this generation is moving, then another generation is moving in. And that's how I think we need to build it.
Okay, that's really interesting, and that's certainly the sorts of messages that I was receiving as I walked around today. Several young people saying we should be getting into schools and doing more there, so really interesting, thank you. Okay, I think the next question relates to communications, so the post-2025 strategy has this objective to raise awareness and generate and mobilize resources around Earth intelligence. So how can the geo community support that activity in terms of communication, advocacy and resource mobilization? And so that's to you, Tumisand. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Andy. I think let's go back to yesterday's session when we were talking about national coordination. I think if we want to raise awareness, advocacy, and communicate Earth intelligence for all, we need to start at growing talents at national levels. And that's where I think the national coordination mechanisms come in especially if you want to push the agendas of equity, transformation, inclusion. We started at the national level, but also with the regional geos and the global geo that we have as a geo secretary, the structured forums of communications between them and being able to work at that level and have probably the forums of regional geos also that are always able to communicate also with the global and see how we fit talent down to locals. I mean, at local levels, we have a lot of our forums, we have our national conferences, conferences like this, and that's where we have our outreach and awareness at schools, as Dr. Mufe was saying, with involving youth. And we could use those because we're already aware of what they are to reach out and teach people about earth intelligence for all.
Yeah, anything to add on that, Charles?
Yeah, so in terms of engagement, I think we need to look at the whole sector and how our ecosystem is organized, beginning from the very early ages, and that has been mentioned, exposing the young children to the challenges, because again, one of the things that we've also noticed in terms of solutions that are coming in from even the private sector, sometimes there is a disconnect between what the problem is and what the solution that is being proposed to the fore is. And I think it's an issue about communication. Sometimes you're not being able to communicate very well what the issues are, and also being able to communicate well also in terms of our education system on what interventions needs to be put in place, whether it is in terms of the training, because I think for most of Africa we're still tied to the traditional way that education was taught. But again, we're moving to a scenario where we're finding more of the people who graduate from the universities are not getting white-collar jobs. You might use the term white-collar. Then how do we prepare them to be able to develop solutions that then they can monetize? And if we're not able to communicate that very well, then we lose out on the opportunity to create the value chain that would potentially would help us as a region derive value from the ecosystem.
That's great, thank you very much. So conscious of time, maybe if no one, does anyone else want to come on? Oh, sorry, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. On the issue of communications, I think we need to connect the 4 pillars. There's a nexus between the youth engagement, communications. We must be strategic with programs and activities that can bring all these things together. If we introduce programs like hackathon, boot camp for the youth, that will go wide, and it will be the message, it will be the rallying point for us to communicate to the people, and then even from the university community, from Polytechnic and national geo platform too. We shouldn't be doing annual conference alone without having projects and program of national values, which we can build the community around those projects and programs at national level or at regional level. Next AfriGeo that we're going to have, I will be very happy if we can have hackathon or boot camp for the youth, because it's been put into program and it's hugely successful for GMS, especially GMS 2 that is rounding up now. They have boot camp, they have hackathon, and then some of my young officers were able to be part of it. That was even the first time most of them were getting to meet their friends from Kenya, from Ghana, from Liberia. All those things are means in which we can catch them, and then anybody that attends such a program has become an ambassador for us. And when they get back to their parent countries, the program at the national platform will be something to take on from where they are stopping. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, well, you've all heard from our panelists. I'd just like to close the session there and thank them for their input, and if you could join me in showing your appreciation for their insights and really useful messages. Thank you. just one final word. So they've had their say. You've got your chance to have your say with the GEO questionnaire. So as Dr. Amos said earlier, please do visit the GEO website, geosec.org, and you'll see the questionnaire go live in the next day or so. And we'd really love to hear your thoughts on this and how we can feed that into the implementation plan. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Watching the global environment from space. Monitoring world disasters from space. All of these are PASCO's tasks. Securing your safety with quick analysis of spaceborne and airborne Earth images. Save our planet. PASCO.
Watching the global environment from space. Monitoring world disasters from space. All of these are PASCO's tasks. Securing your safety with quick analysis of spaceborne and airborne Earth images. Save our planet. PASCO is promoting the utilization of satellite technology around the world for NSDI, disaster countermeasures, agriculture, forest conservation, and infrastructure management. Surveying the Earth to create the future. PASCO.
outer space. RESTEC, the Remote Sensing Technology Center of Japan, was founded in 1975 and has continued to progress in remote sensing technologies, which are used by satellites to survey the Earth. RESTEC, as an expert in remote sensing, can provide tailored solutions to users' requirements using Earth observation technologies. RESTEC's primary activities are satellite mission operations and research and development in remote sensing. In addition, we have expanded our business in new areas such as capacity building, think tank and consulting, and solutions service businesses in various international projects. As an Earth observation business, RESTEC operates the Earth Observation Center in the town of Hatoyama, Saitama. Under contract from JAXA, we receive, record, and process data from numerous satellites. Our solution services offer comprehensive support.
Good afternoon. Hello. I think I deserve a better club. Yeah? Thank you. So we are shifting quickly into the agriculture and food security session. We all had lunch, right? We ate food? Good. So we will talk about the most important matters in Africa, that is food, actually in the world. So to the session will do presentation. We have quick fire presentations, so the presenters will come here, tell us a little bit about how they're tackling food security in their parts of the world. Is it globally, is it nationally, and how they're using Earth observations to do that. And as they present, I want you to think about what is your vision for a food secure Africa? What is your vision in the next decade or so? And as the speakers present, think, are they addressing that? Are they hitting the nail on the head? Are they missing something? And then you can ask them tough questions about that. So first up is Mr. Sven Gilliams. He's a Belgian national. He has over 2 decades in agriculture and food security using remote sensing, leading projects both in Europe and in Africa, and is the current program director for GeoGlam. Welcome on stage.
Good afternoon. I just noticed that it's the wrong presentation. Anyway, let's check. If they can't find it, I'll do Esther's presentation as well. Doesn't matter. I've done them all. Perfect. Thank you. Do we have a clicker, or I just say that you want to go ahead with the slide? Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll wing it. Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sven Gilliams. I'm the GeoGlam director, and I'm happy that we had the previous session already on Geo, because originally I wasn't aware that I was going to present at RIC. I was going to present at AfriGeo, and then I don't need to explain what Geo is. But the previous session already did that very well. So GeoGlam is actually a flagship of Geo, and by doing the whole Geo introduction, I can focus on, and the GLAM stands for Global Agricultural Monitoring. And for those people that were in the Africa caucus this morning, although we are focusing on global agricultural monitoring and food security, I want to point out here that we are not responsible for the food security of my colleague Ernest, Dr. Ernest, because there were some worries this morning that he was not gaining weight. So I'm just making sure that we are not, well, being suspicious or being thinking badly of us. So let's move into the presentation because I know we're stressed for time. So if you can move my presentation, please. I don't have a clicker. So, okay, perfect. So what is GeoGlam? GeoGlam is actually an open community of practice. It's an international community. Everybody that is working with Earth observation and doing agricultural monitoring is welcome to join. There is no high standard or there is no big step you need to make. You just need to mail me and or my colleague Makabe, and you're welcome to join. And we discuss openly on different techniques that are being implemented all over the world, ranging from the Americas to Australia. We started in 2011 as mandated by the G20 after two important food price spikes, 2008, 2011, and really our mandate at that time was providing timely, actionable, accurate information on the agricultural situation at global scale. Next slide, please. So if I put that as a structure, I know it's a lot on the slide, and I know we're timing. Oh, I see the moderator already coming on stage. So I'm going to quickly explain this. So bottom right, you have our policy.
Point it there.
Point it where?
The desk.
Okay. So again, bottom right, our policy. I only put two, there are many more. One is food security, one is on climate. We have different. Go back. I think you better do the thing because that clicker is not working. Okay. So we have different products on early warning, food security, AIM is the market information system. We have stuff on climate adaptation and mitigation. Those products are actually, as mentioned before in the previous session, actionable. They're not just EO products, they're there, they're discussed, they're implemented. And those products are not perfect. So we get feedback, and that feedback moves into our R&D component. Big part of the R&D component is actually what we call the essential agricultural variables. And those are actually our integrators. I'll come back to that later, but they're really the integrators. They're the integrators between what we've been discussing quite a lot today, data and policy, and how to use that data for policy application. How can you use that data for a measurement that is actually transformed into policy and to monitor some of the policy? Another big component is the JCAM system, which is a network of research sites all over the world that actually helps developing some of these EAVs. In situ data, not been talked too much over the last days. 5 minutes? Okay, ooh, I need to really speed up. I think there's a question on that. So we do coordinating on that. All that thing together with open source and analytical tools, that's where we coordinate with Geo quite a lot, Geo Knowledge Hub, all the open source information that is provided by GeoGlam, the tools there in the Geo Knowledge Hub. People can go there, have lessons there, and then understand what is going on. And then we go back to information products, we go through co-development, capacity building, and improve our products. Let's see if that, okay. Biggest thing is our crop monitor. This is not an EO product. This is really a consensus-based product. So experts from all over the world come together monthly, discuss what they see in their EO data, and then come up with this map. This map, let's see if it, yeah. So we have these bulletins. They're produced on a monthly basis. They have lots of impact. They're mentioned all over the world. And then of course, we have these important statements, right? How are we contributing at global scale to food security? It's providing this accurate and actionable information. Of course, ideally, we get information from every part of the world, from every country in the world, and that's why we're doing capacity building. Recently, earlier this year, we had the Naivasha workshop. So in this country, we brought together 13 countries. I was going to say 13 countries from the region, but that would be a lie because Senegal was also there. So our friends from Senegal were also there. And the idea really was we have national crop monitors. They're not always sustained. What are the issues? Why aren't they sustained? What are the gaps? What is lacking? What is working in some countries? What is not working? Lessons learned. We had experts from the GeoGlam community supporting that. And from that workshop, we have 13 concept notes that can actually be used to go to policy in your country and ask them, like, this is what we want to implement. This is the infrastructure that we need. Please support us. So that's the idea behind this. Essential agricultural variables, so the integrators. So to support those crop monitoring activities, you need to have, simple example, a crop type map, an in-season crop type map. Is that available for every country in the world? No. Is that available for a large part of the world? No. It's only in very specific areas that we have that. An in-season crop type map is still difficult thing to do. You need in situ data, you need people that can do it, you need machine learning models, so it's not that evident. So this is where we discuss at international level what is working well where, what policy are influenced, and what do we need to get the global community at the same level to actually produce all these variables at global scale so that everybody can benefit from it. Just a couple of examples on these essential agricultural variables. I see now that it's way too small to read it, but it's just the examples of basic stuff that we monitor in GeoGlam, so rangeland, cropland, crop type, field boundaries, crop condition, crop yield, and all those are linked to policy. And those are then drilled down, what is the actual data? We also work together with CIOS, which is an international organization that brings together all the space agencies, and where we define, okay, from an agricultural perspective, to have these variables, we need this kind of satellite data. We need, for instance, thermal data to calculate evapotranspiration. That's a need, and ESA is going to launch, hopefully, fingers crossed, in 2028, the first, well, not the first, their land surface temperature satellite, and that's really based on GeoGlam information or requests. Okay, in situ data. So another thing, there's a couple of big projects. How am I doing for time, Coffee? 1 minute? Okay. A couple of big projects that are actually collecting in situ data at global scale, and we want to share that, whatever that is available, because we have the EO data that is available. It can be improved, but there's a large step. But for all the AI that we want to have, we need a lot of in situ data, and that is not being shared. It's very hard to collect, and so we need efforts on that. And this is something that, next to hosting the data, we also want to share the data and let people know where people are collecting data so that people can combine resources. Sometimes the project only has enough resources to do one province or one region of a country. Other people can join, and so that's a way to find the data. And then, I think I'm almost there. JCAM, our global network. I just wanted to show this map because, like I said at the start, we're an open community. We want to have contributions. Can be any kind of contribution, but JCAM is definitely a big one. And you see all those green dots are actually JCAM sites. And you also see that on the African continent, it's painful to say, but it's the continent with the least dots. So please join us. And there's lots of research being done here. There's lots of capacity. There's lots of things. But we need you guys in our network. to support us. And then I think as conclusions, and I think in some of the next presentations, some of the implementations of the national crop monitors will be shown, some of the GeoGlam experience. So I think food security challenges will only increase. We have like the climate extremes, pests and disease, they've been mentioned. There's conflicts, so there's quite a lot of information and analysis data that is going to be needed. If you can't go to the terrain, EO data will give you the spatial analysis that you would need. And I think what we really need to do is we need sustained solutions, because there's quite a lot of projects, one-off, 2 years, 3 years, and then it ends and then it stops. So they need to be sustained, they need to be integrated into policy at national scale, so that's the only way to sustain it. And then we also need better co-development, so with local knowledge, providing the product is actually needed. And I think, it was mentioned earlier, we need to break the silos, so there's other, well, science coming in and integrate so that we have the solutions for all, or Earth intelligence for all. And with that, I'd like to thank you. And if you have questions, I'm here the whole week, so we can chat. Thank you very much.
Does anybody have a question for Mr. Gilliams? We can take 1 to 2 questions max. Yes, Dr. Jane. We have a mic.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm familiar with GeoGlam, but I never understood the market, the transparency market. What does it mean? I think it's one of the main objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jane, for the question. Well, the market transparency is really what we saw, that was at the start of GeoGlam. And so if something happens in the market, there are large organizations that start speculating. A good example is what just happened with the conflict in Ukraine. Ukraine is really one of the breadbaskets of the world. So due to the conflict, there was, well, everybody thought that there was going to be little harvest, so that yields would go down, so that the production in Ukraine would fail. Other countries or commercial organization might think, we have a large stock of wheat somewhere, so let's keep that a bit in our silos. We will not tell anybody about it, so food prices will artificially increase, and then at the right time they can start selling their wheat at the global market and make profit, which is, well, maybe not justifiable. So that's the transparency. But by knowing what is happening in those countries and in other countries, by sharing that information, the speculation on, or the gambling on the rise of food prices is reduced. So that's really the market transparency. And what we actually saw in the Ukraine situation was that farmers were very resilient, and that there still was lots of harvesting being done even in the conflict zone, not on the real conflict border, but close to the conflict border, so that actually yields and production in Ukraine didn't go down. So we had a very short price spike for wheat, and then it went down again. So that's what we try, that's the information that we try to provide and share the information so that it's known. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. I listened to your presentation and I saw some of the services you provide, like you have bulletins from your work. Looking at the African peculiarity, that we have small farm owners, which are more than 90% of the farmers in Africa. How does the bulletin help those farmers? Majority of them are not even, they cannot read nor write. So what's the effective communication mechanism in place that can help 90% of the population of the African farmers? Thank you.
That is an excellent question, and that is absolutely the truth. We stop at, or most of the GeoGlam activities stop at the nationals. So our counterparts are ministries of agriculture in country, and then there are other organizations that take the next step and actually use the bulletins and then provide, well, the last mile, provide that information to the farmers through extension workers or whatever system that is in place in country. I would love to have a system that we can actually directly inform all farmers. That would be a tremendous improvement. But like I said, our resources are limited. We want to extend the network, and I think there is lots of room. That's the engagement. That's what we need from the countries. Actually, we can have the global community wherever, but the last step is always locals or at country level that needs to, because every country is also very specific and peculiar with the kind of information and how information is transmitted. There's a couple of, in Malawi we worked together with an NGO that did radio broadcasts on the information of the agricultural situation. So there are a couple of pilot projects within GeoGlam, but we can extend, and we would love to extend. So thank you for your question.
Thank you so much. Mr. Williams, you can have a seat.
Oh, you want me on the stage?
Clap for him, please. So next on stage, we will have Dr. George Chirima from South Africa Agriculture Research Council. Dr. Chirima, he's the research team manager at the Research Council. South Africans in the house? South Africans in the house? Only 2? Wow. I see Dr. Nale over there. So Dr. Chirima has been involved in geo activities. Actually, I just learned myself from over 10 years ago. He was involved in the implementation, developing the implementation plan. He's also a member of the GeoGlam and the active member of AfriGeo. He also supervises masters and PhD students. So young people in the house, have a good look at him. You have a very good resource over there. Dr. Chirima, you have the floor. And 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, just show me how this goes.
Point at the technical desk.
Next forward, just forward. Forward, this one. Yeah, just to my name. Just put to my name. Which button are you pushing? Yes, this one. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's nice to meet you. I am the only example, maybe, who has actually used the Earth observation data to make decisions for farmers. Hopefully I'll answer some of the questions that you posed. And I would like to acknowledge that is for over 10 years, in fact 20. That work is not mine alone. I just copied slides and ideas from everywhere, but it's a group of people that has been working with me over the years. We also have private partners that are private companies that work with us. I just coordinate and maybe share some ideas here and there. Okay. All right, that's fine. Where is it going? I want to acknowledge the sponsors. I was funded to be here, so it's important to acknowledge my department and AfriGeos. Thank you. Right. There is the outline of my presentation. I would like to talk about the challenges that are common to Africa and in terms of agriculture. and I would like to talk about potential solutions for large-scale farmers and also for small-scale farmers. The interesting bit is, like you said, for the small-scale farmers, some of them are less than 3 hectares. Some of them are at the back of the house. And how do you bring Earth observation data to them, considering that the resolution of Earth observation data is so small? So there are solutions which we hopefully people can adopt. The large-scale farmers, if you come from an area where it is a mixed situation like the South African side, we have the large commercial farmers. They also need the Earth observation to manage and make informed decisions. Yeah, now technology, yes. So, the common problems for us. First, low funding from government or from anywhere else if you're a farmer. That's a challenge for us. At the same time, you are faced with increased incidence of pests because now there's climate change, everything that you guys know. There's increased drought. So, it's not stable what you produce. And then now you have business people that want to speculate and say they have more than what they don't have. And actually, maybe they say they have less and they inflate prices. So those challenges are peculiar to all agricultural sectors in the country. And then, of course, if for some of us would do a lot of modeling, you would realize that the Western world, they've almost reached their peak in terms of agriculture unless they have miracles from somewhere. They've optimized their farming systems, optimized their equipment, and optimized their knowledge. In the next 10 years, there's nothing more to do, I think, or there's very little to do. But the biggest area where it's low technology, fertile soils, is mostly in Africa. So now we cannot leave this area untapped. So it's an important aspect to talk about that. Whilst at the same time, because agriculture is back-breaking, the young people don't want to go in there. It's associated with technology. They think agriculture is not sexy enough, and it's you spend the whole day, and when you sell a product, you don't sell directly to the market. There is a middleman who makes all the money. So these are challenges that we face, and we will not do much about government policies. So I don't know if you can see this slide. If you don't see it, that's fine. My discussion is around how do you measure productivity for the small-scale farmers and how do you measure productivity for the large-scale farmers. Right. The issue is that formula that I have given you underneath, which says production is equal to area times yield. Right. In South Africa, we have a two setup. This is for large-scale farmers, where our maize or our grains are sent on the commercial market even before they are planted. People start trading on the market. How much are you producing? How much will you produce this year? And because of that, it requires a high level of precision. So we have a different solution to that, where we bring in Earth observation to measure the field boundaries, and where we bring drones and aeroplanes. It's an expensive exercise. That exercise is not suitable for the small-scale farmers. But what is critical about that, which might apply to small-scale farmers, if you go outside and look at the landscape, you'd see some farmers are growing beans and maize at the same time. You see some are growing potatoes. And now when you are observing from the sky, how do you tell this is maize? And then you can make the right calculations. So we are supported by what's called a cropping calendar. All those plants that you have specific times for, you plant them at a specific time and they yield at a different time, and then you can use Earth observation now to pick up the signal for those, and then you have an accurate estimation of what's on the ground. So this is an important aspect. The other aspect is field boundaries. It's important to know where this crop is happening. We tell our government sometimes that, oh, in this area there's 15,000 tons, but the government does not know where exactly. Maybe I'll be dreaming, or maybe the farmer is in the ocean. People don't know, and the government keeps pumping money into areas which they don't know. So when you go through this key information about mapping field boundaries where the agriculture is happening, then your problem is shortened. Right. So once you have the field boundaries, you can now proceed to measure what's called objective yield, what is produced in that area per hectare. And then you can make now, over the years, make kind of calculations and say which years do you have more harvest, which years do you have less harvest, and you can now even start saying which area do you invest more resources rather than giving a blanket statement of resources to everyone. Now you can start looking at such figures, and then you can tell how many times do you want as a country to feed your nation? Do you have a shortfall? Where is the shortfall? And then we make such decisions. So this is an important output. But I hope I'll have time to look at, why is it coming back now? Can somebody push it to the next? Right. Push it to the next, like these small farmers, push it to the next slide so that right. We have the small farmers now, which are less than 3 hectares, less than 5 hectares. The process is very difficult at the beginning, but once you work hard in the beginning, then it becomes easier. You need to map. Now this is an era of artificial intelligence and machine learning. You need to map those areas first. Remember, the same field that I am plowing now, my forefathers were plowing on the same field. So the fields largely don't change, unless if you bribe the chief. So the fields are there. You need to map them. So you need to have an exercise of mapping using less modern technology. So this is an example of technology that we use to give either the farmer to provide some inputs, and you can map. The next slide, please. Right. So now you can now have algorithms on machine learning that gives you the exact area that is planted in the backyard, the sizes of that area, and then you can start now saying to government, you are giving 5 million to someone who's farming 2 hectares, and the government now can start opening up their eyes and make informed decision. Next slide. So this is an example of Ortambo district where we mapped all the small fields and what is produced there. Next slide. Right, this is what I was talking about. That's what you see typically in Africa. It looks very heterogeneous, and it looks like it doesn't contribute much, but may I tell you that over 90% of Africa is fed from these things. So the idea is to use technology. Even though they don't make the outside world, they are fed from these ones. Kids are sent to school from this. So this is where you start to talk to authorities and say, map these fields, can we bring these ones together and estimate the yield. The next slide, please. Right, the next slide, I think I'm out of time. But generally, I will conclude on this slide. Generally, what I've been saying now is doable in Africa. With the age of artificial intelligence, with the age of machine learning, we can map the small areas. You can even estimate what is produced. But the bottom line is, farmers need somebody to work with them. They are not scientists. So you need structures, like our organization, for example, we work with farmers on a daily basis. So you need somebody in between, you need a middleman to work with these farmers and then give them the information, interpret what the information says, and then it's doable. Yeah, like my colleague said, I'll be around. If you want more to explain how these things are done, we can talk. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Dr. Chirima. Your question must be very burning. Please give a mic to her. Introduce yourself, please, and ask your question.
My name is Dadirai Matarira from University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Thank you, Dr. Chirima, for the beautiful presentation. My question is based on a statement where you said you can map where plants are planted at the same time, a variety of plants being planted at once. And you can map like the distinct plants. And if I understood you well, you said you use the crop calendar, right? Yeah. But there are situations, I remember my grandmother used to, like during January, she used to plant sweet potatoes. And in those open spaces, she used to put beans. I don't know now, how does the crop calendar now work? And again, suppose it's in an area where you irrigate, you can actually plant at the same time and you manage. How do you then distinguish the plants? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I answer? Yes, this is why I said, in fact, I rushed over that item, that app that you give farmers. You put it on their farmers. The issue is, for machine learning, if you want to train, you must collect as much data as possible. So the very first few years, the margin of error is too big. But you keep asking the farmers what they plant, what variety they plant, what fertilizer they put, and when they are planting it. And then you take the signal now. If it's in challenging areas, you fly a drone at low level, and then you can separate the spectral signature of these plants. If it's difficult, you take a hyperspectral instrument. You go in and then you measure these particular leaves of that specific plant, and then you separate them. Once you have you've separated them, then now you upload it to satellite imagery, and then you can tease out these things. But it's a very interesting question. We can talk more about that. But it's important. It's easy in the sense that generally you find a family will grow not 6 varieties of crops. It's just a few. And they are grown for specific areas. Then you can separate that.
I have a question. This side, I have a question here concerning this monitoring issue on agriculture. Remember, we are in, for example, the setup around is an urban setup. So there's this cropping issue of urban farmers. And the kind of crops we consume in the urban setup tend to be questioning. So what is your take, especially on the issue of soil analysis before farming? Because we find like if you move from here to, there's a huge dam site, the other side of Nairobi, where we have the small scale farmers doing their farming, practicing it on the waste dam sites. And they harvest, and of course we consume such crops, which tend to be somehow a health issue to especially the urban community. So what's your take on that line?
Because we have not really gone into...
Dr. Chirima, I suggest we take one more question, then you can answer them briefly, because we are running short on time. Be brief.
Good afternoon. My name is Opicho, come from Kenya. I have 2 questions to Dr. Chirima. Your presentation was good, quite informative. We thank you for that brilliant work. Question number 1. Land tenure and land size. You have talked about 3 hectares, 4 hectares. I think you are using South African data or current experience.
Yes.
In Kenya and Nigeria, we don't talk about acres. Even not half an acre, even not a quarter an acre. Farmers talk of a point, 1/8 of an acre. That's why farming is practically being done for the people. And the land tenure system and the land law systems provide an environment where that's going to be the land of the family for the next 200 years or 300 years. Now, we want your guideline or your advice or your comment, which way for the land tenure system to reinforce food production and agricultural efficiency in Africa and in other parts of the world. That is question number 1. Question number 2, I want you to go out of science, to talk about big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence. I want you to incorporate the idea of indigenous knowledge. Like in South Africa, we have a lot of indigenous knowledge systems for food production. Make a comment about it also. Thank you so much.
I think that's enough for me for the day. Right. maybe I should attempt this first, and then we can, otherwise I'll forget the questions. Right. The first question about a dump site or whether its food is edible, we probably need partners or colleagues from other units where I come from, because we are a big organization that look at the nutrient level of whether it's toxic or it's not. So I can't comment on that now. All I can say is maybe we need to investigate maybe soil analysis and even the plant itself, what's coming out, before we can speculate and say there are issues. That's my response to that. Right. The next question, I think the one about land tenure, that one I will explain, because I am an advocate for bringing people, small parcels together. I don't know if you know the law of diminishing returns. As in models, we know that if you have 5 hectares, you can reach the ceiling of what you can get from that hectares. And then what you invest does not, no longer now turns into profit. So you need certain areas of certain sizes to make profit and produce all year round. So we propose in South Africa to bring people together. Either they bring in one area and start doing farmers, and it's also easy and cost effective for us from the Research Council to come and advise people in one meeting like this, rather than going door to door. So yes, I agree with you that the land tenure system needs to consider this amalgamation and coming up with something which is sustainable. There is no brain on that. There's only little we can do on a 3-hectare plot. And the indigenous knowledge, I will comment a little bit, because what we do ourselves is to look at productivity versus the seed that you have done and the way you manage the land. So we put variables like land management, whether you no-till or the still, or how people prepare the land for mulch, and then we look at the output. And then I advise farmers to say, with this one, this is how much you get. The decision is yours. We don't tell them to change. Decision is yours, but this is what you get. Because with models, you can project to the future to say, this is what you get. So, yes, that's how indigenous knowledge comes in. And then we have also an archive of seeds that we think we should be preserved either for cultural reasons or for the ability to fight diseases, because our forefathers knew how to fight some of these disease outbreaks using certain varieties. So we preserve those seeds, and we have partners that multiply them, and then we send them back to the farmers.
Thank you so much. Do you have a question for him or a comment? Half a minute, please.
The question, I think he will be very happy, because at the beginning you said the youth was reluctant to go for agriculture. Yes. But at the end, you said you need a middleman, isn't it? Okay, so to be between the traditional farmers and all these new technologies like precision farming and so on and so forth. So you have got it. You need to engage youth into these new technologies. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. We are on the path. Thank you. We're doing initiatives to motivate them to join the agricultural sector.
Another round of applause for Dr. Chirima. And thank you very much. I want everybody to emulate Pisa's example. I say 30 seconds and he stuck to that. So our next speaker is from Uganda. Captain Stanley Osaba comes to us from the Office of the Prime Minister. Captain Osaba is an IT professional. He's the systems administrator and also the assistant to the head of the National Emergency Operations Center. And he'll speak to us about early warning for agriculture and food security. Dr. Osaba, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'm used to adjustment, so after the doctors, I have to adjust the mic to be able to speak into it. Thank you so much, Esther. I think we've had challenges with us. Okay. Yeah, I must say that I'm privileged to share the platform with you, and I'd like to share Uganda's utilization of Earth observation for agriculture monitoring and early warning. It's a fact, just like other countries on the continent, Uganda's agriculture is rain-fed, and it's vulnerable to erratic rains, and with that, the wild card has been Earth observation that has saved us in most cases. So noting that, the country lies so much on, I think I'll have to make a pact with my brother, and when you come to Uganda, you'll eat matoke until you drop. So when I do this, we move to the next slide. Yeah. So I would like to acknowledge my colleagues from the department for putting up, that I worked with to put up this presentation, but also acknowledge the different agencies that have supported us technically, but also in terms of giving us funds to run our agriculture monitoring tools. Thanks to Geogram, we ran a Uganda National Crop Monitoring Tool, part of the Geogram, and this has been really handy in helping farmers making informed decisions. The country relies so much on the MET services, and looking at the two maps, we have the light blue map looks at the categorical rain forecast, and that focuses on measurable rain, whether rain will occur or not. So it does not go into the specific amount of rain, but rather focuses on telling whether there will be measurable rain, whether it is 0.0 millimeter, but it's the outlook that you get. On the other side of the map is the actual rain that is received. That's the actual reading. So when you look at the first map, at the far tip, if someone has been to Uganda, or if you intend to come to Uganda and you talk food security, the region they will point you at is Karamoja region, and that is the tip that you see in darker green on the second map. So what happens, the forecast that we get from the categorical forecast for that year, 2021, indicated that there will be abnormal rains. But when you look at the other map on the left, the actual rainfall that was received, it was below normal in some parts. Actually, the part of Karamoja, it was below normal. Going into the June, July, and August season, we see the same, and this is the only season that region receives favorable rainfall. But for this year, and we'll see that this was really unprecedented year for us. For this year, there was a delayed onset of rain, and then early cessation, and also the distribution was poor. So the region really was stressed. Next. Yeah, the same continued to 2022 in the same period. Now, when we look at the sound, in the last picture, we see that it was predicted that we shall have abnormal rains. But what happened actually is that we received below normal rains. And this is where we get to pull out our wild card, the Earth observation. Yeah. So next. So what happens? We pull up the images from different platforms, and we use the NDVI values. But for this particular one, we use the SPI values. Next. So what is done? We do the SPI analysis to determine the magnitude of or the severity of the drought. So it's analyzed. For that period, we were able to catch it in time, because when you see the curve, from the curve going down, we're able to pick it up, and this helped the government trigger relief. So because of that, we were able to determine that it was going to be severe, so government triggered relief, and the communities were assisted, and thanks to the Earth observation. Next. Yeah, these are some of the products that we developed from the crop monitor. You see the yellow for that from the first picture. That's the drought that we're able to predict using the MODIS data and SPI values. We were able to determine that there will be a drought. Yeah, and from history, and this is also help from Earth observation, we see the districts that are in red. From the dark columns towards the end, we see that there is stagnation from the readings, and always this helps us to trigger us investigating further, because it provides us indicators that there is likely going to be a drought. Next. This is in form of public works. So when we give out money, it is premised on their labor to do public works like digging access roads, and in turn the communities benefit from having good roads, but also they get money to buy the food that they may lack when we predict a drought. So answering a question on the benefit from Earth observation and the benefit from taking informed decision, this is one of the main benefits from Earth observation. Next. Yeah, I'll talk of the challenges that we face. One of the challenges is transforming raw data into usable information. It takes a skill, it takes using different platforms, intelligence platforms. So a combination of all these helps us to utilize Earth observation data and make good information for farmers. Now beyond crop monitoring, it goes into informing, because at the end you will see that agriculture is not only impacted directly from either drought or not, but other disasters can also impact agriculture and food production and food security. Things like floods, if the farmers did not harvest in time, you find that the gardens are all destroyed or submerged, and farmers experience losses. Now, accessing and understanding Earth observation data sets is another factor, and also absence of clear policies on data sharing is also another challenge. Thanks. Towards the end of the presentation, the opportunities that we see here is integrating Earth observation data into other disasters to make meaningful analysis. Also establishing hubs for data sharing, and as well as precise and localized predictions. Next. I promise this is the last slide. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. And what we should take from here is that the measure for an effective early warning system is from the impact that it causes to or the impact that the communities get to benefit from that system. And we see that Uganda as a country, we've been able to make adjustments through vigorous early warning, and this has helped the country. We see that in 2020, and this was a terrible year because the country had compounded disasters. We had high levels, rising water levels in most water bodies, and we saw a lot of flooding. The country had COVID. And if the world is to give an award to the resilient people, I think that award should come to Uganda. We have the most resilient people. Coming from COVID, where farmers were not able even to tend to their gardens, we were able to reduce the agricultural loss in 2021 and 2022. Sorry for not translating that into US dollars, but that's about 37 and I think $3 million, from 77.37 to 37 US dollar in loss to agriculture. So I say that going ahead as we get more training and enhancing our capabilities, we shall see this loss going down, and the country shall continue to benefit from Earth observation. Thank you so much.
I think Uganda deserves a better clap than that. An award actually, huh? Do we have a burning question? Just one.
It's not just one.
30 seconds for your question, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Dr. Serge Omvekuchi from Côte d'Ivoire. What processing did you on your EU raw data, as most of EU data platform promote analyze ready data?
We'll take a second question from the gentleman at the back.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Frank Anderson. I'm working with a global partnership. So I have one curious question I can say. You said you are developing a bulletin, and that bulletin has been used to the local community. But I think you are more focused on the crop, but when you talk about food security, we can also talk about livestock. So I'm keen to understand how is that bulletin usable also to livestock keepers, or maybe I can talk on the angle of water resources, because it is very key when it comes to ensuring food security.
Should I? Yeah, starting with the first question, that EOP already analyzed the data. So what do we put into our processing? Yeah, we use different platforms, and we pull out raw data, raw images, and this is because of our interest. Just as I talked about, if you went to Uganda and you talked food security, they'll point you to Karamoja. So we pick interest in that, and we only pull out, many times we pull out images just for that particular region. We take it through our different tools, GIS tools, and we make analysis, our language, and we make analysis for those particular, we don't look out for ready-made products, but we do analysis in-house. Yeah, now about the bulletin, I did not go in details about that bulletin, but the bulletin is actually wide. We don't work alone. We're just a mandated entity for early warning, but we work with the different entities in the country. For hydrology, we work with for agriculture. The bulletin carries a lot of information on livestock as well, advisories, on outbreaks of diseases, soil moisture, and all that. And it's not only the bulletin that is usable in that respect. We do field engagements as well, but beyond that, we've done capacity building for the communities and the levels within the communities. I don't know whether we have the same administrative units. We have districts, we have sub-counties. So beyond that, we do a lot of capacity building and we give out this information. So I did not go in particular details of the bulletin, but it carries that information as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please have another round of applause for Captain Stanley Osaba? Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, we go to Ghana. Our next presenter is Dr. Abdul Wadud Momen. Dr. Abdul. He's a senior lecturer at the School of Mines and Built Environment. He's also the head of Sustainable Mineral Resource Development Coordinator, and he's also involved in GeoLDN, one of the Geo flagships. You have the floor. You have 10 minutes, Doctor. You can use the clicker.
Right. Thank you. We've been here together since morning, and maybe I have some good news for Ernest. Back home, when we eat, we sleep and increase weight. I have learned in Nairobi, when you eat, come and talk. I will understand why most of the Kenyan athletes don't have weight. Right, so our study was commissioned by IITA and we work as a group. I worked with Dr. Francis Muthoni from Kenya, and also my colleague, Dr. Lily Lisa. And our study was commissioned to actually investigate certain baselines for the commissioning of intervention for farming areas in the north of Ghana. No? Right, so the northern savanna regions of Ghana historically have been the food basket of the country until sometime in the early 90s. A drought came in and the agricultural production in the area started dwindling. And one would ask what strategies, what actions have been taken by government and partners to improve agricultural production in this area. And I can assure you that a number of activities, intervention schemes came in to improve agriculture in this area. The only thing that is lagging is evidence that such intervention schemes have been backed by science, Earth observation, with its looming support for agriculture. As you will all bear with us, even to the extent we have agro-geoinformatics, where everybody try to now apply Earth observation technologies towards improving agriculture. And the earlier presenters have actually given a whole lot of examples of applications of Earth observation for improving agriculture. Back in Ghana, it's a different story, and that is why our funders asked us to do that and bring that to your attention. So we have been asked to do this, review the literature. Don't mind all the intervention schemes, past intervention schemes, and even existing ones. Focus on Earth observation, how that has been utilized to support agriculture in the northern savanna regions of Ghana, which historically is the food basket. When you do that, I am happy my brother suggested that we should leave the science aside at some point and apply IK, indigenous knowledge. So we have to visit the field, visit farmers, observe, and then we can validate our Earth observation records or data. So when we do that, then we have to generate a report. To what extent have the northern savanna regions of Ghana benefited from the applications of Earth observation towards improving sustainable agriculture? What has been the paradigm shift, and how is that going to help? So here we are. I have already given this because I have 10 minutes. I'll give this background. We need to fight food security. If the northern savanna region of Ghana is the food basket of the country, and it is found that agriculture production is actually dwindling. You have to come back. I think there's a lapse between the flip. So agriculture production in the country has actually been falling to the extent that the amount of food that has been lost is monetary equivalence is about 10 billion. And if that is the case, what could be the cause? Is it land degradation? Could it be climate change? Could it be a combination of both? Could it also be that our farmers are becoming lazy? We are not interested in that. Even if the farmers are becoming lazy, how do we support to improve the few that are hardworking? That is what we are interested in. So Ghana, the total land area of Ghana is about 70% agricultural land. And out of this, 35% of that has been found to be degraded, which reduces the amount of arable land available for agricultural production. When we talk of agriculture, arable land, it is not just only for crop harvesting, but also includes livestock, pasture lands available for livestock keeping. And the cost of that amount of arable land, amount of agricultural land lost is equivalent to about $1.4 billion. And that amounts to about 0.9% of the GDP of the country in 2017. So having given all this background, what did we find? We have found that the critical areas that agricultural land has been lost is the northern savanna region, including the middle belt of the country, which is about 78% of the total land area of Ghana. Next. Right. And much of that is actually attributed to soil degradation, which amounts to about 2.5% of GDP of Ghana. In this part of the country, more than 80% of the population is rural, and a lot of them depend on agriculture for economic livelihood. So you can imagine the impact of agricultural land loss. The total percentage poverty head count is 24% in the country, but up north is 40%. So the impact is actually huge. For that reason, we have to address this as an emergency, a national emergency. And we need near real-time Earth observation monitoring to generate the data, inform precision farming, and influence sustainable agriculture in the northern savanna regions of Ghana. As I said, come back. So that is the northern savanna region of Ghana. And you can imagine the amount of degradation, soil degradation that takes place in that part of the country. A larger part of that is actually concentrated in the middle areas of the northern savanna. The rest of the country down south is much better in terms of agricultural land loss through soil degradation. The fourth revolution of agriculture is about the application of technologies. To what extent have we benefited from the application of these technologies in Ghana, which notably include remote sensing and other Earth observation technologies? We have little. And what do we mean by we have little? Globally, even within Africa, we have seen Uganda, we have seen South Africa, we have seen Kenya, which probably informs why Kenya and South Africa are the largest agricultural economies in Africa. They have actually benefited from the applications of Earth observation for informing precision agriculture and sustainable agriculture. Our situation, our narrative is different in Ghana. Even take the entire country, the extent to which we have benefited from the applications of Earth observation, right, is only, our study finds that we have only 30 studies that have applied Earth observation for agriculture, and that just comes accidentally, not deliberate. So in Ghana, we haven't used Earth observation for monitoring agricultural productivity or informing agricultural production in the country. It's very little. And if you go up north, you can see the statistics for yourselves, as the Nigerian news presenter will say. Read for yourselves. So, various Earth observation technologies that have been applied to generate data for agriculture, informing agriculture, is very little. And the largest that have been used is Landsat, which has to do with only 7 studies, and we do not have enough coverage on the applications of Earth observation in agricultural production. So that informs our sponsors' decision to embark on a massive deployment of Earth observation that could help improve agriculture in the northern savanna regions of Ghana. So we need collaborations. We need all of you to join hands on deck so that we can embark on a rigorous application of Earth observation technologies to improve the existing situation in the northern savanna regions of our country. Thank you.
A proper round of applause for Dr. Mahmoud. And if there is a burning question, just one. Going once. Question? No question. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmoud.
It's the most boring.
I think I could bet my horses that it was the most simplest and most understandable presentation. No? Yes. Good. Does anybody notice anything so far in this session? Anything peculiar? Nobody? Nobody noticed that it's all men that have been speaking? No? Wow. So, our next speaker will be a woman. She's the Chief Scientific Officer at the Nigeria Space Agency. She's a GIS professional. She's also an expert in agriculture value chain management and environmental risk management. Jagila, you have the floor. She'll be speaking to us on gender-inclusive strategies for sustainable agriculture. Let's give her a deserved round of applause. She's taking her time, so you should also take your time with applause. You have 10 minutes.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to sit with beautiful people here. I'm from the National Space Research and Development Agency. I'm a Chief Scientific Officer. And in my organization, we have 5 different departments. And one of these departments is the application. And in the applications department, space applications department, we have about 5 divisions that cover all our sub-teams here. Now, I'll be talking about one component of it, which is the agri sector. So today, I noticed something. Throughout this event, it's mostly men. If you look at it here properly, you see that it's just barbed hairs I can see here. And very limited hairs here, it's covered with hair. Because we have more men here and limited women. Now, I want to talk about gender-inclusive strategies for sustainable development in agriculture. Next slide. So, this picture speaks a lot to us. At the top left, you see women in agriculture. The one under it, you see the physical stress that women have to go through for a means of livelihood in local communities. Under here, you see the climate impact on her emotions, and then you can see over here the multiple roles that a rural woman go through, where she has to cater for her child and then also look for food. Here we can see the impact of climate is consuming her. And then there comes the hope, which is the use of technology. Next. So they said art intelligence is for all. For Africa. Is it for all? Or is just for Africa or for the men? Nobody said anything about gender. In an era of space exploration and technological advancement, it is very critical for us to know that this development is supposed to benefit every humanity irrespective of gender. Climate change affects us all, but believe me, people, the impact, it's not equal. How a man will experience it and the impact will hit him is different from a woman. We are fragile, but we have powers. Gender actually plays a very significant role in determining how individuals experience this effect. So we are going to be exploring how data can be used, EO data can be used to empower African women in agriculture. Next. So, in my country, Nigeria, agriculture is a cornerstone of our economy. It contributes to our GDP. It provides employment for a lot of people. And it contributes significantly to the national food security and export earnings. Next slide. So, again, I am a farmer, but a sexy farmer. In my country, agriculture, women constitute about 80% of the farming population of the labor force, but they are limited by a lot of constraints, challenges. They don't have access to land resources. They have no access to recent knowledge and even the technology. And again, their gender roles and social-cultural barriers limit their participation. If we say about 80% of the population of the farming system is women, it means we need to focus on women so that there can be food on the table. But because of her role, she has a lot of challenges. Because she's just a woman, it makes her vulnerable. Now, these challenges that I mentioned is just few among many. It can pose a serious threat to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals that all of us are talking about today. Next slide. So climate change is the biggest threat to humanity, and we all know. This is evidenced through the melting of the iceberg, landslides, the release of heat waves, flood, crop diseases, drought, and land degradation, amongst many. Next. In Nigeria, next slide. In Nigeria, climate impact reflects in our economy and the environment itself. It is seen in the desertification of land that results to conflicts between farmers and the herders, into killing each other, flood, and even loss of biodiversity. Next slide. So, this subsequently affects the lives of communities of people, farmers, and poor households that depend on natural resources for survival. This picture shows that these young girls are going far to fetch water to cater for their crops. And the truth is, this climate, because I said it affects more women, you realize that if before the impact of the climate comes, the water they fetch in the rural community might just be behind their houses. But now, because the water has shifted, they will have to travel further to get water, some of them to even take care of their crops with it. Next slide. Now, there are lots of issues that affect these women that depend on agriculture, because when the flood consumes her farm, she will be stranded. Next slide. So, as we talk about it, there is limited representation in our parliaments in Africa. You won't believe it that we have only 3 out of 109 senators that we have in our country, and it's happening in many African countries. We have only 16 women out of 360 representatives. Now, if we are not there, who will speak on our behalf that we also need to be supported? And if we are talking about this technology and advancement, who will speak on our behalf? We've never even had an agriculture minister who is a woman. It's now that we have a savior who is our new First Lady. She's focusing on women. She's really doing all she could to integrate women into this movement. Next slide. So, this brings us to where space technology can help her. It tells her all these things that are listed here, because it will tell her when she can plant, what land is available for her farming, what crop is suitable for her region. It will tell her if her crop will survive until harvest. Will her child receive vaccination at the appropriate ages? All these are the concerns and questions that our EO data and space technology application can help a woman that is the community that depends only on agriculture for means of survival. Next. So, with data, it can provide her with critical agriculture data through its advanced sensor. In terms of informed decision making, it will also support her. It will help enhance her productivity in the agriculture and help her to build her resilience in terms of climate impact. Next slide. Also, in terms of educational opportunities, with this technology, it will help to facilitate her learning, and it will offer all women and girls access to quality education and valuable skills. In terms of healthcare accessibility, we have the telemedicine through satellite communications, which can improve healthcare access for women in remote areas and enhance their well-being. These skills and knowledge will enhance their educational opportunities. Next slide. So I'm going to share with you some few case studies and our success stories. So in terms of the disaster of flood and all, we have the International Charter Space and Major Disaster that provides Earth observation data and they work with experts to drive information products to support disaster relief organizations in saving lives, properties, and so on. Now, my organization, NASDA, is their project manager. It's one of the organizations that provide value addition service for the charter. We produce maps based on satellite data for the use of interpreting and use data for use in interpreting and assessing disaster situations. Next. We also have the Crop Watch innovation program. It's a collaboration between NASDA and the Chinese Academy of Science, where we actually monitor crop types, and we have a lot of activities. And next slide. So I said I'm a farmer. I manage over 10,000 hectares of farmland across Nigeria. You can see it in this picture. It's a project of about 3,000 hectares with all men. I'm the only woman in that picture. And not just a woman, I'm the only smart farmer there, because it's a high-tech farming, like fully mechanized, but all are just men. Now, because of this reason, I know that I've chosen to be an informed farmer. I'm well updated about the climate impacts and all that's happening today. I have access to technology. I was trained by the good organizations in the UK and China and Thailand. I just feel that every woman also deserves the same opportunity if she loves to farm. And that can come only if we decide to come together to integrate more women. Sometimes you don't need to start big. So I started small, and then my organization supported me in a big way. Next slide. Because of this reason, I decided to identify this to use Earth observation and space technology to empower women in agri-value chain in Niger State amongst many. So when I started, I told them about production, advanced techniques, and how they can sustainably produce. They picked interest, they love it. They started coming in groups. And when I brought that to my agency, I was fully supported. And we started to call them, and we started to teach them. They are happy, and we are building an empire in doing that. Next slide. So, during the course of our fieldwork, I observed that Nigeria is one of the highest producers of charcoal. And for that reason, a lot of trees are harvested from our forest. These have impact on the environment, on the agriculture, because the soil is affected, and even our health, because people that do that don't even know the impact of their action. But with the use of Earth observation, we developed these projects, and we were able to show them. Here you can see in this result that in 2000, there were much forests. We had only two classes, the forest and non-forest cover. In 2010, we realized that there is a depreciation. By 2020, the forest is gone. And if we do it today in 2024, it might just not be there. So these are the type of project we've done in our organization that is really helping people in terms of enhanced educational opportunities for women and addressing deforestation and its impact on the arable land. Next slide. So we all know that conflict have trended for a very long time. I'm from the northern part of Borno State. Conflict have affected me. I'm a direct victim of the Boko Haram insurgents. We've lost properties, lives. People from my community depend on agriculture, but today we are displaced. And therefore, I decided to create a geodatabase. And NASDA came up on board. I only did small, but we went big. We started developing an GIS database where we analyze, and the project tried to empower women in conflict-affected regions, and with this we are able to build a database and a user-friendly web map application for monitoring these agricultural production conflict-prone areas with focus on both men and women. This data can be used for informed decision. Next, please. NASA also coordinated the tracking and monitoring of field vaccination teams using geo-coverage map charts, GTS dashboards, data in northern Nigeria. This allows stakeholders to assess progress, identify areas of improvement, and locate any missed partially covered regions. And the significant lessons learned here was that the use of space technology greatly improved the rural women I'm talking about. If your child is sick, you can't even concentrate, and you are among those that are producing food. But with this, we are able to make sure that all the communities are well identified and located in terms of vaccination for their children. It's a way of actually also utilizing Earth observation to support women in the rural communities. Next slide. We also developed a farmland inventory using space-based technology in the Federal Capital Territory and now going to all the states in Nigeria. We're able to map and delineate existing farmlands and examine the patterns of their distributions. We're able to get all information about particular farmlands so that when there is for targeted intervention by the government. And we also analyzed the land productivity, identified all the problems. All the problems that the farmers are facing. With this, we are able to advise government in taking a well-informed decision. Next slide. Like I said, we bring together women, we conduct training sessions for farmers in groups, we teach them how to gather information just as low as collecting the coordinates of their farm. We get the sizes, we analyze the crop health data and tell them what to do. And this has been happening, and more are coming in groups, and then this is it. Next slide. So we try to promote awareness about the integration of women in agriculture within the realm of space science for disaster resilience. Our agency organized the African Space Economy Conference and Exhibition, and we discussed a lot. Next. So this is part of the success stories. Next slide. We mapped and assessed the plantation of cashew, and we are able to go all through the states in Nigeria. This data is very important because it tries to give them a suitable location for the production of cashew. Next slide. We assessed the vulnerabilities within the value chains of maize and compared it to Rwanda, which we believe is stable. We tried to see what is it they are doing that we are not doing. And this information was really helpful for us in identifying all the possible key vulnerabilities within that value chain. And we investigated the drivers to fix the problem and support our farmer for food security. Next slide. So this is one of the results because we are able to evaluate the existing links between the farmland, the road network, and storage facilities, including the rail resources for optimal production. Next. So there is a space-based digital farm monitoring from space for the 2020 dry season during the COVID pandemic, where our Central Bank of Nigeria also gave NASDA the opportunity. We collaborated together, and the project focused on monitoring of farms for the Central Bank of Nigeria using space-based technology. A lot of farms have been validated from the space and are currently being monitored for crop growth, the crop health, crop performance, yield estimation. Next. This is how the platform looks, and next slide. So, in conclusion, believe me that knowledge gap exists within the agri-value chain. Gender disparities in climate change impact exist, notably in the agri-value chain. Gender roles and resources access shape the vulnerabilities the more. Women and smallholder farmers are extremely affected by climate change. The use of Earth observation and space technology can empower this woman through data and satellite communication, for example, the NDVI and other crop-related data. These real-world cases that I showed demonstrated the Nigerian space technology's positive impact on the agriculture. So we will provide recommendations and guides, the empowerment and climate resilience through access to resources, real-life data training opportunities, and dissemination of women farmers. Next. So these are some gender-inclusive strategies that can be adopted, and then we will have enough food on our table and everybody will be happy. Next. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Gila. Do we have a question? Should I take back my words? We'll take 3 questions. Very quick ones, please. Tafadhali. Tafadhali is, I'm begging you in Kiswahili.
You are begging me?
Yes.
Okay.
To be very quick.
Be kind to me because
this topic is so sensitive and so important. our women are producing food, but she's raised something which I want to also give another perspective because it's important for the continent. By the way, I'm Amos Kapapa from Ghana. Now, the issue you have raised is very important. And in fact, I'm happy your DG is here. And one thing I want to stress is that, please, Mr. DG, next time the presentation should show intra-country relationship, because Ghana is also doing something, Senegal is doing something. It will be very interesting to see how this work is interrelating.
Okay, of course.
This is one. Number two, you see, in the northern part of Ghana, there has been a lot of promotion for gender, for women, in fact. And in some studies by some NGOs, what you realize is that every time they are giving all the support to the women, then what you will realize is that then the men say, okay, fine. Now they say women is for everything. So the men become very lazy. They just wake up, they sit down, just play some dance or something. So I think just as we want to address the issue in Africa, I think my question to you is, how do we address this balance? Because if we don't address this balance well, it's even affecting some countries that are even looking at school education. They come, they give the girls books and things, they leave the boys. Then the boys sit down and say, okay, who is supposed to help me? I'm not part of the show. So what would be your comment on that? Thank you.
So you're talking about gender inclusion, yeah?
Yes, please.
You know, there is a region in my country, for instance, I'll always make reference to my country. You see, this gender imbalance, I will say that it is actually a pandemic in Africa. Even the AI I tried to use the other time, I gave AI my profile to help me generate something, and AI started describing it. I was like, really? Does it mean a woman can't achieve them? Like, oh, I'm so sorry. Now it's that bad. How can we address that? If we make the women's voice to be relevant, we are not trying to take over your position as a man. We can't even survive without you. You understand? But our input is very important. And if I come to you and make you feel important in when I want to take a decision and I make you feel very relevant, it have a way of making you feel better to do more. That's just what we want. Sometimes when we try to do this, they're like, you are just a woman. If we come together and make them feel important, of course it will work. And in terms of even scientific activities, you will see that engineering, people think it's just made for men. Women don't even, because the system have already subjected them to believe that they don't belong there. I go to the farm, I stand for 7 hours. I'm a boss in the farm. People tremble when I'm there because I know my right. You understand? So if we are able to make their voices heard, of course it will work. We are not taking over from you. In Jos, for example, you see women building houses because their men have refused to do it. So because you have refused to do it, will I now not do it? There will be no food on the table. And if I have decided to go to the farm, just support me. And if we are talking technology, give me access to data, build my capacity, help me to understand it, make me feel relevant. That's just it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Opicho, you have a very burning question. Quickly.
This time round, I don't have a question. I just have a point of support to Dr. Jakira. Thank you so much for that timely input. Only that when you were presenting, I looked around the house. Men were carefully listening, but your fellow sisters were busy having other meetings among themselves. In social science, that is what we call auto-sexism. A woman employing a fellow woman. Women don't have any problem with that. In the month of July or June, there was an international conference hosted by the African Space Leadership Institute. It was both online and whatever. Many among the proponents of space feminism, having all space projects to have a greater percentage of women participants, like the moon mission in South Africa. A project to have a radio station on the moon is carried out by 3 South African women scientists. So that was not my main point. My point was the question of gender is not the question of a man exploiting a woman. It's a question of social protection. Now, may I just encourage my sister, Dr. Chagira Chakindu, that next time you address the question of gender, discuss all those members of Nigerian society, African society, and the human society who are vulnerable, especially people living with disabilities, people who are migrants, young children, people living in the extreme age, people who have non-conventional sexuality, people who are refugees, victims of war. You can take a benchmark from Uganda. In Uganda, there are 2 refugee land allocation projects. One in northern Uganda, where Captain is talking about Karamojong, and another one in central Uganda. The project in Karamojong is all about giving pieces of agricultural lands to people who are victims of war from southern Sudan. And the one in Kampala is trying to give farming opportunities from the victims of war in Bongo, DRC. So this is also a question of gender, giving a refugee an opportunity to have access to agricultural land, you see. So when we talk about gender, women should not steal the story of gender. Gender is about people who are socially vulnerable, not women. The story of women is just women, not gender. But I want to appreciate a community of social thinkers from West Africa, starting from Mariam Ba of Senegal, Amada Aido of Ghana, Buji Emejeta of Nigeria, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie of Nigeria. We now have Dr. Chaginda Chakiru from Nigeria, a feminist scientist, not a social scientist. Thank you so much. The work you are doing is quite wonderful. Stay honored and stay present.
Also, just a few minutes, in addition to Amos's question, how we can help the women. Do you know that a lot of women don't own the land they produce, despite the fact that they occupy 80% of the farming population? Some parts of many African countries, some men marry 4 wives just to come and produce for them. When the government wants to support them in terms of incentive, provision of inputs, they cannot benefit from it directly because they don't have collateral. We can start by helping them. And the role that the Earth observation have to play in this is when we are able to identify unutilized lands using space technology, we can provide recommendation for government of each country, each nation, and they'll be able to allocate, give access to these women so that if they have that farm, they can access the incentives from government and they'll produce happily with concentration. Thank you.
Another big round of applause for Jagila and all the women in this room, right? Yeah? Good. Thank you so much. I think we should have a gender session, dedicated gender session in the next symposium, because I think this is a conversation we can't finish in 10, 20 minutes, right? The organizers, Penina and team, I hope you're taking note. So as we come to the end of our session, I want to take us very quickly back to something that most of the presenters highlighted briefly or spoke about briefly, in situ data. Getting in situ data, this is a very critical element. As much as we say Earth observations are, these are the big innovations now, but we need Earth observation data. And to give us more insights, I invite Professor Sosdito from the University of Mondlane in Mozambique. He'll give us briefly some examples, practical examples, how they are they're supporting farmers and supporting in-situ data activities, and also tell us how can we improve the quality, the quantity in our in-situ capabilities. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think this is easier but also difficult question, because we can have satellite images, we can also have powerful algorithms of machine learning, of artificial intelligence, but if we don't have in-situ data, we can't get quality product. Why I say this is because artificial intelligence algorithms, machine learning algorithms need to be taught what is represented, what is covered in the satellite image. And we use in-situ data to teach the algorithms to identify what is in the satellite image. So it is critical to have high quality in-situ data, okay, to get high quality products. When you talk about mapping agricultural agricultural land, when you talk about monitoring agriculture, okay, independent of what biophysical variable you are working on. So I think we really need to enhance our capability on how we collect these in-situ data. And also, as some presenters realized here, we need to come to the end point of sharing this data so that we can improve the products of our, the quality of the products that we deliver to the farmers or to the society in general. This is what I can say about the in-situ data. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sosdito, for keeping the time also. So we've come to, we'll take a short break, but before we do that, do we have any burning questions? Can you keep it? Yes.
I'll be very short, okay? I think that just based on what he has mentioned, AfriGeo Secretariat must come out with a strategy by which all the networks here share in-situ data. I think is something crucial, because with all our work, there has to be a way. So I think I'm mentioning to him, I think AfriGeo will reach out to us with a way of sharing the in-situ data, because if we don't start to share in-situ data among ourselves, the satellite imagery will never be able to reliably tell us what is on the ground and how to even predict. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 30 seconds, please. 1 minute max.
It's okay. I'm responding to him in regards of gender protection and inclusion. Sorry. I'll give an example of Gambia. Sorry, I'm from Kenya, but from workshop we learn. In Gambia, they have school of husband, whereas the ladies are busy in the farm, so that the men can be empowered. They left all the work to women, so they have the school of husband, where the husband are taken to school to be taught about domestic responsibilities, so that they may be able to strengthen their family income. Thank you.
Any statistics about marriage improvement?
Yes, I can give statistics.
Any statistics about improvement in marriage?
You want statistics, or you want the context for that school?
Are there any statistics to show that the school is effective?
I think we'll have the statistics. The next AfriGeo symposium, we will table this discussion.
All right, mine too is reaction to his comment that vulnerable groups should be included in gender discussions. I also want to announce that in the northern savannah regions of Ghana, Upper West in particular, we have cooperation of the blind, visually impaired, and they do farming, crop production, and they farm with hoes, with basic tools, and so far they haven't been supported as they may require. It's only USAID that has helped them. And if you go to the farm and see the blind doing farming and harvesting, you will think they also see as we do. And this is happening in Ghana.
Wow, interesting. Now, I think the next person is going to kill me. Are you going to kill me, Joseph? Yeah? Okay. A short one, and then, yeah.
Thank you. Mine is more of a query to my colleague in Gambia, from Gambia. I would like to be part of the researchers that do monitoring and evaluation on the husband education program. I would love to collect the insights and package them to the audience maybe in the next AfriGeo. Thanks.
I think our agenda for next AfriGeo Symposium is pretty done. Jagila, last word. Last word.
I would resist this idea of including all the other vulnerable groups into the gender space. Let us call them minorities. Anybody who is disadvantaged, the groups that are disadvantaged, they would rather be called minorities, but we don't have to mess the gender space. Because we are going to spread thin the resources and we are going to mess up the entire scheme. That is just my honest submission. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I think we've come to the end of this part of the agriculture and food security session. There is more to come, so if you stay with us, Joseph from D Africa will take us through the next session. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a great evening.
I'm part of the East Africa team, and I was asked to moderate a session while people are a little bit tired. Some of them are sleeping. Then I'd ask you to raise and stretch a little bit. I show you how you shall proceed. Please, with your permission, you may raise and stretch a little bit before we continue. So, the homework is very busy, very easy, but busy too. So, this morning you guys have been dancing, and I don't want to imitate their dance steps, but you start this way. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Oh no, we go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's done. Then with our arms, we go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is our own home. Please remain seated. Okay. So, for this session, we'll go very quickly and we take approximately 30 minutes. Everyone has 5 minutes for presentation. Then he or she shall remain seated and we take the whole questions at the end. So let's call Mary Maneno from International Land Coalition, Kenyan office, and he'll be talking about proper land governance in response to food insecurity, a case for secure land rights. Mary or his colleague, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. God is good, and all the time, and that is his nature, is it? My name is Patrick Imani. I'm a Kenyan. I work with farmers here in the country. I work for Kenya Livestock Producers Association, which is a member of Eastern African Farmers Federation, and we are members of International Land Coalition. So I'm here to represent International Land Coalition, and we had a presentation. So on behalf of, I'm here on behalf of those two organizations, RIC and Eastern African Farmers Federation. Next. I have only 4 slides, so I intend to take 4 minutes. So basically, we have a platform which promotes people-centered land governance, and we are committed to small-scale farmers systems. The main role of the platform is to support IRC Africa members to strengthen land coalition ownership. We also coordinate planning and implementation, and also M&A and report on key actions. On the areas of thematic areas of the platform, we are also doing advocacy, gender and youth inclusion, climate resilience, resource mobilization, and collaboration and partnerships. Next. This is a mouthful, but actions by the platform to promote land governance and ensure food security. We are in the space of partnership, collaboration, and collaborative action. We also support land processes at the policy level for NRC action. We also do multi-stakeholder food system dialogues. We also are involved in joint advocacy to address global challenges on food systems. We also capacity build our members on issues of food security. We are in the space of joint fundraising. Next. Partnership, enhance secure rights to proper governance and export to food security. The platform has prevented land grab, which has been discussed here severally by other presenters. We defend land rights where governments intend to invest where we can produce food. We are members of G7 presidency delegation, and in partnership with other actors, we create awareness on indigenous people on how they can influence on their lives. We support food sovereignty, semi-annual platform stakeholder forums. We work with RADESA on global agenda through stakeholder involvement, and in partnership with NRC support family farmers to be part of the RAD process. We also unpack smallholder food security gaps in different regions as a basis of secure land rights. Next. Way forward. We need more appropriate, I think this is my last slide, we need more appropriate land and tenure security interventions into agriculture and food security strategies. Security of tenure rights for all land users is crucial to unleashing Africa's potential and strengthening resilience to withstand the impacts of climate change. A multi-stakeholder approach involving governments, development partners, and grassroots are paramount in these discussions. Last but not least, such approaches ensure inclusivity of indigenous people, youth and women, and special groups. The notion of leaving no one behind is unlikely to be achieved without placing agricultural development, food security, and nutrition at the center of the implementation of sustainable development goals. Thank you very much. I'll be open for more questions at the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And let's approach for him as is spare time. So this presenter will be Victoria Nema, working for Digital Earth Africa. So she take us through her presentation, I think in less than 5 minutes, as Patrick did. Thank you.
Great. So I'm Victoria Nema. I am an Earth observation data scientist at DE Africa, and I'll be walking you through DE Africa for food security. So as a program, DE Africa was established to bridge the gap between Earth observation data providers and users through provision of analysis-ready products towards the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals and the Africa Union Agenda 2063. So our platform is designed to be user-friendly and freely accessible so that users of all technical skills can access our decision-ready products, enabling them to address food insecurity and other challenges facing Africa. Next slide. So for those of you who have met Dr. Kenneth Mubert, would have had him say this motto quite a few times, leaving no one behind. And it's not just something that we say, it's something that we actually practice, and especially in how we leverage the Earth observation data that we have to address food insecurity across multiple scales. I'll be going through the continental scale, the national, and the subnational scales. Next slide, please. So starting off, I'll be speaking about the continental services that we offer that can be used for food and agriculture applications. First off, we have the cropland extent map that we developed in 2019, which is a Sentinel-based 10 meters resolution crop mask that was designed specifically to work in Africa where agricultural fields are characterized by small and irregular size. Next up, we have the GeoMAD suite. So the GeoMAD are high-resolution, cloud-free composites that we have for both Landsat and Sentinel-2 data. For both Landsat and Sentinel-2, we have the annual composites, so that would be the annual GeoMADs, and then we have the Landsat and Sentinel-2 semi-annual GeoMADs, which are 6 months, and a special one for Sentinel-2, which is called the rolling monthly GeoMAD. What makes this special is that the composites are calculated over a 3-month rolling window, which is particularly suited for classification and change detection applications in agriculture and forestry. We also have the water observations from space. Next slide. We also have the water observations from space service, which is comprised of 3 products: the feature layers, which is a simple water and non-water classification generated for every Landsat scene that we possess in our archive. Then we have the annual summary, which is the ratio of wet to clear observations for each calendar year, and the all-time summary, which is a ratio of wet to clear observations over all time. This is particularly suited for agriculture, especially when mapping irrigation areas, as you'll see to my left, where we have the WAF's annual summary for 2022 over the Wamumu section of the Moa irrigation scheme, where you can clearly see distinguished in the lighter blue is the rice paddy fields, which are characterized by flooding at certain points in the year. We also have the recently released Water Bodies Monitoring Service, which builds on the WAF's products. Here we might manage to identify over 700,000 individual water features across the continent and provide information on changes in surface water within these water bodies over the past 3 decades. What makes the Water Bodies Monitoring Service special is our historical extent gives the largest that a particular water body has been since from 1984 to 2000 and 2022, then the surface area change product gives the time series or the percentage wetness over time for that water body whenever it was managed to be observed. Next up, we have the NDVI climatology product and the NDVI anomaly service. So I'll start off with the climatology product, where we represent the long-term average baseline condition of vegetation for every Landsat pixel that we have over the African continent. So that is 1984, that covers 1984 to 2020. Then we have the NDVI anomaly service, which provides an estimate of vegetation condition for each calendar month, as well as comparison of this against the long-term baseline condition measured for the same month over the period 1984 to 2020 given by the NDVI climatology service. These surveys are particularly useful for several applications such as crop type mapping, crop analytics, drought forecasting, and drought impact assessment. Other than the services that I've mentioned, we also do provide access to multiple external data sets such as Landsat, Sentinel-2, Sentinel-1, and a variety of land use land cover data sets that can be used, such as the ESA World Cover Service. Up next, I'll move to the subnational scale. Next slide, please. Here at this scale, I'll focus on the workflows that we provide. Our scalable workflows work well over regions, so that's multiple nations, at national scale, and also for small areas, and are customizable for users according to their needs. These workflows use our continental services and inputs, and they are in the form of Jupyter notebooks designed to be used within our D-Africa analysis sandbox. We also document these workflows on open GitHub repositories. That means anyone can access our workflows and use them for their own use cases or produce their own products. Our crop type workflow was designed to predict crop types using the D-Africa platform, and that was first implemented in partnership with RCMRD for Mozambique, and has also been taken up by other implementing partners for different countries. Next up. We also have a wetlands toolkit in development for mapping and classifying wetlands for different countries, currently being implemented in South Africa before being rolled out to other countries for use. Next up. Apart from the workflows that I've mentioned, we also have over 100 Jupyter notebooks in our repository that you can use for small areas of interest and then scale up to larger areas of interest according to your needs. What you see on screen is one of our notebooks called the Crop Health Toolkit notebook, and we also have the Phenology notebook, which are very useful for understanding vegetation health. Next up. We also partner with our users for a variety of use cases in agriculture and food security. For example, we have one of our users who used the platform to monitor rangelands in Kenya. We also have a user who used the D-Africa data for understanding agricultural production in Rwanda. And we also have the games platform that was developed by Big Data Ghana, which also uses our D-Africa data. Next up. We also like not to leave anyone in the dark. So when you come to our platform, you're not expected to find everything for yourself. We offer a variety of courses for our platforms and also customized to various thematic areas. I've just highlighted one, which is the D-Africa Agriculture and Food Security course. There's also one for water and other thematic areas. these courses are freely accessible, fully online and self-paced, and at the end of the course you're able to gain a certificate of completion. I will stop there as I'm out of time, but please feel free to contact us on our various social media websites and also visit the website itself for more information. Thank you.
Let's applaud for Vicky and for this very summarized presentation, and also let others mind that they want to go beyond 5 minutes. Vicky is my best friend, that's why. Please remain on the podium for further questions. She's my best friend, that's why she took 1 minute. But also I'd like to call my other best friend from another mother in Zimbabwe, called Wale Tapua. He'll be talking about the impact of land use change on ecosystem services in invasive agricultural areas, a case study of Ipo Valley Estate. Welcome aboard, sir. And you have 5 minutes, just 5. And the countdown has started.
I'll try to be as quick as I can. Here's the presentation. So my name is Wallace Tapiogar. I'm from Zimbabwe, from Geospatial Society. I'm going to be talking about land use impact on an area, specific area in Zimbabwe, Hippo Valley. So next slide. So globally, land use and land cover change patterns reflect the interactions between humans and human activities and the natural environment. And there are different possible ways we can analyze the interactions and the impact caused by the interaction between the humans, and then using open source, even open source and the other technologies that are there, which can be used to analyze and assess this form of interaction which is causing land use and land cover change. So in this case, we'll be talking, next slide. So in this case, we'll be talking about sugarcane production, which is happening in Hippo Valley, which was identified as the main driving force, which is causing land cover changes, which is causing changes in ecosystem services in the area of Chireds. And for the questions for our study, our objective was, one, to determine ecosystem services for the livelihoods of the area. Secondly, to identify strategies to improve ecosystem services to enhance sustainable development of environmental resources, and also to analyze land use, land cover change in Hippo Valley for the past 5 years. Next slide. Next slide. So for our methodology, next slide, please. For our methodology, one, we're supposed to determine the ecosystem services for the livelihoods of the area. Secondly, the land use scenario for the Hippo Valley. And thirdly, analysis of land use and land cover change for the past 5 years. And also, I was able to do a sample survey for the people in Hippo Valley over a random sampling method. So the results for the first, for the sampling methods, you can actually see from the pie chart, which is displayed, the big chunk of people who were able to answer those questions when the farmers, followed by the local community leaders, followed by the land managers as well. Next slide. For the distribution of land use scenarios, I was able to produce a map which is showing the plots in the area of Chirezi. There are about 79 79 plots, showing the intensive agricultural productivity in the area of Chirez. Next slide. And also, I was able to do an analysis of the land use and land cover change for the past 5 years using satellite images. And as you can see from the output, the big chunk of it is being, you can see the increase in cropland production, meaning there's a lot of land cultivation happening in this area. Next slide. Next slide. So to discuss, for the discussion with the results, during the carry out of the project, land cultivation is indeed the main cause of ecosystem services depletion in Yipo Valley. This was evident by the data collected from the sampling and also from the satellite images that were produced, which is showing cropland as a big chunk that is going to prove that land cultivation is the main cause of land depletion. Next slide. And to conclude my presentation, the increase of population takes pressure on the land, takes pressure on the natural resources, forcing people to increase in agriculture production, thereby causing an increase in terms of land cultivation. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You're almost on time. And now, I would like to call Linus Anari, and Linus will be talking about food insecurity risk mapping through spatial disaggregation, IPC phase 3 and above from 2014 to 2023. Over to you, Linus, if you are around. While he's getting on the floor, I have to call Tom Auna, if he's around, to give his presentation to the control room, as he did not yet hand over his presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I don't know, Mr. Joseph was introducing everyone as their best friend, as his best friend, but it's okay. I hope after this, I'll be one of your few best friends. Thank you very much. I am a student at the University of Nairobi, a 50-year student, and this feels a bit intimidating since I'm around seasoned professionals in the industry. It feels one of those, I don't know if we all relate to it, when dad will work, will come home and then everyone else just disperses into their rooms. But now this is different because it's like dad is home, but I have to stay in the living room, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, my name is Linus Anari. I'm from the University of Nairobi. And yeah, we'll be looking into the disaster-driven food insecurity mapping through spatial disaggregation. And just to mention, my co-author for this is Eileen Guru. I don't know if she's in the house. If she is, she can maybe rise and wave. Yeah, there she is. And she is a recent graduate from JQuad and works with the Source Plus at the moment. Anyway, just to move on swiftly. Right, so there is a lot that usually happens in the field of food insecurity because we have where the climate change that happens over the country leads to erratic weather patterns, and it's sort of like a ripple effect which carries on, and then disasters follow, then food insecurity, then you know, hunger booms everywhere, and yeah, it happens in that sort of like domino effect. And more often than not, there are resources that are supposed to be distributed to these places, but due to the limited resources, it's hard to tell where exactly does this money need to go. Like, yes, Turkana has hunger issues, Northern Kenya has hunger issues and all that, but where exactly, which places do we need to target? Because it's not everywhere in Turkana that people are starving. We have farms around Lake Turkana, right? Yeah, and among others. So there are a couple of data just to continue. So flooding during the 2023 October, November, December season, and drought during the 22 also October, November, December season, it shows the erratic patterns because 1 year we have drought, the other year boom, it's already flooding. And now when we move on now to the next slide, please. Yeah, we obtained data from the National Drought and Management Authority, that's the NDMA, which takes records the rains for the short rains and the long rains as well. That's the October, November, December, that's for the short rains, and the March, April and May for the long rains. And over the period of years 2013 to 2023, we came up with mean and everything just to see which counties consistently fell in the different IPC phases as has been classified by the National Drought and Management Authority. And we realized that Turkana and Marsabit consistently fell in the IPC phase 3 and above. That's the crisis, emergency, and the famine has been indicated there. And when we move on to the next stage, now yes, it's easy to tell that these two counties are having this issue, but where exactly does the money need to go, and does the help need to be distributed to? So we went ahead and from the humanitarian data exchange platform, there was a couple of data there that we managed to get, and this was for the disaster that have been recorded across the country, and particularly in our study area, the places that we had picked, that's Turkana, and the other one as well, Marsabit. And through zonal statistics, and also we managed to aggregate the data and came up with interpolation, the inverse distance weighted method. And we established, just move on to the next slide, please. Yeah, we established the areas that have been marked in red is where the hotspot or majority of the disasters usually happen. That's we have floods, we have epidemics and drought as well in those particular places where it's red. And as we move out to the yellow and the green parts, there is where there is less and less disasters happening, which gives a clear indication of where the money needs to go. And just as we move on to the next slide, and hopefully the last, because we're a bit strained of time. So the last part was just to try and confirm this particular method if actually works. So we decided to overlay it over NASA's Giovanni data for rainfall for the period, the same period between 2013 to 2023, and as you can see, it perfectly aligns with the spatial disaggregated map on the right side here, since the areas that are red, which have really, really low rainfall, fall exactly, you realize it's the same place where the most of the disasters usually happen. That's the floods, the droughts, as well as the epidemics. And in so doing, you can manage now to know exactly where the big bucks are supposed to be channeled into. So that's basically it. And I'm guessing that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Enas, for this very short and precise presentation. Now you are my best friend. Thank you. Etco Russo Bonnet for the presentation on brightness shape moisture model inversion for grassland soil moisture estimation. He works for the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes for presentation.
Yes.
Then you will become my best friend forever.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's fine. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Okay, you can go to the next slide. Next one. Okay, so I think the main thing is that we're all trying to measure moisture. We're trying to monitor water usage, water stewardship. It's been identified in the South African National Development Plan, but and as well as subheading as part of the United Nations SDGs. So in terms of trying to measure this soil moisture within soil moisture, we usually use empirical methods, which is like just a soil moisture index. It's just a statistical combination of various bands. But in this case, we're trying to do it with a radiative transfer methodology. You can go to the next slide. So this RTM radiative transfer methodology is based on a whole collection of 25,000 soil samples taken all over the world. Basically, they found that all of these soils from all over the world can be, when they're dry, they can be modeled as a combination of these three vectors. This is done through a kernel principal component analysis method, but basically any dry soil can be modeled by these three. The ratios are what determine the different types of soil. Okay, next. Okay. This is quite statistical, but it just shows the kernel PCA method that's being used. So it's not linear, and it's based on this B parameter, which is brightness, and then the phi and the lambda parameters, which just show the shape of the soil, which is just the different combinations of those three vectors. Okay, next. From there, we use soil moisture to then model various layers around the soil, which is done through it's done through a Poisson distribution. The number of soil layers is actually determined by the Poisson distribution, and with the parameter being the wetness level. Next slide. Okay, so once we have all of these soils analyzed, we can actually plug in various different parameters for B, phi, and lambda, and soil moistures. And we end up with an entire lookup table, which is just all of the different combinations of parameters. Once we have that lookup table, we can then plug in any given soil spectrum that we have. We then find the closest spectrum given by the lookup table, and then we output the parameters that actually led to that closest spectrum. As we can see here, we get something very close to what we measured from the lookup table. Next. So we actually did this for 166 different soils collected in the grassland region. This was based on our samples. We did no specific modeling for the grassland region, but all of our ground truth data was done in there. So this is basically the Gauteng and Northwest and Mpumalanga provinces of South Africa. The soils that we tested had various different components. So the clay content went from 9.5% to 64%, organic matter, a whole range of that, and then various different pH levels and mineral levels, and then many different soil moistures. But we can see that even with these differing parameters, we still get a very close model to predict the soil moisture. This was done for our specific biome, even though it was not. The model is actually a worldwide model. It even works for our biome, and it is our hypothesis that it would work for any biome. Okay, next. Once these pixels have actually been, once we've actually proven that this does work for our biome, we can then upscale this to a satellite level. Or in some cases, when we have permission, to a drone level. This was done with Hyperion satellite imagery. Basically, we just took the entire image, we segmented it using a slick algorithm. We removed all pixels that were not soil, that we separated with the NDVI being too high, which means it's vegetated, or with the cellulose absorption index, which represents dead vegetation. So once we remove these pixels, we could then map the bare soil pixels in each zone, and we can get an entire map actually showing the moisture in each zone. Okay, next. Thank you. That's what it says.
Thank you for this very nice presentation. And while our presenters are remaining on the panel, I'm still checking if Tom Owner is around. Otherwise, this is a presentation on agricultural investment in the sustainability in the conflict-affected dryland of Turkana County. But we'll get it online, no problem. So now we are open for questions, and we need you present yourself and you ask one question. It's all about food, it's about soil, and it's about land change detection. So please, let's have a short question, and then you can call it a day and break for coffee, and then go home, enjoy nyama choma, sukuma wiki, na ugali. Any question now? No question? No appreciation? No emphasis? There's one there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Collins Ndego at Jomo Kenyatta. My question is on the soil moisture. I just wanted to ask if is the data you have about soil moisture open to everyone? The data on soil moisture, is it open to everyone?
Okay, so the model that's developed is available to everyone, this BSM model.
Yes.
The global soil vector database, those 3 vectors are available for everybody. And then the BSM model is implemented in Python, that's also publicly available on GitHub.
Okay, something else. You said that, can you talk more about NDVI, how you factor it in when calculating soil moisture?
Okay, so the NDVI we're using, I'm ending up with an entire satellite image. We know that certain pixels do not represent soil, they represent vegetation. We used a NDVI threshold of 0.3, saying that if the NDVI is above 0.3, it does not represent soil and needs to be excluded. We had to do the same thing with the cellulose absorption index because those pixels represented dead vegetation rather than soil.
Good evening. I think my question, I have a general comment first and then a specific question to my good friend from Zimbabwe. I think the general comment is that earlier this morning, and throughout from yesterday, the emphasis is on the application. The application. So the question is, what motivates your studies? Is it the application or is it the study for research purposes? And that relates to my specific concern, my colleague from Zimbabwe. In your study, did you expect any outcome other than your conclusion? Because if the human activity directly affecting biodiversity, and the human activity is intense, production of sugarcane in an area directly to affect biodiversity. Did you expect anything different from that? Certainly, in conclusion to what I'm saying, I really want us to motivate our effort on the user. What is it that the user would focus on to motivate these studies? Because sometimes I struggle to find what I would pick out from as a as a result of this very important, sometimes expensive efforts. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. What usually happens in these researches, especially mine had to do with usage of the land, because there was conflict between with the local authority on whether the amount of land that is being used is being regulated, because maybe I never had the opportunity to deeper into the problem, where the problem is coming from, maybe due to time. But it had to be a council, a dispute between the council and the farmers as well. That's why I had to do this research on whether the farmers are taking much of the land which is being which is supposed to be stipulated for something else in terms of land usage, because we can't, everything has to be regularized and also monitored on whether it's being beneficial to the people, to the local people of the area. But yeah, that's my take on it. I don't know if I'm able to answer your questions or I need to explain further.
I think this is a question by Professor. Then let's keep digesting it while we can improve our researches, and also the professor knows why. Thank you. We keep improving. So let's take other two questions before we close and break for coffee and depart for the evening rest.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment to our presenter on soil moisture. I'm not asking you a question, just relax. You've made a very good presentation when the room is almost empty. Primary essence of a science symposium is to transfer knowledge from that one who knows to another one who doesn't know. The people who are supposed to learn from you walked away, especially young people at graduate level, postgraduate level, high school level. They went for coffee and for some self-feeds business outside there. So I'm appealing to you, and I'm appealing to you again that you give our brother another chance tomorrow to present when the house is full. His presentation is very intelligent and very, very strategic. I think it's quite original. I'm only worried that if it becomes excessive, I don't know if we will move out of South Africa to America at Elon Musk or remain South Africa. Thank you.
Can you hear me? So, I mean, as I said, this model is based on worldwide data. So, basically, any soil, supposedly any soil that can be put into there from that aligns to the global soil vector database. So, I believe it would work anywhere.
Great, thank you. And I think we take one question, and also the organizers have caught your concern that tomorrow we should find a slot for him to present once again, if that's possible. I can see a question from Muvuni, and that should be the last one, and then give back the mic to the organizers.
My question is about, again, soil moisture. You told us that you used Hyperion, and Hyperion has more than 200 channels or band.
Yes.
I would like to know which band did you take into consideration? And one more question, which year did you use? Which data, the data you used is of which year? Because I'm afraid that the Hyperion has shut down, is currently no longer operation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so When I did the lookup table, it was based on an ASD spectra, which was all of the 1 centimeter spectra, 1 micrometer spectral resolution from 400 up to 2400. So I scaled it down to the full Hyperion bands. In reality, we would be able to use a drone hyperspectral sensor for farmers who specifically want to monitor their own farms. But let's say in terms of hyperspectral data availability that's publicly presentable and is able to be shared, Hyperion was used as an example there. But any hyperspectral sensor that, let's say, covers the bands of, I think, 1,200 and 1,900 around there, should be able to be used.
Thank you, everyone. Let's approach for our presenters. And we should still connect with them on the coffee break tomorrow and after tomorrow, because there's a gun behind me. We should close right now, and I'm prepared to be with you. Thank you, everyone. It is my honor. Thank you once again.
Good evening. Let me first take this opportunity to thank you for being so patient, and also on behalf of RCMRD and as the organizers, we apologize because we should have actually ended at the previous session, but we thank you for your patience. We appreciate our panelists. We appreciate the audience. My colleague previously showed the WebEx application. I know sometimes with the commotion you might not get an opportunity to get in touch with the panelists at some point. Use the WebEx, and all the panelists and all the presenters have the information there. You can hit them up and maybe have a step outside. So let's enjoy our coffee. If you have time, visit the booth, and do have a blessed evening. Thank you very much for your patience.
Watching the global environment from space. Monitoring world disasters from space. All of these are PASCO's tasks. Securing your safety with quick analysis of spaceborne and airborne Earth images. Save our planet. PASCO.
Watching the global environment from space. Monitoring world disasters from space. All of these are PASCO's tasks. Securing your safety with quick analysis of spaceborne and airborne Earth images. Save our planet. PASCO is promoting the utilization of satellite technology around the world for NSDI, disaster countermeasures, agriculture, forest conservation, and infrastructure management. Surveying the Earth to create the future. PASCO.